into the bank now.
We are now live. Just chilling before the actual event begins. I'll ask for an audio check once we have people in chat too, because I don't know if we're balanced or not.
Yes.
Oh, I can't wait to fucking get a new microphone. I wish microphones weren't $1 million a pop.
Yes, they're not cheap.
Right, especially when you want to get them... Well, here's the thing. I'm trying to get a self-contained one, so if anything fails... That's an awesome volcano, by the way. If anything fails, the whole microphone goes. But
yeah.
If I were to get everything individualized, it would be more expensive. So it's like... Spend $600 and get the whole setup, or spend $300 get a self-contained one.
There she is. Is that one there who's hosting?
Right, the one who's sitting cross-legged style.
Yeah.
That's how I sit. Alright. Got some quality crenellated burdock in here. I'll shut up. I'm alright. Excuse me.
Why don't we just kind of go around and just, because you're all from kind of different organizations that do kind of different things, do you want to kind of introduce yourself and sort of say what your organization is and what you do really?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Becky.
She's got to be professional with this one. She's very well spoken.
Yeah, no, she's a real MC.
Yeah.
Controllers and software and equipment for people with physical disabilities so they can play video games.
And before we find out she's like on the sound design team.
Liaise with all of these guys and make sure they get the most moolah they can.
I liaise with these wonderful people, yeah. Hi guys, I'm so delighted to be here today. So my name's Sophie Hardy and I work for the Prince's Trust. The Prince's Trust has been working with Jagex for the last 3 years and we help young people who are 13 to 30 get into education, employment and training.
Now listen, I'm 31. It doesn't count. I don't want to hear about it.
We're a mental health charity based in Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire in the UK. We offer direct services to people who are struggling with their mental health, counselling and things like that, as well as training.
I'm glad that they have these people at RuneFest.
Good, yeah. Because they need their goodwill
They need a
brought up a bit.
They need a mental health box somewhere at RuneFest so people can go and just like unwind.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Because, yeah, forget here in the UK, you know, the services are free, but obviously that's not the case everywhere.
But they aren't all good.
Else in the world, so that's a really, really important thing. So first of all, welcome, everybody. I mean, all your charities are amazing. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how you
I feel like that was a stab at America.
with Jagex?
It's because it's free here doesn't mean it is all over the world.
Have been supporting Special Effect for years through initiatives like Game Blast. The amazing players have been buying like little exploding heart pets and capes and balloons for years now. So that's incredible. Jagex of course have done Game Blast before at their offices and have supported through One Special Day with the One Special Day cape, which was available yesterday. And yeah, we're really excited to be here at RuneFest. I'm so enamored with the giant volcano that's behind us.
I love the giant volcano.
That looks awesome. They did really well with that.
Yeah, I have to say that it is much more professional this year than previous years, and I've said that pretty much every year.
Yeah. They get better and better every year.
When we start work our way inwards, and then we'll get to this. I can't hear from you. Oh, okay.
See if I can get this up on screen.
How did it come about, the relationship?
You know, I guess we met them through, or met Jagex through.
I'll just put myself up here.
Developer conference in San Francisco, and
There we
as
go.
got to know the staff and got to know the company. We were really excited that Jagex is so mental health focused. They were looking
Yeah, because all their players are mental cases.
for somebody that was serving their North American players, and it just made sense for us to stick together and do that. We're all about making sure that everybody has access to mental health care, but inevitably North America is
It's a mess.
and has so many issues that players are struggling with, and at least where we're
At least they're
based, there's
honest.
no national healthcare system. There's
At least there's no national healthcare crisis where we're based.
You got to start letting your president run the country, and if I mean that's the guy you got. Keep him in there for his 4 years and work around him and get everything running.
That's what I've been saying for the past 2 or 3 years. Is like just let him burn himself up. If you if you attack him, that's what he wants.
That's what he thrives on.
Yeah. Have you not watched The Apprentice?
Okay, we're gonna sit there and work with you. It's gonna confuse the hell out of him. And
Right.
He's gonna go, oh, okay. Well, what am I gonna do?
It's like any bully. The second you stop feeding into their nonsense, they become powerless. Anyway, very off topic.
So we're very fortunate. We've actually been working with the United Nations over this.
Oh, aren't you lucky? Working with the United Nations like a president or something. Sorry. I can't get any beard oil out of this. It's empty.
Right now in the United States, the #1 cause of bankruptcy is medical debt.
It's true.
It's very common for somebody to break a...
This got political real quick.
...injured, to get sick, go to the hospital, and completely lose their financial security.
I have a $6,000 ambulance bill I refuse to pay.
I know, it's ridiculous over there.
To the emergency room. I was there for maybe 3 hours. They gave me one pill to calm down, and I left with an $18,000
Yep.
bill.
Been there.
Jesus!
No one has that kind of savings. It's crazy. What
Yep.
you have to, like,
Tylenol costs like $800 a pill at the ER.
Far out.
Mm-hmm.
A week, and that could be the next few years every week. So
I mean, I knew you guys were bad, but that's like, are you serious?
That's why I recommend never vacationing in America, because if you get injured, you're leaving with basically a finance on a house.
But that's, I mean, that's scary.
Yeah.
Hang on one sec.
yeah, I mean, you can go and tell people, and
I used to remember when I was a kid, and my dad would switch from one employee to another, and they'd be like, "Well, don't get injured, otherwise you're just dead."
the United States struggle to access mental health care, and cost is one of the biggest.
Sorry.
No, no
Would've
problem.
thought we started at 11, not 10.
No worries.
No.
I told a little anecdote about back when I was a kid. It's like healthcare. Like my dad would like go from one job to another, and they'd be like, "Okay, for this 2 weeks, we're gonna have no health insurance, so don't hurt yourself."
Wow. That's just,
Yeah, there's no safety net.
that's crazy. I mean, I knew, as I said, I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was that bad.
At least in Massachusetts, for like the past 15 years, there's been a socialized option, but like 89% of the country does not have that. Yeah, Massachusetts is just a rich. Any of the rich states give you socialized medicine, but the poor states don't.
Yeah, so we started working with Jagex in 2017, particularly on suicide prevention as the main focus.
It was actually an office in Jagex, suicide prevention. It was for the staff.
On making everybody aware of warning signs of suicide, encouraging everyone
Hey, Oreo, what's going on?
to feel confident in
Just I wanted to see you online. Ah, glad to be here.
worrying about someone,
I'm very excited
confronting that issue, and
to
support other people.
provide professional commentary.
Financially and in terms of how they've
How's our audio mix, by the way? Let me know when you hear both of us, because I can't hear.
the players of RuneScape for all of the fundraising and
Oh shit, yeah.
I mean, that's just, I'm still stunned over what you just said.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Wait, is there a code for the pet in Cape yet? I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen anything yet, no.
I'd like to. Links don't work in our chat though, because I use a stupid bot that doesn't work with the permit command. PM me, or put them in our Discord, and I'd love to see them, yeah.
You're so vulnerable, and the nature of the beast is that
I'm a sweaty bastard. Ah!
its sole goal, in my mind,
It is currently...
its sole goal is
It's only 71 degrees in here. What the hell's wrong with me?
like all the good stuff, like you don't want to talk to your friends about it, you don't want to interact.
Magebit.online will work if you put that in your web browser.
There's not much of you left, you know.
It'll redirect you, or I can give you a custom link.
campaigns
Hang
or
on.
mental health
Create
the
invite.
individual who's struggling, trying
Copy.
to get them to be the ones to reach out and ask for help. But yeah, when you're in that situation, like you said, isolation
One
is
sec.
one of the biggest.
Yeah, RuneScape.chat died. But the my new one is.
I like this one. Someone's put in. Why do they do this so early in the day? It's a completely dead time zone. It's like the middle of the day on a Saturday afternoon for England.
Right.
Has to be an American, doesn't it?
Oh,
Because
definitely.
like the rest of the world's got to circle around what America wants.
Don't you know?
Fun. What is this silly? Oh, this is what shits me about people. What is this silly interview? Do some fun stuff. I mean, get rid of the blonde chick.
That's the
I
problem.
mean, come on.
People can't handle like a little bit of an
No fun moments
interview.
in 5 years.
All right, that's fair.
What the fuck are we watching? I mean, come on. This is something that we really do need to talk about, and I kudos to Jagex for doing this.
Right, I agree. I gave you screenshot posting abilities, so you should be able to just toss them right in general. I was talking to Oreo as far as
Sorry,
for our Discord.
Okay. I never do that, but
Like-
okay.
You've always had screenshot posting abilities.
Have I? Oh, in Discord?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Why can't I attack this hidden treasure? Oh, because I don't have a weapon. That's smart. Oh, it's a little mummy? Archaeology and excavation. Excavation is the Cali part. Restoration is the other part. Guy said roughly 40% will be excavation. I got a little information here from Oreo as far as whatchamacallits. I think. Let's see here. Oh, we got a little sheet here. Relics. Relics are one of the core reward spaces for the archaeology skill. You gain them through gameplay, and when unlocked, they are permanent passive buffs available to the player to use. Permanent passive buffs. Each relic power will have a cost to activate, and you can have a minimum of 3 relic powers active at once. So it's like Memorial of Guthix the skill. So here's a Font of Life, Berserker's Frenzy, Death Ward, Endurance, Abyssal Link. I'll send you this if you want to see it, Pern. Hang on. Bloop. That was from somebody of my friends at RuneFest. Nice. We've got one correspondent on the floor so far, but they were not able to send us this. XP is scaled by level and by doing new things. So similar to Invention. Hi, Princess. Ah.
The guys back at the office will kill me for saying this, but it's like that Big Bang Theory episode where Sheldon goes to work with his virtual presence device, but way more complicated. And they're really cute little robots.
It's a quality of life skill. Interesting. I wonder, you think it's like similar to Invention to clean stuff up from the game, or what? Robots helping kids.
Yeah, the work you guys do is just, it's honestly life-changing for so many people. I'm trying to whiz through everybody, right? Sophie, so tell us a little bit more about Princess Trust.
Right, so we've been working with Jagex since 2017.
I've turned chat off.
I don't blame you.
I can't handle it. It makes me.
I got rid of it. And I could probably make this
Yeah.
full screen. There we go. Look at me. It's almost like I'm a professional. Almost. Not quite.
So Jagex actually ran a program called a Get Started program. So we had 16 young people from the Cambridge area come in for a week and get work experience.
Doesn't apply to me. Next. Just gonna copy paste everything he sends. Nice. Do it. The more information, the better. There's a new currency called the archaeology currency. I hope that's a working title. It's also a buyable. Okay. David will be happy.
But also about finding work that's right for people. That's the thing that they want to do. Because I mean, I spent a lot of time thinking I was rubbish at life. Like I never finished anything because I was never doing the right thing. You know, like you're kind of forced by your parents to like learn a lot of stuff, and then you're like, oh, I hate this. Why am I so terrible at it? But then you find the right thing, the thing that really inspires you, and then it just changes your whole world, right? And that's gaming. I mean, who doesn't love gaming? Certainly not this one.
Okay. I'm sweating like I have work to do here or something. It's literally below freezing outside. Actually. Maybe that'll help. I'm gonna... Oh! It's almost time! Is this the lore Q&A first? What happens?
Yeah, it's supposed to have started 10 minutes ago. So first up we have, on the main stage, the lore Q&A.
Okay. What's on the backup stage? Anything important?
On the backup stage was... the backup stage was bringing creatures to life. Our art team shows you how to do that stuff.
It's going to take more than an hour to teach me how creatures come to life, trust me. My art skills suck. My girlfriend is amazing at drawing, though, so I'm going to learn eventually.
I love drawing.
Me too, but I suck at it. I want to be good at it.
I'm not bad, but my son is awesome.
Let me send you a picture that my girlfriend did for Inktober. It's really good. Hang on. Poor thing has like 8 million Facebook profiles. There it is.
All of these guys, they really are life-changing for the people involved in all the charities. So now I think it's time to throw it over to our main stage as we have a lore Q&A, and I know a lot of the guys out there are very excited to go very deep into lore. I'm sure up by the stage, and we'll pop over to them, and we'll come to the studio very soon.
There you go. I put it in general chat for those interested. Boo! Yay! Boo!
You must be like that half a second above because you're booing all the ones that are the RuneScape 3 ones.
Oh no! That's funny.
I'm sitting there going, why are you booing that? And then realizing you're that half a second ahead of me, so when they're reading it.
That's funny.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
I'm just going to mute now while well, when they come on, I'll mute.
Right.
We're actually just staring at an empty stage at the moment.
It's a pretty nice empty stage, I'll give you that. How's our... Go ahead.
That looks... When they they pan back and show it, and it looks magnificent.
Yeah, it's super professional.
I do the big pan back. I saw that when they were setting it up earlier. It looked really, really good.
Well, I have to keep in mind that I'm in a PvP zone in Albion, and I keep just being like, yeah, let me look over here. You're just forgetting I'm in-game.
Hang on.
What's the matter?
I thought Mod Osborne was supposed to be on with the lore Q&A.
Who is it?
KOC Jack, Raven, Rowley, and Stu.
Okay. Oh, that sucks. Not that they suck, but...
well, he's in the Mythbusters section anyway, so maybe he decided just to do one.
Oh, the totem thingies are going to work like invention machines? So you're going to power them up with like the archaeology currency, it sounds like. Which is game.
So it's really just another form of invention.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree. Here, I'll send you this information if you feel like reading through it as well. I'm going to be glancing at it in between them talking and whatnot.
Yeah. Donate for MTX for all these charities and shit like that. I mean, come on, idiots. Okay, I can turn that back off now?
Yeah, don't even look at the chat. It's
I know.
literal poison.
I have to just see what they're saying, but yeah, I shouldn't. Okay, muting myself now.
Hello, and welcome to the Law Q&A. I'm Mod Raven, and with me is...
Mod Jack.
Mod Rowley.
Mod Stu. I'm Mod Kaosi. Hello.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to take you through some interesting bits of lore. So starting with, this is our lovely agenda screen. We're going to take a look at the narrative approach to archaeology, which is, of course, our new skill. Then what we're going to do is we're going to give you a primer on the Elder Gods to make sure that everyone is caught up. Apparently that's very popular, that everyone is caught up, knows what's going on, and knows where everything is at this stage. Then what we're going to do is something a bit different. We're going to drill down into some lore that people have repeatedly asked about, but we haven't explored much, which is a study into the human kingdoms of Gillinor. Apparently that's also good. And then what we're going to do is we're going to open the floor. We've got a microphone going round, and we'll open the floor to an open floor Q&A.
But first, we're going to play a little game. We asked some of our more detail-focused players to give us something that they considered a lore fail. So, I need you to say this with me, we're going to play Fail or No Fail. Next time, you all have to say it, okay? Right. So here's how this works. I'm going to show you a lore fail. If you think it is a lore fail, I need you to hold your phone up with the screen on, okay? Then I'll tell you whether it is a lore fail or not. So our first lore fail. Zaros implies that conscious life can only arise on imperfect worlds. But Anachronia has dinosaurs on it that predate Gothics. Is it a lore fail? Hold your phone up with the screen on if you think it's a lore fail. Nobody thinks it's one guy. One guy thinks it's
not a lore fail, that one.
Right, well, the answer is...
It was frozen in time.
Maybe. So...
This is what happens when you have 18 JMods work on the lore.
Conscious life, what he actually meant was sapient life. And dinosaurs are not sapient. They're not like intelligent tools.
Retcon.
Creatures. But we didn't think about that line of dialogue when we added in Anachronia. So it's kind of a lore fail. So everyone gets a point.
Oh, thank you. And thanks for putting me up first. This is not daunting at all. So, that's good. Just in case anyone didn't see this morning, we revealed that we're working on a new skill, archaeology. And as Mod Raven said, I'm here to talk about our narrative approach to the skill. Now, we know there are lots of other reasons why people would be interested, things like power, wealth, and fame. And we'll be discussing those core mechanics, rewards in more detail and in the keynote speech at 5 p.m. on this stage. But for you, we're just talking about the stories and narrative for the time being. But quickly, first up, when you say archaeology, a lot of people think this. This is the Time team, the cast of UK Time team. Very happy that they've just dug a big hole. And while digging, sure, it's a part of the skill. We have to remember that RuneScape is a fantasy game. Just an aside, these characters are what we're calling some of our dig site managers, as well as Guildmaster Tony up the top there. So knowing all of this, we wanted to lean into the fantastical nature of RuneScape to make an exciting new skill. But where do we focus? There's so much history and mythology in the game. We wanted something that felt complete when we released it, that had some coherency, had wide appeal, was evocative, and something that resonates with players. And what better time than the God Wars, the Third Age. This is our dark age of RuneScape. a 4,000-year span of time in which stuff happened. We don't really know what, but we've explored it with archaeology. It's a big blank canvas for us. Yeah, that point. Okay. But we didn't want to discount archaeology, real archaeology, because we want the skill to feel authentic as well. And while digging, yeah, that's just the process. It's the output that really, really matters with archaeology. Because it's amazing. It's given us so many things in our own history. The wonders of the world, both known and lost to time. A bunch of weird stuff too, like this pictured Antikythera mechanism. This was some really intricate clockwork thing that was found well ahead of its time. There's also a bunch of historical strangeness. We've got the Masons logo up there. There's loads of things related and adjacent to archaeology that are really weird. And of course, history over time becomes larger than life, and we end up with mythology. And we've got a lot of that in RuneScape. Atlantis pictured here. But moving beyond mythology, we also explored the role of popular culture and its depictions of archaeology. And we realized that there were loads of commonalities across all films, games, books, and TV. And we wanted to crib on those as well. Obvious things like traps and curses, good old Indiana Jones there. The idea of secret organizations and conspiracy. We've got some Illuminati influences in. The idea that there's usually a race against time, where there are antagonists and there's danger, and supernatural elements that come in towards the end of these things. The picture here of the mummy, and finally the idea of revelation, where the hero discovers.
Because the mummy is a reference that most people remember.
But what does this all actually mean for the skill? That was just our how. How does this manifest as the skill itself? Well, the first and most obvious point is we have lore drops. Just like Dungeoneering, but we've got more than Dungeoneering. There's loads of new stories, characters, events, and places that all of these things are explored in lore. Each of our sites also, it tells its own story. We've got environmental storytelling. If anyone's played the play test over in the volcano, they've seen maybe one of our sites. And these aren't just your typical archaeology dig that you might expect, just dirt and soil. There's some really fantastical elements to these places. And one of the rules we set for ourselves is that no two sites are the same. While they may share the same core mechanics at their heart, just because there's something at one site doesn't mean it's at another site. They have unique feel, theme, and mechanics, and rewards, which is important too. Next is the idea of the player's journey through the skill. It's not just about getting to the max level. There's also things like qualifications, as you kind of become a better archaeologist over time, and the discoveries that you'll make, because sites aren't just laid bare as soon as you arrive. You'll have to discover and dig through and find some hidden areas. And we also have mysteries. You might come across some strange devices or possibly some puzzles. But like I say, no two sites are the same. So if puzzles aren't your thing, you're fine too. These are mini quest-like pieces of content. And finally, the skill itself has a meta-narrative, the story of how archaeology came to be and what it means for the world out of time. That was early. Just to sign off quickly, the image here, this is of one of our dig sites. This is Everlight. We're over in the volcano. I would encourage all of you to come over and have a
dig site is not one of his stronger words.
So please come and talk to us. And that was just a sign-off. I believe this is the American cast of Time Team. But I'm going to hand over to Mod Jack.
Does sound like the pet has some lore meaning, yeah.
Right, in rehearsal, no one did it first time either. So this time, say it with me. Fail or no fail. That was much better. Right. You can play along at home as well. If it's a lore fail, hold up your phone, but you don't need to turn the light on because we can't see you anyway. For our second lore fail, in Stolen Heart, the Skulls are a small gang set up by Noom. In the Ark, the Skulls are a much larger and more established organization with a long history. And in ports, Ling is very clear that they are the same organization. Is it a law fail? Hold your phone up with the screen on if you think it's a law fail.
Nope.
Few people hesitant.
It's not a law fail.
Some people can't turn the screen on. Yeah, okay. The answer is, it's a law fail. Yeah, we got this one wrong.
Yeah,
if you want a canon answer to how to resolve this, Numi's boasting. He's boasting that he made up his own gang, but he didn't actually make up his own gang. He was a member of an existing gang.
Okay, so now I'm going to take you through a bit of a primer on the Elder Gods, catch everyone up to where we are. So, who are the Elder Gods? Well, the very simple reason, they are the creators of the universe. They made everything in the RuneScape universe. What they do is they take planets...
Mod Raven is an Elder God.
They craft them into these lovely generators of anima, making these delicious, delicious anima, because they then lay their eggs in these perfect worlds. They lay their eggs, and they have a nice little nap. Then what they do is they sleep as the eggs feed on that anima, and then they hatch and birth a new generation of Elder Gods. We call each of these a revision. Okay, so how many Elder Gods are there? Well, there are 5 Elder Gods. This is the accurate number. Those of you who are adamant lorehounds and have researched other things can spend some time thinking about that, but there are 5 Elder Gods.
The true great revision is when Jagex sold to IVP.
Full, Wen, Bick, and Ma. These are the only Elder Gods. Ma is probably the best known of the Elder Gods, because she is the creator of some of the most iconic RuneScape characters, and indeed arguably RuneScape storylines, as she created Seren and Zaros, and of course the Majorat, who take her name. Ma was born malformed. She was incomplete, she was imperfect. She wasn't able to grow up as part of this sort of new version of super-duper Elder Gods. Ultimately, she was so malformed that she had to be euthanized by Seren in Children of Ma. Spoilers, obviously.
Wow,
If
spoilers.
you come to Lore Talk, you're probably waiting for spoilers. So Ma's birth is quite important. The failure of her birth, rather, is quite important, because it created a loss of power for the Elder Gods. They were unable to continue their revision, to continue their cycle, because they didn't have the power that this Elder God represented. So what happened instead? Well, they had to fill that vacuum, and they filled this vacuum by Jazz kind of giving up her future by taking her egg and turning it into the Stone of Jazz. This powerful item that provided the power to allow the Elder Gods to continue their revision.
Forgot that was an egg.
Okay, so Gielinor is the latest perfect world. It was formed in the last revision, with Runescape being the one before. So if you go and look at Runescape, you can see the future that Gielinor has available to it, which isn't a terribly positive one. What they've done is they have laid their eggs in the heart of Gielinor, the heart being a conjunction of anima, a place where all the anima flows and collects and gathers. So something kind of happened to the Elder Gods' latest revision. They made this lovely, beautiful world. They created this lovely flow of anima to feed in and the eggs to collect. And then a big green guy came along, and he went, this is interesting. I think I've jumped ahead on my slide. And what Guthix did is he tapped into that anima flow. And in tapping into that anima flow, he saw the Elder Gods as a threat, and he kept them asleep. He kept them from waking up and hatching and ripping the planet to pieces. And in the process, he got nicely more powerful, which is always a lovely side effect. And then Sliske came along.
Nicely more powerful.
Went, oh, you're quite
Bad grammar.
A stab. And Guthix died. This, of course, caused a disturbance in the anima. It caused a massive change in what was going on as weird side effects happened, and this caused Jazz to wake up. And so what Jazz did is she looked at what was going on, and she saw these ants fighting amongst themselves, and she went, I'd like to know more about this. And so she went, you new ant, you will be my guide. Because to her, all ants look the same. She's the thing with the magnifying glass. And so she chose Sliske as her agent, which, as everyone knows, is a really smart move. Well done, Jazz. Sliske didn't really do what he was expected to do. He's supposed to gather the gods, gather the mortals, so Jazz could study them and see if they were interesting or worthy, etc. Instead, what he did is he went, oh, well, if you need to do that, I'll need a couple of things, this stone, this staff, and what I'll do is I'll gather them all together by getting together to murder one another. Mwahaha.
That's the raven in him.
Stiske was a bit of a problem, and ultimately he was killed by you, the World Guardian, taken out of the picture. And Jazz, of course, then went, oh, that ant's dead.
So
What
this
about
guy
this
just
ant?
is dead?
This ant looks interesting.
I don't
And she
know.
wants to be a bit
Always
more
not
direct
sure
with this
about that.
ant, so she got the player.
I don't
and she said,
trust
"Look,
him.
mortal life, I'm vaguely interested in it, but I need you to prove you should be allowed to exist, or I'll obliterate you. Bit of an ultimatum. So far that's going well, right? No, this is not going well. So what's happened now? Well, Jazz has woken each of the elder gods. They are all awake now, and they are all moving beneath the surface of Gillinor. They're up, they're awake, they've had their coffee, they're good. Each of the elder gods is a massive, phenomenally powerful creature. We have only seen the tip of the iceberg of what these things are. They possess tremendous power, and they're also not in the best mood with mortals right now.
Dot,
Right,
dot,
what to do?
dot,
Here we
dot,
go.
dot, dot.
Fail.
Oh, no fail.
Right, for the third one, here we go. Dungeoneering establishes that Bilrak executes...
Fail. It's just a fail. You've dungeoneering.
But the architecture is Dragonkin, and later content seems to show the dragon having been there. There are laboratories that seem to have been there since long before Bilrak, and that they're still using. Is it a lore fail? Hold your phone up with the screen on if you think it's a lore
Again,
fail.
I don't think it could be, because
like it.
even though they may have been there, Bilrak could still have excavated a lot of the dungeons, even
Right.
if they had a few down there themselves.
Okay. Sort of.
I don't.
So here's what
That's
we
what I
think
said.
happened.
It's a sort of one.
The original story, and you can see this in the architecture of the Demonheim ruins themselves, is supposed to be Dragonkin. There's obviously a Dragonkin influence there. And Bilrak was supposed to be excavating, as in digging out the existing Dragonkin tunnels. But this was misinterpreted somewhat by the original Dungeoneering developers, who ended up writing a lot of the material as Bilrak is literally creating the tunnels, and his diaries sort of imply that quite strongly. But then as we began to build later content later on, we went back to what was the original lore. So it's kind of a lore fail, but the lore fail is kind of with the content in the middle, rather than the content at the start and the content at the end. So you can have a point if you said yes, and you can have a point if you said no.
I'm just going to start claiming both. That way I can't be wrong.
So there'll be some big reveals in the RuneScape keynote later this afternoon. But since we're up here, we want to give you some interesting material, but we don't want to spoil any upcoming content. So this year, we're going to present something that we often get asked about, but very rarely explore in content, which is the relationships and politics of the human kingdoms. So, first of all, we have the best kingdom, which is, of course,
Varric.
Misthalin.
Well, that's not a kingdom. It's a city.
Misthalin is the home of Lumbridge, Varrock, and Draenor. It's bordered to the east by the slums and swamps of Mauritania, and to the west by the castles of Asgarnia. The kingdom is Saradominist, but their interpretation of the faith is gentler, less judgmental, and less fanatical than in other parts of the world.
Ah, they're the liberals.
Misthalin's ruler is King Rold, a wise and experienced king who now faces a situation he never imagined. Saradomin, the true god, has returned in person. Now Rold does not know where the limits of his authority lie. He worries daily that an army of Icene and White Knights will suddenly arrive and drag Misthalin into all manner of holy wars. What if Saradomin himself turns again to empire building as he did in the Third Age? Can Rold stand against a god? Would he? Elomeria is Rold's queen, and she has struggled to adjust to her expectations placed on her. Perhaps another role would suit her better. Military leader is not a position that would suit Rold well at all. If the people ever do need an inspiring warrior to look to, perhaps Elomeria can finally find her true calling. Duke Horatio is the ruler of Lumbridge and its surrounding lands. Lumbridge was the site of the first devastating conflict of the Sixth Age between Saradomin and Zamorak. Although the damage from the battle was eventually repaired in the Lumbridge Rebuildathon, this has left Horatio deeply in debt. Since suing Zamorak is hardly an option, He's spent his time and political capital since trying to reclaim money from Falador and the Church of Asgarnia, but he's had little success so far. Now, there will be spoilers for desperate times here. In his disguised persona as Reldo, Kairos has an enormous influence over Misthalin, and especially King Rold, having been his personal tutor and advisor. This goes some way to explaining the kingdom's irreligious attitude. For now, Kairos is continuing to maintain that disguise. But if Saradominist inquisitors ever uncover the existence of a heretical enchanter hiding at the very heart of Varroc's court, the consequences could be dire. The wizards of the Wizard's Tower have a long and complicated history with religion, but in the present they are a relatively united, nominally Saradominist organization with more of a leaning towards research and rationalism than faith. They don't involve themselves too much with politics, but they are a counter-influence to the church in counseling the king. And Count Draenor, of course, is dead. But can such a creature ever truly die?
Undead.
Vampiric influence isn't far away, and even if the Count himself does not return, perhaps another fell creature could seek to inherit his estate. Of course, Misthalin is only one of the kingdoms. Although most of them are supposedly allies, they are independent states, and tensions have always existed between them. Although in some ways Asgarnia is Misthalin's closest ally, in other ways the two kingdoms stand apart. It's no coincidence that Saradomin chose Falador and not Varroc to make his base of operations on his return, as the fanatical White Knights have a very different interpretation of Saradominism. It's only recently there's been peace with Mauritania, but the people of Misthalin have no particular reason to trust a nation of bloodthirsty tyrants. If there is to be a lasting truce, Mauritania will have to do much to reassure the Misthalinians of their good intentions. Whether the vampires of Mauritania even want to do this is unclear as of yet. And with the reopening of Menephos, Al-Kharid now stands as a gateway between Misthalin and the lucrative trade routes with the Eastern lands. Of course, the greedy Kharidians have always acted in their own self-interest and gouging hard-working Misthalinian merchants with their unnecessary tariffs. And of course, very real threats also come from within the kingdom's borders. Goblins can still be found in the remoter regions, and constant vigilance is necessary to stop them from preying on farmsteads. Zamorakian cultists seem to spring up everywhere, and sometimes it's difficult to go anywhere without running into a black-hooded demonologist. From within and without, from east and west, Misthalin must remain vigilant if it's to retain its independence.
And now to Kandarian, which is of course the greatest and largest of the human kingdoms. So who has the power here in this frontier kingdom, standing to keep back the threats of the West from the rest of the human kingdoms? Of course, we have King Thoros, recently installed after Lathas was evicted after the events of Plague's End. His brother Tiras also murdered by a certain world guardian. Whoops. To the south, in Yanil, we have the Wizards Guild, far removed from Ardoin, but still relevant nonetheless. It sits far to the south and protects the northern regions from any threats to the south, with its amazing watchtower. General Khazard, the very son of Zamorak, seeks to control these lands and wages war directly with the gnomes. And speaking of the gnomes, they have two major settlements, the Tree Gnome Village, south of Ardoin, and the Stronghold, to the north. Both very strong holdings over these lands. So, what kind of tensions do we have in this kingdom? Of course, the elves, recently, with the Iorwerth clan, infiltrating West Ardoin and causing all sorts of problems. With their Crystal City restored, the Iorwerth are now somewhat of a pariah. They're almost refugees in some regions, and the originals are very much despised, so there should be some trouble there. The Bandosian tribes are ever present. Goblins are ubiquitous across the world, gnawing at every corner of society. And of course, to the south, we have ogres trying to attack. Arpasandra is still unresolved, that city of renegade gnomes, ever looking to cause some trouble. We should watch out for those. Zamorakian forces, like I mentioned before, General Khazard is trying to take over these lands, much like his mentor and kind of father figure before Zamorak, Haziel. They both want to take these lands back for their god. And of course, Misthalin and Asgarnia unwilling to help with any of these problems. So why should we go support them in return? Within, the gnomes and the humans are largely allied, but not enough to kind of support each other in a war. The gnomes are directly at war with Khazad, and the humans, they might be willing to trade, provide weapons, but they're not going to get involved themselves. They are religiously tolerant, though. Ardoin and Yanil are Saradominist, but not quite as fanatical as those crazy people over in Asgarnia. And the gnomes are largely Gothixian, but willing to go along, so there's not too much tension there. But Kandarian politics are forever going to be in a shake-up. They have a really weak, inexperienced king now. And they need to unify the two halves of the city. The east is prosperous and wealthy, while the west has fallen to ruin and needs all of that kind of help.
Majestic Asgarnia, the seat of power, the pulsing heart of civilization. Rulership of the kingdom of Asgarnia is shrouded in mystery. The alien
Shun and Raven should have been the only two to do this.
All right. Nearly a decade. His son, Crown Prince Anlaf, governs the Principality of Berthor.
It's Sir Tiffy.
Behind closed doors.
He rules everything.
Prince is
From Falador Park.
Of assassination or capture by enemies of Asgarnia. So Amic Vars, Lord Regent and unofficial successor to King Valens, has continued to maintain order in Asgarnia and ensured the Kinshra, once held in equal esteem to the White Knights, remain in exile. Finally, the god Saradomin himself has recently returned to the shining city of Falador. Thus far, Saradomin has not disturbed the current political structure, keen to preserve the order he long fought to establish. To the east, Misthalin has enjoyed an age of peace and prosperity, thanks to their enduring alliance with mighty Asgarnia. However, religious differences threaten to drive a wedge between the twin kingdoms. Falador, unquestionable in their faith, welcomes the presence of their divine liege. Meanwhile, the Church of Misthalin has splintered into a variety of denominations, unorthodox, untrustworthy. Misthalin's leadership lack conviction. They doubt the wisdom of Saradomin. It is Asgarnia's duty.
Saradomin.
The military power and unquestionable faith of Asgarnia can endure any outside influence. Kandarian poses no threat. The natural fortification of White Wolf Mountain and the battle-hardened Imperial Guard can repel any opposition from the west. However, noble Asgarnia suffers several tensions within its borders. To the north, Saradomin's adversary, Zamorak, has occupied the Black Knight's fortress. The Kinshra headquarters and a host of other perils dwell in the dungeons beneath Tavli. Despite the exile of the Kinshra, the spark of chaos threatens to reignite the forces of darkness that lurk in the wilderness and set Falador aflame. Also to the north, Berthorp's militia are forced to maintain a perpetual and costly defense against the ravenous mountain trolls. Smuggling and piracy persist in Port Sarum, and the goblin village can be a comical nuisance. Asgarnia has tolerated the dwarves that mine through Falador's foundations and reap the kingdom's mineral resources, for now. Meanwhile, the status of King Valens and his son remains a mystery. Are they still alive? How would Saradomin react if the rightful ruler arose and sought to reclaim Falador from the White Knights? What does it mean to the current political body of Asgarnia that their literal god has taken a seat there? Will Saradomin choose to withdraw to preserve the current peace? Will Zamorak allow order to prevail? Or will the kingdom of Asgarnia be consumed by chaos?
Answer, sort of.
Yeah, Asgardians
Of
sounds like the
course, I
most
get the wealthiest
fun part.
and the best
Right?
of the human kingdoms, those of the Caridian Desert. Who has the power? Well, we have Emir Ali in Al-Qarid to the north, taken over from his father, who was assassinated at the hands of the so-called Ambassador Jabari, but now isolated, alone. His trusted advisor, Grand Vizier Hassan, off down in the southern city of Menethos, trying to broker those trade deals that keep Al-Qarid alive. And of course, this is aided by the installation of the new pharaoh Osman, who had some strange methods of that approach. And he is now dealing with the ramifications of that, with various political intrigues. And who exactly was it that helped him get to power? And what was their goal? One of the thorns in his side is Grand Vizier Ehsan, Hassan's counterpart down in Menethos. I'm not sure who named those two. They're a bit too close. And we can't forget Leela, daughter of Osman. While she has no real interest in the politics of the region, her troubles are more divine in nature, we mustn't forget that she is still now heiress to the pharaohship of Menethos. So, all of the kingdoms of the desert stand alone. They have their own divine problems in the form of Amascut, and the two seats of power of Menethos and Al-Qarid, until recently, have been a standoff, a cold war, effectively. And as a result, they've isolated themselves effectively from the rest of the Western kingdoms. But they're all too happy to take their money from the penny-pinching people over in Misthalin there. But we have the likes of various market vendors happy to take the gold of boorish tourists. And aside from just a couple of small settlements, thanks in part because of Amascut and the ruin and destruction that she has sown. Yeah, so they've got bigger troubles. And there's a lot of healing that needs to be done in the desert.
I love when you
before
lose
they
just
feel
like
that
place
they
when
can
you're
join
reading
the
from a
rest
book.
of the Western
Right? Now you know how I feel.
Yeah, they got big troubles. That's a good wrap up.
So those are the boring, weak human kingdoms. I have the greatest kingdom in Gielinor, which is the kingdom of Mauritania, where the vampires live. So much cooler than humans. So, what's going on here? Well, we have Venescula, who is the
Hey, Wolves.
current
How you doing, buddy?
ruler of Mauritania. She rules with an uneasy alliance between other powerful figures. She is mostly benign at this point, but she's not above using threats and blackmail to get her way. Alongside her, we have Ephorite. She doesn't really want power, but the humans keep looking to this Icene, looking at the wings and the royal figure and going, "You could be our savior." And this causes a bit of a rift between her and Venescula.
Just because you have wings.
And then you have
And a royal figure. I mean,
That's true.
Saffron is utterly confused at who
Is a royal figure
is.
an 8-hour,
He's half
the
human,
hourglass figure?
half
He definitely.
Icene, half vampire, and completely
Typical
lost.
humans.
He acts officially as a bit of a bridge between Venescula and Ephorite, but his confusion is making this rather failed, as it were. So, who else do we have in power at the moment? Well, we have this figure. We have Jared. Jared is finally
We have
back in
Jeremy.
and he's deliberately
Who?
stirring the pot. He's riling up the werewolves with
I actually
promises
forgot
of
about
a
Jared.
better life out from the vampires.
Oh, yeah.
And then he's
I
telling
don't
the
know.
vampires
He looks dead.
they don't need to be held back.
Well,
by
he's
weak
the,
and
He's a
feeble
vampire?
humans.
No, he's the
So,
werewolf.
The religion
Oh, okay.
of Mauritania is officially unaligned. However, Jared is stepping in
That's what
and
I-
he's starting to spread the dark flame of Zamarakinism back to the region. And Ephorite could potentially stand against that, but she doesn't really want to. She has no real love for the god that she felt abandoned her. So, outside of this,
As you wouldn't.
what do we have? Well, Misthalin has its cannons pointed squarely at the Vampire Kingdom. In a constant state of Cold War, the Kingdom of Misthalin is looking for any excuse to strike the Vampire
Looking for
Kingdom,
love in
and
all the wrong
vampires know
places.
it. Outside of that, from the link back to Vampirium, the more bloodthirsty kin look at the weakness of the Mauritania vampires and they scream for blood, quite literally. The White Knights are just itching to attack. Their holy crusade, constantly ready to strike down the evil vampires and those who oppose their fanaticism. All the while, civil unrest builds within the kingdom. The werewolves and vampires riled up by Gerard and the humans reaching breaking point with their downtrodden way of life. There is a rot in Mauritania. It started in the swamps and it's spreading, infecting the whole region and threatening to tear it apart.
He does it so well,
Okay, this
doesn't he?
time I want you to be so loud that it really confuses everyone in there.
He's a storyteller.
Yeah.
Fail or no fail. Good, that was really loud. Right.
Maybe.
The final fail or no fail is, can you be
Sort of.
and half vampire?
Yeah.
It's right. Sarah has an aura which causes everyone around her to fall in love with her. In desperate times, there's a council. She's there at the council. They don't really seem to be in love with her, and in fact, they end up not following her plan at all and doing the exact opposite of what she wants. Is it a law fail?
She wasn't wearing her
Hold your
crystals.
phone up with the screen on if you think it's a law fail. Oh, quite a lot of people think this one's a law fail. Not much faith in us. Okay, the answer is it's not a
No
law fail.
fail. She was blocked.
And if you want to find out why, you're going to have to play the upcoming content to find out.
Right, okay, so we should somewhere have the lovely mod Orion, I think, with a microphone.
Her power was stolen.
Hiding.
We stand up.
Huh?
Boo.
Oh, he's there.
Oh, welcome to the stage.
Hi, I'm going to promptly leave the stage.
Yep.
Cheers.
So if you've got any
Bye from
questions,
stage.
any law questions,
Goodbye.
raise
Hey,
your
there's
hand.
Lol in
and
the
Orion will
background.
find you.
Who?
There's
we've
one
got
right
about
here.
10
Lol.
minutes worth of
Remember
questions.
that?
Oh, the
That
rock
troll
boy.
we hit?
Really lazy.
Right.
Oh.
Is that Yelps as well?
Yep.
Like,
So,
This is going to be interesting.
I remember, like,
Yeah. What question are you going to ask? Okay, go ahead.
Some of the books
Oh,
there.
boy.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. For the weeping, what
Yes.
exactly is it referring to? Because it's really hard to figure out.
It is a sinister story with a sinister monstery thing in it. It's a horror story, basically.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't have a huge amount of lore things that I wrote a horror story for old school, is what it is.
Does it connect with Imcandoria's fall?
It wasn't in, at the time I wrote it, it wasn't intentionally. Whether old school have made that happen is a question for them.
We don't care about old school. This is for RS3. Piss off.
kick him out.
Oh.
Where's the
See how
get the hoses?
Oh,
I'm just going to
look
trust
at all the
you and give you
empty
the
seats.
microphone.
That's scary.
You got to remember how big this place is.
So with regards to the needle and how it predated
Microtransactions.
Guthix and how Karapak actually stole it and took it to the Far
Stay off
East,
the needle, kids.
How does that tie in with your
Anachronia.
MTX?
There's a lot
How do
of
you plan to monetize that?
So
I don't think that's bad to answer.
No, specifically, Anachronia isn't Orphan, but Orphan is on Anachronia.
Orphan
yeah, I can
Orphan
take
is a
this one.
city on Anachronia.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
within Anachronia then.
Yeah.
The
Orphan
Dragon
was
King
was a city.
Yeah.
Dragon King
Gotcha.
Ruin. So with regards
Yeah.
to that, would there be something similar to Sliskay's Endgame happening with Karapak?
Can you be? You mean like a maze? Can you be more
Not
specific?
necessarily. Okay. So
What do you
how there
mean?
was- so how there was Sliskay's Endgame?
Labyrinth Part 2. Two mazes.
You get
Two mazes.
to fight Sliskay.
Wow.
Similar encounter with Karapak.
I think this is something you're going to have to
That's
wait
definitely
to
a
find out.
spoiler for upcoming content. Yeah.
That's fine. No, that's okay.
Sounds like a good idea though.
Sounds like you're itching to fight him right now.
Right, Hansa, I see one over there.
One down
Run,
here.
Orion, run.
He's asking what your question is first. He's, I'm going to trust you.
I'm gonna trust you.
This is a question of a friend of mine. There are many spots all around the sound of Oscarnia and the north of Karambia that are decorated with underground necrosite.
Alright, that's not fair.
Infrastructure. These are separate
I can't
right
understand
now,
a word
but
he's saying.
surely
I'm good at
there
accents and
are
I can't understand a word he's saying.
into a northern-sized underground settlement. Will we see more locations as well as shortcuts connections that features this Dragonkin settlement?
I heard.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear all of that.
Settlement.
Connection of an underground.
I couldn't hear all that, and I couldn't understand your freaking accent.
Try and, briefly summarize.
They're being nice.
Absolute essay of a question. Okay.
That's the best kind of question.
There are many spots around the south of Asgardia and the north of Karamja that are decorated with Necrocerti Dragonkin infrastructure. Blah, blah, blah.
Wow, no respect.
They're separate right now, but they potentially hint to more Orthan-sized underground locations. Will we see anything like that? Any connections?
In Karamja and...
Or just all around.
I don't think we have anything.
We have
in mind
nothing
for that
planned
region.
individually, no.
We,
The answer
we
is
have some
maybe at some point, but it's
We
not
always
anything
we
planned.
could. We have nothing currently planned for that region.
We have some interesting stuff already for Karamja Ruins, so have a dig around if you haven't already found that kind of stuff. A few quests specifically with that kind of thing as well, like Heroes Welcome.
Okay, another one here.
How will the dig site be implemented in the lore for archaeology?
As in rock dig site?
Yeah.
It's the...
They're the
it's
ones
where
who send you out to do it.
we set up a new kind of hub for the skill, which we're calling the Archaeology Campus, and that's situated at Varrog Dig Site. This is kind of like the home, the birthplace
Did you
of
not play
archaeology.
the last MTX event?
Especially because Varrog is where a lot of the funding is coming from.
Also,
in terms of how it
similar
features
how
in skill,
Divination had like
it
a
doesn't. We've got brand new dig sites.
start.
The dig site in Varrog is for dig site quests. We're kind of putting the mechanics in line with the skill as part of the development of the skill, but yeah, we're excited about lots of other dig sites around the world.
Make sure you come to the keynote.
Yeah, come to the keynote.
And the
We're going to
volcano.
be talking a lot about that. And yeah, go play it.
They're actually making me a little interested in archaeology,
What kind
do you
of
know?
plans did Zaros
Nope.
make before he returned? I only ask this because when you play the Fire Maker's Curse, I assumed that the person that spoke in the dream was Zaros, but it was later revealed to be Sliske. Was that always the intention?
I think it was the intention.
I'm not sure. There's an implication in one of the books. I can't remember which one it is. That Zaros, or is it? I think it might be a bit of endgame dialogue. That Sliske taunts
Char.
Char.
Yeah.
That,
Charmander. Sorry.
Zaros knew you were there and didn't come to help.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether that's true, but Sliske certainly thinks it's true, and Zaros doesn't deny it. Does that answer the question?
No.
I can add a little bit to that. Certainly, at the end of Fate of the Gods, the implication.
This
was
is why I love
Sliske
live
was doing a lot
QA
of the
sessions.
running
I
around
know.
on
I
Zaros's
just heard the
behalf.
question and just turned it
while
around to
may
something
have
totally
been
different.
Sliske that actually helped to get Char released. It would have been a
RuneFest 2020.
request.
You submit your questions
And Zaros'
beforehand,
last
1 hour.
revealed kind of at the end of Endgame, and very much shot down immediately.
You submit a question when you get your ticket.
Right. It's part of the form when you check out.
Exactly.
What's your question?
I think we probably only have time for like one more question.
We have time for one more.
Yeah, so just to
Is that
catch
true?
anyone who wants to get
Oh, yeah, they're
more
over
questions,
time.
Just come find us. We'll be over there. We'll happily answer anything.
Well, they're
but
right. Yeah.
For now, one
Yeah.
more question.
But then
This
they remember they
festival
did
is
start
very
15 minutes
short.
late.
Yeah, and if they take one more question, they're over time.
One over here, maybe.
Can you please pick
Which, yeah, you're right. They
Mr.
started
Rowley?
15 minutes late.
I think.
Although that's
This
not
is
so
Jack's
bad
gentleman
for
here
us
in the car.
because they've got the.
Make it a good one.
This is our break, I think,
when he said
because
that
next up
the Knights of the Round Table are
was
your
the
least favourite bit of
two old
content
school things coming
Gotcha.
up.
It's far
Cool.
to
Both channels, so yeah.
the world. So why are dinosaurs any different on Anachronia?
You'll notice they are very different dinosaurs to real-world dinosaurs.
Well, we don't know.
I mean,
If it was literally Jurassic Park,
We don't know.
called Jurassic Park, with all the characters from Jurassic Park, Samuel L. Jackson just right there, then we'd probably feel the same way about it as we do about Camelot. Probably not a good idea to just.
In terms of the
open up
actual
story.
creature designs as well, both in design
Good
and
answer.
concepting, we wanted to make them look very
Good
distinct
comeback.
from existing dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Like a lot of them have like leafy
Which
appendages
they talked
and all
about when
kinds
they talked about
crazy
that.
looks about
They've
them,
already
and
spoken
colours
about
that
this.
you don't necessarily
Yeah.
see on dinosaurs in
It was in
quite a lot
the
of modern media.
regular Q&A. I think he just wanted to be like, well, how do we know?
Is like with the Anachronia dinosaurs, we created dinosaurs for this region. We create dinosaurs to fit in with the lore.
Bet you
Like
he's
the
a
same way we created
Reddit
knights that fit
poster.
in with existing things.
They've avoided all MTX so far.
Camelot is it's literally
Yeah, I think they're
myth
being
randomly
very
plopped
careful
into it,
about
and it
screening the
feels
questions.
out of place. Okay, I think that's all we have time for.
Thanks a lot.
If any of you, like I said, if any of you do still have lore questions, just come find us. We'll be over there somewhere.
Yeah, how does
otherwise,
Treasure Hunter
thank
fit
you-
in with the
thank you for
law?
joining us. Thank you for coming.
Is Alice the king's daughter? I forget. She is somebody, like royal. Which just proves that royalty is corrupt. Alright. So.
Okay, well, that was fairly interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, saying that there is going to be power, wealth, and fame in.
Yeah, for who?
In the new archaeology. So hopefully, wealth is. I mean, power and fame, I don't care, but hopefully there will be wealth there. Being set around the Third Age, that sort of 4,000 year area there, I thought was sort of. It's going to be interesting to see that. That's
The
what we're
lore
sort of
will be
digging up.
cool. Like, I'm all about
Yeah.
getting that lore in.
Yeah.
If it makes money,
And yeah,
cool.
all the lore drops and things. But yeah, what I did like, they say, there's going to be the different sites are each going to have their own environmental stories and different. While the core mechanics are the same, it's going to be different at each level.
Right.
It's not going to be cookie cutter. And
We'll
with the obviously unique rewards and the unique feel of it. And the biggest thing I took out of that was the journey is going to be important. It's not just dig there and you expose everything.
Right.
It's going to be about the discovery. There's going to be mysteries and puzzles. You know. It's gonna
Yeah, I
be
heard the word
it's gonna have
puzzles.
mini quest like feel. Yeah, you heard the word puzzle and said.
All right.
That.
All right. Well, here's the thing.
But
They
I
say
think
it's
if you're
gonna.
not good at puzzles. You don't need to worry about the puzzles.
They also
side,
say,
say.
all right, mini quest like feel, right? So procedurally generated. For how long are these going to feel unique before they start feeling like rearranging blocks in the same set of blocks?
I think what they mean there is when the actual discovery side of it is going to be mini quest like, and then once you've opened it up, then yeah, it's going to be bang, you know,
Right.
a normal skill, but it is that sort of introducing the lore and such through it.
Mm.
So.
Yeah, I mean, the lore is going to be the most interesting part of it, I think, for me, personally, unless it makes, you know, big money, which...
And initially it will make good money,
We'll
but with
see.
the relics and such, but we've got to see.
Yeah, we'll see about that. We'll see. That's the thing, is it says
Hang
you're...
on.
Go ahead.
Hang on.
Do I want to have this up?
What were some of your fave questions?
Turn the volume up.
I mean, I quite like the one about.
They were worried
we
about the
didn't
Q&A that
understand
they would get
the
some
one about
inappropriate
the
questions.
The really sort of niche lore.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
we maybe can't immediately answer. But it's interesting to think about and kind of go
Yeah.
back and give a more.
Are you always surprised by some of the questions that come up? Because it's, you know, obviously you create a game, create a world, create everything around it, and you sort of, I guess you would kind of assume that you know how people are going to kind of interpret it, and then I guess they just come out of left field sometimes, right, with some really interesting stuff.
They ask the most bizarre things, yeah.
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah.
where we get the questions.
This
for the,
woman is a
quiz
really
thing.
good host.
Oh, what?
Those are questions we.
I know, wonder they fired Modley.
Oh, yeah. Then we have to go away and think about them.
Really?
Work out an
How do you
answer.
work it out? Is it like a sort of weird galactic council where you sit down there? and
Especially
vote?
if she's, I mean, if she is a professional MC and not sort
and
of
then we
part
argue,
of them
and then we
themselves,
disagree.
I mean,
Who
obviously
wins
she's got her
mostly?
questions and all
Whoever
that written
gets
down,
bored
but
of
she's
the
handling it,
argument
you
loses.
know,
Who
doing
goes
it
on long enough
really
to
well.
Like, okay, fine, Raven, you win.
Yes,
I'm
she's
done.
she's
Mod
definitely
Brownie was not,
professional.
a fan of a lot of the things
If it announces her name on a nameplate, see if she has a mod name or not, because I don't think she's
Yeah.
Jagex staff.
Wow, it's a lot of responsibility.
She seems
Because
too
it's
professional to be
law.
Jagex
So
staff.
much
Right,
responsibility.
exactly.
Yeah, do you
I
feel
say
the
that
pressure?
without my tongue in cheek.
Yes.
No, I mean as in on screen. I don't mean, you know,
Yeah.
because this isn't, I mean, their job.
Like
is
acting.
to see.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
You've got a lot of like moving parts and a lot of threads.
This is what it will be like if they had me at the
Some
event.
Stuff that was written, like, what, nearly 20 years
Just
ago now. That,
Just without all the disgusting
they
comments in
didn't
the.
They can
necessarily
stop.
terribly well.
They can stop flying Ryan.
They know. They remember. It's all there. And
They should have him
ready to,
MC it. That would be interesting.
forward us on.
He'd probably do it for free.
We use the wiki. Then we complain when the wiki is wrong. That's not a strategy.
Maybe Mod Lee's price was too expensive this year.
Like your book of lore, which is scribbled in like
Flying him out. They introduced her before the opening ceremony.
That's why we
Okay.
had our own wiki.
With a
it's
mod
just
name or
always
not?
Incomplete and inaccurate, and the official player wiki does have some inaccurate stuff on it, but it's a lot more up to date.
Not a
than
mod,
what
thank
that
you.
one was.
Well,
Yeah,
you know,
I was
feel
about
like
2 minutes
it's kind of
late
quite nice.
to get the
I once said the guy who wrote
very
the Lost
start. So.
Encyclopedia. But what was quite good was after they finished the first version of it, because obviously Lost fans were quite obsessed, they went to it like, oh, I think you'll find all these things are wrong with this. But it was great for them. They were like, this is brilliant. We don't have to pay any more subs to go through this and correct all this stuff. Thank you, Internet. You just did our
No, I mean,
job
wikis
for
work
us.
on that kind of like energy and need to correct, which is great. Like, it's really helpful.
And the players are a critical part of helping us like make the lore cohesive and bring it together, because they're like, as you see with the lore fail or no fail, like we got the players to find those questions and bring them to us so that we could unravel them. And we've got a little Discord channel that's really good for, you know, working out what we've got wrong, basically.
But then, as you know, I mean, obviously, I'm quite, you know, this is my first RuneFest. It's my first kind of peering under the lid of the game, as it were. And you know, like obviously, you know, right from the get-go, I've been, you know, very impressed by like how your community is, and actually, it's very different to like how a lot of other games kind of manage their communities. I mean, I was just saying earlier, like even just down to the fact that you'll wear T-shirts with your names in it, like you are inviting the community to come and talk to you because you want that feedback. That's not all that common in games. I'm going to say it doesn't really happen that often. You do know that, right? Because like you're in your little world.
Yeah, we're quite like interactive with the community in a way that isn't true in a lot of other games. We're on Discord, on Twitter, chatting away with people.
And we're regretting it now with the MTX questions.
You'll notice he didn't mention Reddit.
Exactly. Right? And then you find something you said 6 months ago. Some player has quoted out of context.
Who remembers that? I remember what I said yesterday, let alone 6 months ago. My goodness, especially if I'm dealing with lore. No, it's not the cat creation me. Hey, Shawnee, how are you doing? You just been there doing a few emails?
No.
How do I change subject? Hey, Shawnee.
We have to run a segment on stream with this laptop.
Okay.
So before we do that, as a quick FYI, of course, just after this, we have the creators going onto the stage. So we're going to kind of go through
Timbo
this
looks so
quickly,
weird
but this
with
is a
that
quick, for those of you who
Where is
were on
he?
streams before.
Cindy, right beside Shawnee.
No, that is no, that is a new hire. That is an intern.
I know, he looks like a kid.
Now, normally we give away bonds.
When I saw him last time when he just shaved it off, I said, nah. I rewound it to make sure it was him.
It's not, no.
Sexy headgear.
If I was a facial recognition AI, I would be fooled.
We'll be giving away this prize as well.
Can I win?
No. No, Jagex terms and conditions, you know this.
Why not? Why am I even here?
So we're having
That
an
is
old
his
school quiz
voice.
in just over an hour, I believe, where we'll be doing it as well. So we will get rolling. So what's going to happen is in just a few moments, you will see, fingers crossed, an overlay pop up on your screen, and it will give you the rules. In essence, you'll be given a question on your video player, and all you have to do is just wait and then answer it. So I'm kind of controlling this, so I do apologize for these guys. I will read it out and let you guys know.
No, that's all right.
Do you want to play the quiz?
Someone didn't turn the fire on. They were getting a bit cold.
You can.
Oh yeah, go for it.
You can.
I never win these things.
I was just more wondering along the line. I'm not trying to win it.
Alrighty.
I'm trying to. If it's RuneScape trivia, I'd be interested. I
So,
figured.
question 1. Which of the following is not a type of mushroom in RuneScape?
All right.
The Bittercap, the Lacatarius, the Chanterelle, or the Garajan?
The Chanterelle.
Garajan.
Yes, that's Garajan.
I want to play.
Make some like
Just click it, like-
Jeff,
Nothing. Nothing's coming up for me. I gotta refresh, maybe. I'm also using the Twitch app, so I don't know if extensions work properly in the Twitch app. Again, just refreshing real quick, just to. Oh God! Now I've got an ad for FiOS Internet. I'm on FiOS Internet. This is not a helpful ad. You're just wasting your money. I hope you know that. In fact, maybe I'm gonna unsubscribe from FiOS Internet, since 2 positives make a negative. That's not how that works. Remember when?
Like the volcano and everything is just stunning. I've
this
found myself
sucks.
just stopping, and I've seen it several times, like the last couple of days, and I've just found myself just going.
They ran it when everyone came through for the first time. They put the
I don't even
volcano
care
on
anymore.
for that,
I don't
and
care
it was
anymore. It's not worth
extra
playing
loud, and
because
we
I.
were all inside it at the time.
You want to do the show or not, or do you want to do, or do you want to trivia?
Oh, I'm playing. I'm doing it.
I'm really sorry for them.
I'm at 371st position at the moment after the first question.
I missed the first question, so there's just no point.
I'm just going to play this quiz through because everyone's taking part in it. They're going to just absolutely chat while we do it. We'll do it that way. Makes it feel like it doesn't feel like you're waiting on me, I guess, which is better. So creators Q&A next, which should be really good fun. What do you guys got planned for the rest of the day?
I'm on the keynotes later. The RuneScape keynote. Come and watch that. It's going to be good. We've got a lot of really cool stuff. It's going to be great.
It's really good. I'm really excited for the keynote.
They have not mentioned much about archaeology yet.
421st.
Oh, you're off by 1.
Oh no, sorry. I've moved to 214th after that one.
Ah, totally off
I
now.
saw the rehearsal of that. Should I come to the main thing? Is it even better?
Absolutely.
Right, I'll come to that then. I'm doing survey results. You're doing that too.
Yeah, we're doing survey results.
Survey results on the panel stage.
And a Q&A about
We're going through. We sent a big survey out to players a while ago, and we're going to go through all the results of that.
I can't wait for
Show all
that.
The data that we got.
Yeah.
What that means to us.
And show like the surprises we had as well, because
Yeah.
we got
Oh,
a lot of
Hannah's
answers that were
in
like,
chat too.
Oh, right, players actually like this and this.
Are you
and
chatting
this,
with us,
and not
Hannah?
What we thought. Like, it's nice to be surprised.
No,
every
just
now and
listening.
again. But yeah, and that'll inform our.
Which of these cannot appear as a spotlighted minigame? Conquest. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry.
I've just put out a question, which is which of these cannot appear as a spotlight minigame? And it seems like a lot of people have said Conquest in the chat, and I feel like they're trying to throw people off because the answer's Sorcerer's Garden. So I feel like they're trying to bait each other in the chat with wrong answers. But yeah, everyone has said Conquest. You got that one wrong, unfortunately. If you're not seeing the quiz pop up, you can either refresh the refresh the stream, or if you see a little icon on the video player, if you click on that and then try and allow permissions, it may pop up then. But from what I can see here, I'm trying to keep this rolling as fast as I can. People are answering.
Oh, I've moved up to 136th.
Nice.
Oh man.
You're all right there, Shawnee.
8,847 people playing it.
I shouldn't be allowed to touch things.
Can I be cheesy for a minute? If
Go on.
possible?
No.
My wife
Modley was
decided to
fired.
send me a picture of my little daughter putting her hand up against the TV
Oh, I
to
saw
try and
that.
reach out for me.
I saw that, yeah, I
so
retweeted it.
I just want to wave back to my little daughter and my wife just to say I miss you and I hope you're all having an amazing time.
I should probably do that too, actually.
Oh wait, you've shown everyone else up.
I should not be allowed. This is what happens when Massachusetts bans vaporizers.
I was video chatting with my family yesterday, showing them around the venue, and I walked into the staff room.
This one's a
just
tough
as
one.
my
I reckon
my, 3-year-old
4.
went, I love you, Daddy. And the whole room went, oh.
10. Wow.
Man. It's crazy.
He's
it's
in
crazy.
10 quests?
I feel like this has been the
Cool.
fastest RuneFest this year. Like, I feel like before, they've kind of felt like they go on forever, but this one's flown. Like, it's 8 o'clock already.
Yeah.
Like, we've been
Wow,
doing
I
this for
just
4.5
lost
hours now already.
1,798.
We have all these events going on.
17,987 points off that one.
Ouch.
Peaked a bit too early.
On the RuneScape Twitch channel,
I should have just not answered.
Old School Mobile is ongoing as well, which you should definitely have alongside the stream, like because there's a wonderful insight into that. But yeah, it's been crazy. It's the fact that it's just
But
been
a lot of
so
people got it wrong.
fast
I've moved to
and
204.
So frenetic and just
Gone down.
watching it all happen. It's just been amazing.
You're going to blink and it's going to be tomorrow.
Yeah.
Basically, that's what normally happens with these things.
Yeah, it's traditionally what happens with RuneFest.
You
It's
wake
just
up like slightly crusty eyes from the hangover. Ugh. Yeah. Is everyone going to go mad tonight? Because everyone went
No,
fairly
that
mad
would be a
yesterday.
very unprofessional thing for me to do.
No, not
Take
you,
of
obviously.
truth,
You
wasn't
would
it?
never drink.
Truth or
Definitely
in
not going to drink.
truth or enchantment? I think
Oh,
it's
God.
The others.
That was you know when I did that quest?
People definitely.
Yeah, I know,
don't
that's the
drink,
problem.
but it's hilarious.
You asshole, why would you
It
come
was
down
like-
into the room someone else is already in, you wanker, and not jump?
Did that quest in like 2007, 2008
Yeah,
maybe?
yeah, no.
Really?
That was that was one of the first ones I did.
So I just want to use this opportunity. So obviously we've had
Take
players
of guidance.
testing archaeology.
Yeah, Massachusetts, we're really dumb here.
About players sharing their
We're
experiences.
too
So, are there anything
progressive.
you want to talk about before the keynote, or do you want to wait until after?
No, I mean there's a ton more information to talk about in the keynote. It's corny to say, but like
keep yelling at the governor.
We've just scratched the surface with like the demo.
I'm done now.
Like, what's playable in the volcano here?
What'd you get? What place?
The demo is the
5,040, because I got that wrong.
Forward a bunch of levels to one of our dig sites.
Overall, I would have dropped a heap now. I've dropped to 559th now.
How do I get this off of my screen? Or is that on their screen? I don't know. I'm very
That's on their
confused.
screen.
Okay. It's like trying to swat a fly from the outside.
Finding buried treasure. It's all good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I tell you what, if you ever have a small child, right, that you
shit,
want
did that
a little
wrong.
bit of a break from, I was out with some of my friends.
What if
Vegas,
I have a large
and
child I
it's
want to
like
break
fake
from?
beach. It's London. This is a stupid thing, but it's not. Anyway, it's like a fake beach thing, and so I basically drew like a.
I knew his name was Barry. I saw Barry in the first one, so I clicked on it and then realised they've called them all Barry. I think it's Barry the Destroyer.
That's quality child entertainment.
Yes,
Hours.
just top tip out there. Everyone loves to dig. So.
That's basically archaeology.
Yeah, exactly. It was,
I've seen some people thinking like the
Yeah.
keynote will only be archaeology.
How could I knew it was Barry the Destroyer, but I just saw Barry and clicked.
Aww.
Yeah, we got loads like
That's why it pays to read the whole thing.
That's why multiple choice is the most important thing.
The keynote Q&A as well.
Yeah. So we're going to go into more depth about the stuff we're talking about there and all the stuff you've seen so far, like relics.
I'm doing a Slayer task on Eddie
I'm
Moves.
gonna sneak into
Like,
that and sit in the
you know,
Me too, totally.
It's always empty in every place because it's a Slayer only task. And some
Right.
clown has come in here and potted up right next to me in Dragon.
Yep.
So instead of having 12 on me, or that, I get 3 on me at a time now.
If you click on the little quiz icon,
I hate
and give it
people.
permissions to view your name, I can then maybe read out your name and say you're in first place. Because right now, anonymous player doesn't really help me in that regard, but you can still contact us for prizes anyways. We've got 2 more questions left after this, so it's flowing.
It's me, I'm winning.
This is the most players we've ever ran into, and it's not broken, so that's good.
That's good. Don't touch wood. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. No, nothing.
You can thank Massachusetts for that.
Just loads of people spamming Tarthiad.
That's because it's the right answer.
It's not riveting.
Oh, I see.
And on top of that, the tainted vapes are coming from the black market.
Being on stage, I have to put my phone on airplane mode. Can't follow the Twitch chat.
What, so you wanted to do the...
So and now the black market's the only place you can get them.
If I was allowed, but I don't think that would look very good.
No.
Live streaming from the office, we have the Twitch chat there.
Yeah,
so we can read it.
But that's different.
And it's just people going, boo.
Oh, well, that's a good reason not to read the Twitch chat. I mean, how many RuneFest is it for you guys now?
I've been to all of the RuneFests.
All of them.
Yeah, all of them, yeah.
6.
I think we've done 6 RuneFests, is that right?
Have you been at all 6?
It's just these types that are banned.
We started in 2010.
No one has an exact. I think feel like I asked this earlier, and no one had an exact date.
That's 10. Oh, we skipped one year, then that's 9.
So 8. No.
Wait.
Is it 8 or 9?
8 or 9.
I've been to all of them. I've been to all of them.
Yeah.
8 RuneFests.
The first one I'd only just started at the company.
We've basically
you must have
done...
not been started that long.
I had been, because I remember, because everyone had T-shirts which had all their content on it, and I'd just become a content developer, and the big thing I was working on was the Halloween quest, which I wasn't able to talk about. So I went around with nothing on my back, and I was just talking to people about the only thing I'd put in game, which was a wheel of cheese. This is the only thing.
I love it.
The story of the first RuneFest is really sweet. Like, we were so nervous about it that we weren't going to do something good, basically. Like, we were really worried that it wasn't going to be very interesting for everyone. So we were so nervous, we ended up refunding everyone their ticket price.
What?
Because we were really worried that we weren't going to put on a good enough show to justify people's ticket prices.
I gotta use this.
And
I gotta
so
use this type now.
We refunded their ticket, and then they showed up and they all loved it, and it went incredibly well. And we were like, oh, I guess we had nothing to worry about after all. So the next year we just did it properly and charged the ticket.
Oh wow, okay.
So, yeah, it was the reason we refunded the tickets in the first RuneFest is because we were so worried internally that it wasn't going to go well.
What were you worried about?
So everyone got the first RuneFest for free?
I thought it wasn't going to be very interesting, but it was, and it went really nice.
And now look, here we are.
Yeah, they refunded it.
I didn't know that.
You've got a blooming volcano,
Beta RuneFest was free.
So, we're on the last question. As an FYI, if anyone who's in the top 10 still comes up as an anonymous player, you'll get a prompt to enter your email, which we will see anyway, and we'll contact you for more info on that. So just an FYI, that's going on.
Into your email, we'll just flash it up on stage, on screen for everyone, so they can spam you.
What that does mean is that I will be up here, but not really talking.
What day does the Waika Warbler bird spawn? That's a brutal question.
So yeah, actually not many people got that one right, which was what day does a bird spawn in Waiko? A specific bird. Because they have set spawns on different days, because why not give them a brutal question like that? So... I think, yeah, that's all of it. So
Especially since I
now
completed
you
it
will
8
get
weeks
prompts
after it was
to,
done.
if you're in the top 10, to enter your email, and then you'll be able to...
Not as bad as a quest you did
final
12 years ago.
ranked 863rd out of 7,145.
I didn't even play and I got ranked 1541.
But I would have been higher than...
that you get.
I would have been higher if I bloody read the Barry one properly.
I'd be higher if I had a vaporizer that worked.
Someone's happy they finished position 4,327th.
I mean, it's about you being happy with your performance, really. Forget
It's about you being happy with your performance.
But yeah, apart from that,
That's what she said.
I was going to say.
You finished? Yeah, okay, cool.
I've never had a woman say that to me before.
Congratulations to everyone out there if you played it. Thanks so much,
Right.
you guys, for coming and joining us. You can have a break now.
Haven't heard, never heard that one either. You can have a break now.
Yeah, I know. We'll talk about lunch later. I'll maybe have a second one.
So yeah, so
thanks to you guys there for
basically
joining us. Now we're
the
gonna throw
next
over
one
to
up,
main
which
stage for our influencer Q&A.
yes, so it's the influencer Q&A, so we don't need to worry about that.
I'm the only influence you need.
That's it.
Listen to this sick music for a bit.
The only influence I need is the one I drive. You know.
Yeah, it's illegal here.
Yeah.
You know it's illegal to like vaporize and drive too, which is totally fair. But people like, it's funny. People are like, ah, it's good. I'm just gonna vape and drive. But it's like the equivalent of just like the days when you could just have like a beer can between your legs, like.
Yeah. Well, it's they've finally made it illegal over here. You're not allowed to smoke and drive if you have children in the car.
That's still legal here, and I agree that you shouldn't be able to do that.
No. They made it illegal here about 2 or 3 years ago, and there was a big thing. I think they got their first woman who got booked on it. She's trying to fight the charges because the cops got her, and you know it was a huge fine. It's like went to court, and the judge is going, no. The only time a judge has actually done something right here in Australia, and said, no, you're keeping your sentence, bitch.
Listen, if Big Tobacco can get vapes banned from the shelves, then Big Tobacco is going to keep mom smoking in cars. Alright. Yeah, no one gives a shit about the OSRS Q&A. I mean...
No, that's right. It's OSRS on both, so Mythbusters is our next one. So have we got any questions up? That, or any... let me open up Evernote and see if there's any good little things in there we can have a chat about.
Yeah. As far as what I've seen so far, it's...
Well, yeah, let's talk about what we've seen so far. That's probably the best thing.
It's been... Alright, it's been much more professional than previous years, which is... I think I've said that every year. They've gotten better and better. As far as presentation goes. Yeah, that's very true. As you said, the first one, they straight up refunded. Now we're up to, like, this is... It feels like they know what they're doing.
Yeah. Well, they refunded before the people went. That's what they said.
Oh.
We just didn't think we were going to do that good enough job, so we refunded everyone before they rocked up.
Oh, this is...
This is scary, though.
What's scary?
You saw how many were in for our... Just look at the screen at the moment. Every seat filled for the old school.
Right.
When it was RS3, it was half empty.
That's what I was going to mention, is we say we're not interested in it, but more people are actually probably interested in old school than RuneScape 3.
I mean, there's a lot more playing, and we've lost a lot of people who are going over there and playing because of the MTX protest.
Right.
And that's what people are saying. What annoys me, what people have to do is start voting with their wallets. You don't like it, don't buy them. And that includes spending bonds on your keys, because that's still buying keys. Whether it's just, but I'm only using in-game gold, you are still using that to...
Oh, God.
To satisfy their analytics on how many people are buying keys. Because... But someone's paid real cash for those bonds. Yes, you've paid gold, but someone has bought those with real cash. So that goes into their coffers. And that's all they care about.
And more so...
Jaggers, but that's, yeah.
More so, they count that as a key purchase. Even when you've bought it with bonds, their internal metrics are seeing where it's actually going. Right. And they're going to look at those internal metrics and be like, see, Treasure Hunter is successful. Just because you're actually spending more money on Treasure Hunter by trading bonds for keys, because buying bonds is more expensive. Even though you didn't spend the money, you are making keys worth more to Jagex, is what I'm trying to say, because buying a key purchase for whoever paid that money is cheaper than if they had just bought keys directly. So Jagex is the one who wins in that scenario. You win too.
Jagex actually prefer you to buy a bond and you use that for your keys rather than you just buying keys out, because the bond, they make, as you said, they make more money on that bond.
Right. Exactly. Now, that only works when there's a balance between buying of bonds and selling of bonds, and they're trying their hardest to make sure that bonds remain, don't crash. And because if once bonds crash, that whole dream world goes away for them. So they have been relentlessly just inflating the price of bonds. If you've noticed,
So if people buy bonds and just keep them and don't actually use them on keys, save them up for your memberships and such, then that is, as time goes on, you'll see those bond prices start going down. They'll drop from that 21, 22 mil, and they'll get back down to their 16, 17 mil price again. I mean, I'd love to see them go back down to those sort of 9 and 10 mil prices, but I don't think we'll ever see that again.
No, probably not.
But still, even if they're 16, 17 mil, and that's reasonable for when you're buying your memberships and such. But if you really do protest all the MTX, do not use your bonds on keys, is all I can say to people. And if you continue to do it, you have no right to complain about the MTX that's in there.
Right.
I mean, if you just use your free, and I mean, they will count the free keys that you use, so... But, as long as you're not actually spending your in-game wealth or your real wealth on keys and such, then, fine. Yeah, good on you. You do have a legitimate gripe. But as soon as you spend even a bond on a key purchase, you have no right to complain about the MTX, because you are supporting it. And, you are funding exactly what they're doing. You are doing exactly what they need you to do.
Cuckoo, good on you.
Yeah, we had a big discussion last night, you and I, sort of privately, about
it was recorded.
The financials. Oh, you did? Are you going to put that up?
On Patreon, yeah.
On Patreon?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the live episode. Yesterday was the Patreon episode.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's only $1.
Yeah.
It'll be up today.
But go listen, because I have some really good information on between 2017 2018 for Jagex.
You went all manager style. It was really good.
Yeah, well, when I found that, I mean, it was just like, it's almost as good as finding a naked girl jumping in your car for me. It was just like, oh, look at this. But there was some really scary numbers there. Not in what the company's bringing in, but what is being taken out by Fukong. So anyone for $1, sign up to Patreon and have a listen to that, because it's some very, very interesting stuff. And, it's some scary stuff, but very interesting on the analytics behind the breakdown of money and
Luft
such.
Waffles says, but Pern, being a hypocrite doesn't make a person wrong about something. It just makes them annoying.
Oh, no. Yeah, but, I mean, complain all you like, but, it's never going to change as long as you support it.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, exactly right.
You're just digging your own grave, basically.
Exactly. It's like marijuana. I mean, I am dead set against marijuana, but it's time to legalize it, because there is...
Right.
What was that?
I didn't mean the middle finger part.
Oh, that was my phone. It is time that we do legalize and start taxing and protecting because so many people use it.
I'm all against.
They don't get into trouble off the law about it anyway. So let's legalize it, tax it, and protect more innocent and susceptible people.
I'm against cocaine, but Mexico has the right idea, and they've legalized recreational cocaine. Like, they know what's up.
They?
Yeah, in their major cities.
Yep. Didn't know that.
Yeah. So I mean,
and that's something that's so rife down there.
Well, here's the thing.
We have a big.
Exactly. Is like, if you legalize the problem, you take the stigma away, and you allow those people to run through treatment instead of making them criminals, and then they spiral into further criminal activity. Yada yada yada.
That's right.
That's the idea, in my opinion, at least. But I'm a filthy progressive, so it's whatever.
Well, I sort of call myself middle
I literally described you as center right the other day to somebody because I was trying to pitch our politics show, and I was like, I have a southeastern hemisphere correspondent who leans center right, which will make things interesting because we're either far left or center left generally.
Yeah. Well, see, I used to call myself dead centre with left leanings.
Right.
But here in Australia, the left is, I mean, the centre has taken 27 steps to the left.
Right.
And it's just like, whoa. So it's sort of, it's forced me into that sort of centre right because they've just gone so far.
And over here, everything's shifted to the right. Even the left.
Whoa.
That's even our center is basically center right. Our left is basically center, and our center left is basically like just left leaning center, like center. It's But point being, politics are dumb. And we should all just get along. I don't know.
Well, that's it. I mean, the problem these days is, and it's been obviously an ongoing problem for leaking in down here in Australia and probably over there for longer, but for the last 15, 20 years where it's becoming more and more about just the party. Screw the country.
Right.
It has to be what's
Same.
good for the party.
It's all about party politics these days.
They're kicking people out if they refuse to vote along the party line. If someone wants to abstain or say, hang on, I disagree with that.
This is why
and that's not right. We have voted for that person for their opinions and such, and then you kick them out just because they don't agree with the what the majority of the party says. No.
Oh yeah, that's why I register myself as an independent, because I cannot be asked to align myself with either of our major parties.
I'm the same. I will not. They're two sides of the same coin here. But anyway, let's get off politics and let's get back to. What did you like? What did you dislike about the lore Q&A on archaeology? Granted, we haven't had a lot yet on that part, so we can just touch briefly on it because that's going to come up at the keynote later on.
Right. No, the Q&A in general was not specifically about archaeology. People just kind of tried to make it about archaeology.
Yeah.
Give me Bernie or give me death. I'm with you, Wolves. I mean, he almost died, so hopefully we don't have to deal with that. But no, he didn't almost die. He had a blockage in one of his arteries. I want to say one more political thing. Blockage in your artery. Biden has 2 sniffed fucking aneurysms in his brain. All of our candidates are taking time bombs. Let's move along.
Well, I know, because they're all half dead. I mean, by the time you vote them in, they're retirement age. At a job, they'd be retired, and you put them in as president. Because you want them to die early so they can't run for a second term.
He had a blockage from eating babies, yes, with the Satanists. Anyway, I'm sorry. I totally derailed us again. But so the lore Q&A specifically, the one thing I didn't like about it was they are still taking live questions. And I also, and then you get like Mumble Rapper over there who, I couldn't, no offense.
It wasn't his fault. I mean, English is obviously his second language, but he was really hard to understand. And, that doesn't make it fun.
But see, here's the thing. If you submit your questions in advance, it doesn't matter if you are hard to hear. You could literally just say nothing at all and just stand up and they have the question in front of them at least.
Yes. Would be a much better format.
Right, so that's all I'm saying.
Questions, we go through and go, yeah.
You submit them beforehand.
That way they can also pick up some really juicy questions. If you have 50 people put out questions, you can pick the 5 or 6 best ones, whereas, you put your hand up first. Yeah, what are you going to do about Squeal and let him coming back into the game? Things like that aren't going to sneak in there.
Right.
You can ensure good quality questions that you're going to be able to answer properly. So I would agree with that. I would love to see them do sort of questions that they have sort of checked out and, as you said, pre-posted type thing.
I think that would be better going forward, but hey, who am I? Just a wannabe Jagex staff member.
And again, it is something that, hey, you have to be there. You come in and you get a chance to write down a question. That's simple. While they're up there doing their talk, there's someone going through them. Yep, we want that one. Yep, we want that one. No, we don't want that one. They can go through them. And
right, there's so many bad questions that could be asked that are not even microtransaction related. That
of course,
you could just weed them out. Weed them on out.
Yeah.
There was only 4 people sitting there anyway.
Oh, well, I mean, that worried me.
I know.
That did worry me.
I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah, but anyway, I love sort of little hints they gave us. You know, the traps and curses that are going to be coming. So yeah, there may be some more curses that we sort of get to unlock. Traps, obviously, as you're going through Indiana Jones style.
Yeah.
One of the big things I loved was the conspiracies and secret organizations.
Yeah, that was cool.
I just want them to have a secret organization sort of, you know, based loosely around the name Reddit, something like that, that, you know, is this horrible, horrible organization that's, you know, into all these deep, dark conspiracies to try and destroy everything.
Yeah, they're basically, their goal is political downfall. That would be funny.
Supernatural elements. That'll be interesting to see how they kick that into it. You know, supernatural, I would sort of more lean towards that should be in a necromancy type thing. But again, if they do it right, it could be really, really interesting.
What is on my screen right now? I'm sorry. I have the muted version of the old school RuneScape thing.
But yeah, I know. It's old school. I mean, they can't draw. You could actually be the senior artist at RuneScape.
Oh, nice.
That old school.
Is MS Paint the only requirement?
Exactly.
That's pretty good to know. I'm an asshole.
As I said, the fact they say it won't be cookie cutter, I would like to see how they implement that. That's really going to be. That's what's got me sort of intrigued about it now. So
yeah,
I was really going, please don't be. I mean, we all knew it was going to be archaeology, but I'm sitting there just hoping against hope that it was just, you know, they thought, yeah, we're just going to let everyone, you know, do a typical Jagex. We're going to let everyone think this and then just totally flip it on them. But no. I'm still waiting to see, because they did say that they would have an announcement about the mining and the construction rework here. So hopefully that'll happen during the survey.
I am so excited about the survey. That's probably my most anticipated thing. I love stats. I just want to know who voted what way, so I can be like, what is wrong with you people? Slayer every month?
I know. Now, the survey results will be coming up. We've got Mythbusters next, and then the survey results will be after that on the second stage. So make sure you stay with us, everyone. That'll be a really good one.
I could have swore we already went through Mythbusters. Like, that's how I'm feeling about this already.
Mythbusters is next.
All right. Yeah. Oh, because I know why. Because they did that lore or lore fail section, and now I feel like we've busted all the myths.
That's sort of, yeah. But yeah, again, that's something that should have been in Mythbusters.
Exactly. Anyway.
I mean, it sort of did fit in lore Q&A as well, because it was lore fails. But yeah, it's sort of more of a Mythbuster type thing.
So it's OSR's Q&A or RuneScape? Continue.
No, I was going to say some interesting stuff about the god. A lot of stuff we already knew, obviously, you know, creators of the universe, they rebirth themselves each revision. There's 5 of them. I know a lot of people were saying, no, there's a 6th one. Well, that's just been debunked. There is definitely no 6th one.
The 6th revision
is only 5.
The 6th revision is their new action RPG they have coming out in 2020.
No, the Elder God, the 6th Elder. There's no 6th Elder God. Now, you did as well. I actually forgot the Stone of Jazz.
Yeah,
was her
an egg. Yeah.
I thought it was a stone that she picked up and done, but it was actually her egg. Now, I knew, basically, for people who don't know, when Ma was basically malformed, didn't hatch type thing.
Yeah.
They all sort of stood around now. They basically blamed it on her love of actual life, creation, butterflies and all that, because she really liked butterflies and was intrigued by those, and, you know, started trying to dabble in creation of life itself rather than just planets, you know, the streams, mountains, that type of stuff. So they actually blamed her malformation on that. And that's where Jazz basically...
I blame it on microtransactions.
Formed the Stone of Jazz to basically give them that extra power that they lost with Ma for the creation. Now, they actually all went out, and that's where the demon worlds and all that type of stuff started popping up, because they created those as sort of practice runs for the next their next planet. So the Abyss and all that type of stuff were created by them as well as sort of practice runs. And that's why...
that's why the Abyss is such a mess.
Yeah, because it was like...
It's like my first programming.
It's our throwaway type thing area where we just practice.
It's our Hello World area.
That's where the Dragonkin were made. That's where the demons come from and such. And that's why when Zaros went to Inferno, however...
Infernus.
The demon... Infernus, that's the one.
Yeah, think of it. He's in the furnace. Good.
Yeah. When Zaros went there, he the head demon. He had the
head demon
to rule the demons. He basically had the bet with him. I am older than you, and the demon is obviously the oldest thing on Infernus, and thought there's nothing older than him.
Right.
But because he was created by Jazz,
he got dicked.
In that sort of between,
he got Jagex,
so he was able to take over. Yeah,
gotcha.
So. So that's how all that come about. So I really love sort of hearing more about that type of stuff, and I didn't realize that. I mean, I knew Guthix had, he found Gillinor, and he was the one who sort of bought Seren there and started bringing all the creatures there and populating it. Because we were the perfect world, there was never supposed to be life on this planet.
Right. That was going to be my question. Do the Elder Gods go around looking for planets to seed, or do they actually create the planets themselves?
Okay. They're all practiced until they get it to that perfect one. So Runescape was their last perfect one, and then they can go in there, feed off the anima.
So they're not perfect themselves then, because they can obviously misbake a planet.
Yeah, that's right. They mismake hundreds of thousands of planets each time until they can get it to that perfect one, and then that perfect one is the only thing that's left, and they create the new one.
And that's the revision.
In Runescape's universe, Runescape is the only planet left.
Gotcha.
That all works.
So they literally just shut that shit down.
Exactly. So that's where Saradomin, he was on another planet, and Guthix was on a planet, because they were imperfect planets,
right?
And that's how sentient life forms.
Okay.
Comes up, and then Guthix, bang, brought these people together, and then other gods founded it because he used the sword to open the world gate and gave them opportunity to get through as well. So that's where all that sort of come about from. But yeah, basically getting back to it, the Stone of Jazz was needed to help them to fill that void of Ma, and then that's where Jazz created. I think there's supposed to be 14 Elder artifacts, and Jazz has created 9 or 10 of them.
Well, he was a busy bee.
Sorry, they're all female.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, all the Elder Gods are female. Basically, all those were done to help create the perfect world, and that's why they're all left around here, because they have been used on this planet. So all the Elder artifacts are somewhere now on this planet.
Okay.
When they cast them out.
So it's a scavenger hunt.
Yeah.
So like the needle is one of them, obviously.
I think they were using it. They were using them, but they've all been brought to this planet because of the anima. And stuff.
Gotcha. So this planet has good anima.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Well, this is the perfect planet.
Right.
So this is why they lay their eggs, and they're ready to wake up and do the great revision, and destroy it and restart. But because because Guthix has brought all this life to this planet, they've never had a planet. The perfect planet's never actually had sentient life forms on it.
So we ruined it.
Yeah, well Guthix
ruined it
by bringing everyone here.
Why'd he do that?
So this is the first time, because he loved the planet and he just thought, hey, I want to bring everything.
So he's selfish, basically.
Well, he wanted to share it with you. I mean, he obviously didn't know anything about Elder Gods.
Oh,
back then.
Okay.
Sort of come up. He's realized
he was just
the anima here.
He was just an interdimensional traveler.
Yeah.
Why was he doing that?
In the anima here, because his daughter got killed.
Okay.
And he was sad, and he just wanted to get away, and he just took off, and he was just visiting all different places, and that's where he met Seren, and did all that type of stuff.
If I had that option, I would be in much better mental health state if I could just take just a trip around a couple different dimensions, see what life's like for other sentient creatures.
So when you read it, it's really, really good. But I didn't realize actually Garthix, tapped into the anima, which has created more power. I thought it was because he owned more than one Elder artifact at different times. I thought that's what had given him the power. But they said here that it was the anima he tapped into. That's where he discovered the Elder gods, and he kept them asleep. Because he's realized, well, hang on a sec. So I'm going to keep these guys asleep because this is the planet, and with all the life that we've brought here, I don't want it destroyed.
Did him going to sleep keep the gods asleep, or is that just keeping
No, when he went to sleep, kept all the younger gods out.
Yeah.
And kept all the normal gods asleep. But then when he died, Jazz woke up.
Right. Okay. And
that's where the whole Sliskay, working for Jazz and all that comes.
That's where it all started. Gotcha. So Jazz was like, all right, here's my minion. Let's get this underway. But Jazz did not take into account human ingenuity, aka the player.
Yeah.
So that's interesting to some degree. This is all stuff that I just don't connect.
Yeah. And he says Sliskay is dead, but I don't know. I still don't trust that Sliskay
I don't believe it either.
Dead.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Because of the way he works in the Shadow Realm, and that he was talking in our heads and then into Moya's head. Was it Moya? Not Moya.
Moya is his...
Ramokia or
Relomia.
Relomia, yeah, that one. Now talking inside her. So I still don't believe he is truly dead. But that's going to be interesting.
I don't believe it either.
Obviously, Jazz has woken up all the other gods now. So all four Elder gods, because obviously Mar's dead. All four Elder gods are now alive. We didn't actually hear if it was possible for Ma now to be reborn again when they do the Great Revision. That would have been an interesting question for someone to ask.
Yeah, if people were smart, but they're not. So, my guess would be maybe the god, if they're sentient, right? If they're going to remake her, they better make her right this time, or just not do it at all, because she was not.
Well, yeah, of course. That's when she is reborn. With
then she'll have like a vendetta against the Majorat for Bigly, because they killed her basically.
No, they didn't kill her.
Saren killed her. Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Her own daughter.
Again,
she got dicked by her own daughter.
Saren wiped. I mean, she performed genocide. She wiped out whole races.
As you do when you're a god.
Ma alive.
Yeah,
she's 7 races on Runescape.
Who's the true evil, Zeros or Saren?
Exactly. Then that's what I said. That's why I could never follow Saren, because of what she did. And one of the races there is they actually had a fight to see who was the greatest warrior amongst them, and they basically killed each other until there was one left. So there is one left of this particular Runescapian person. And that's who I reckon the Raptor is. That's my theory on the Raptor, is that when Zaros brought the Majorat through, this one come through with and become the Raptor. And because the Raptor wants to test themselves against the best
monsters,
of the best all the time. I do. Yeah, that in my mind would make sense for who the Raptor should be.
So you
They'll have something totally different, obviously.
So you think the Raptor is a Majorat? Is that what I'm hearing?
One of the Runescapian race.
Oh, okay.
Because the Majorat is one race.
Okay, I get what you're saying now. Yes.
I think there was 5 races.
So you just think he's
I think was one who transformed himself into a Majorat.
A native Runescapian is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, but one of the races, I can't remember what it was called now, but they just battled until there was just one of them left, and the sole survivor type thing.
Gotcha.
So yeah,
that was a good Command and Conquer game.
They refused to build those obelisks that Saren wanted and sacrifice a life all the time. They said no, we're going to be
smarter than that.
The greatest. Yeah. Whereas everyone else said, "Oh yeah, no worries."
We'll die.
And basically, they all killed themselves off to keep Ma alive.
Cool.
And that's where Zaros recognized it and said, "Well, no, we can't be doing this." And he took off, and that's him taking off and leaving Saren alone to look after Ma. When he said you look at what she's doing with the creations of the Muspa and all that. She's destroying things, these nightmare creatures and all that. We have to let her die. Just let her die.
Yeah.
Stop all this, and she refused to. So he took off, and she said, "I'll hate you forever for not saving our mother." And
she's so selfish.
Yeah, that's right. She just didn't want to lose her mother. And
Right.
so
I mean, who
she's
doesn't?
like-
But at the cost of the fucking planet. Pardon my language.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, millions of.
I got a little passionate there.
Yeah. No, but it's true. I mean, that's sort of. I mean, that's why we play the game, is for the passion.
Right.
But yeah.
The lore is honestly
love
what
the-
has kept me around for almost 2 decades. The game's great, but like, I can only skill so much. I'm almost done with that.
I think, I mean, when they started going on about the human kingdoms, they don't really do much for me. Now, I think the reason this has come up is because it's probably a big winner in the survey, because this is one of the survey questions. Do we want to delve more into the human kingdoms? And, you know, it's probably going to be interesting, but I just hate Saradomin. He's such a self-righteous dick. You know, yes, he might be the god of good, but he's so self-righteous about it. You just can't trust the guy.
Right.
So that's going to be very interesting to see how they handle that side of things. Talking about the gnomes again, and you know, they mentioned Arpasandra. I really, really hope they didn't poll it this year, because they're just going to be doing it and finishing off that quest line. Now, I know you. Yeah, I know they're saying, "Oh, we want to move on," but you must finish quest lines. That's what I said.
Right.
Jagex to me as a company does seem to suffer a bit of ADHD. They'll do things 80% of the way and do it good and go, "Oh yeah, you know, all this great news," and then the next shiny bauble is in the horizon. Oh, what's that? And they run over and do that and leave the other thing unfinished.
It's 'cause,
and
like,
I really hope they go back and finish all of that type of stuff.
It just seems like they start a project and half the staff is left, like, by the time this project is done.
And that's why I think Mod Osborne moving back down to be in charge of that area again and getting that lore book done, because when they first started, they actually do have a lore book where they kept all the ideas and everything going. But then, as more and more people, I mean, obviously, when you got a staff of 50 people, it's easy to do. When you've got a staff of 400 people, you know, it's going to be a lot harder to keep all that lore intact and such. But, you know, him going back down there, people running things through him and getting that back together and all aligned again, can only be good for the game. And, you know, I just hope against hope that we get some good juicy quests that do take advantage.
Yeah, the only like major quest we've had that has hit my brain and that I remember, maybe because it's one of the more recent ones, was Desperate Times. Everything else has been very kind of. They say that the quest with the needle obviously leads up to Desperate Times, and it does, because it introduces the needle, but it's a very minor. It's a beautiful quest, but it's a very small quest that can be done literally in 1 minute, or, you know, you could take yourself an hour if you want to. What I'm trying to say is,
it took me about 4 hours to do, because I did. Obviously the quest cape, I had to find every single word and things like that, and you know, that was fun. I mean, everyone says, "Why didn't you just look it up on the wiki?" Because
that ruins it.
That's not how I do quests.
Right.
I want to discover, and I think there was, in the end, I think there was 2 or 3 words I actually had to think, I am really stumped, I can't work this out, and I had to go to the wiki.
Right.
But other than that, I did, you know, everything else.
I had chat helping me, but for the most part, I mean, the quest still took me a couple of hours, even with live chat, aka Killer Bunny.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, because we are coming up on the 5 of the hour. So you want to do that real quick, and then we can. All right, I will go ahead and toss some music up real quick, so we have something playing, and I will be right back. So we'll be ready and prepped for the next hour. Just stay tuned. You know what? I'll let this play. There we go. Ow. Always step on that.
We are the inside cycle, set you crying and capture your man, take over on it, do it, get it, that's the thing, do one, conquer it, then head out in it.
Wow, I was going slower at one point. I was like, I'm behind. Well done.
This is the first ever rap battle RuneFest, I think. This is amazing.
I don't even know if I know the lyrics of the track. I've not done it in a long, long, long time, so...
If you just make noises, I'm going to believe you.
Yeah, just gibberish out. If I lose track, I'm just going to stop, so...
As soon as we're ready, guys, let's play it again.
I'm just gonna... What is happening right now? What the fuck did I just come back to? Alright, I'm gonna put this in the fridge because this has live cultures in it and it's starting to get warm. They're rap battling? Okay. White people rap battling, of course. Can at least have... At least when I rap, I can call upon my ancestors before my mom whited me up. No, what the hell's wrong with me? Da, 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 da. So, real quick, allow me... Are these the creators? That's nice. Look at his mustache. He's trying. What was I saying? Real quick, I'm saving up my mage bucks for the rap session. You should. It's gonna be great. I have a few pre-programmed nerdcore songs in my brain. I am so glad that nobody was able to claim that while I was still taking Topamax, because I could not put a friggin' flow together on Topamax to save my god-forsaken life. I mean, the show, in my opinion, went through the fucking toilets back when I was on Topamax. Because I couldn't read, I couldn't be funny, I was struggling to just, like, think. I hated it. I wish I could play instruments. That was my instrumental attempt. I don't know. I can... The only instrument I can play is percussion, which is, like, in my opinion, half an instrument. Because it depends on what percussion you're playing. You may or may not be able to even make notes. You know? Now my pant... Oh yeah! Advertisement, real quick, now that I've lost half of my viewers. If you're interested in playing Albion online with me, as I'm doing so above the RuneFest window, if this looks mildly entertaining to you, the world's premier sandbox skilling PvP game, feel free to use the banner underneath the stream to click on it, make an account using my referral link. It's not going to look any different than normally making an account, but my referral link will be in there, and I will get credit if you decide to become premium. And, you know, I get benefits for that. Why did I release that when I'm going through? This is actually good. I'm going to see if abilities are kept through zones. Let's find out. They are not, as they should not be. All right, that's how you learn things. But, yeah, if you're interested in joining me, click the link below. Little Albion graphic there. It's super fun. I mean, here's the thing, like, RuneScape hasn't been doing anything fun lately. No offense to RuneFest. You know, this is great. But Albion, if you want to be a skiller, is great. If you liked Darkscape, you will like it because it's very similar in vein of, like, the PvP system. The banks are separated. Yes, it's free to play. Premium is optional. All Premium does is give you a little bit better XP. It gives you access to your own personal island. You only have to be Premium once for 30 days to get access to the island forever. Sounds like a little bit of a gimmick to try and ring in some extra cash, but the island is super useful once you have it. But beyond that, no, all it does is slow down your progression. Everything in the game is accessible. It doesn't cap your damage or anything like that. It doesn't stop you from accessing any areas. It just slows down your ability to gather and level a little bit.
Oh, don't you love when you go and... But I'll make a quick coffee at the same time, and the coffee machine needs to be clean.
Oh, that's the best. I don't. Here's how you get around that. Never clean your coffee machine. I've never cleaned my coffee machine. Helps the immune system. I've never had that happen. Oh, that's when I throw it away. That's why. Okay, that makes sense.
You throw it away and buy a new one.
Yeah, that's why I need a new coffee machine every.
Throw it away and buy a new one.
Welcome to America.
That's funny.
I mean, they're only like $20, so it's like, it's not working anymore.
Oh, well, yeah. My one's a bit more than $20.
I've been trying. See, I don't drink any coffee. I've been trying to get one that does like coffee and tea, and can be controlled by my Alexa. That would be really cool. I know it exists.
Oh, they do exist. Yeah, have plenty of those out there. But no, mine's mine's a bit more expensive than that, and made myself a nice vanilla latte. It's got the milk frother and everything.
Oh, nice. I want to make matcha, so anything with a frother would be helpful. Oh, we got a stack of 1,000 uncommon ore. That's gonna be some fun in a second. Yeah, that's the same reason why I eat my biscuits and gravy out of a trash can later. Did I miss something? All right, what happened? Putting away. What did I need to put away? Logs. I need to make a treasure chest to hold logs. It becomes a little Minecraftian when you start to deal with these chests and whatnot.
But see, I like that type of thing where you got to build things to store things.
Oh yeah, me too.
You play your own house, you should be there, and you build something to store your logs in and such like that. That's what I like about where you do the pyre logs down in Berg de Rock. You've got the little chest down there where you store your logs. But you should have had to build that chest with your construction.
Right, right. I agree.
Shouldn't just be there. That bank chest that we can use, that should have been made. We had to use our magic and our construction and rune crafting to create that little bank chest where the Mortmire fungus is and things like that.
So, like, here's my player on farm. This is what I wanted player on farms. This is why I keep playing Albion, because every time I'm like, oh yeah, this is what I wanted RuneScape to do. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted RuneScape to do. Oh yeah, I wanted RuneScape to do that. Anyway, so this is how their player on farm system works. Is these plots are all interchangeable. You can destroy them and create...
Don't tempt me.
Create different types.
Sorry, yeah, go.
These animals here are helping me make potions, basically. Like, obviously, these chickens are producing chicken eggs. Although I could pick the chickens up and slaughter them for chicken meat if I wanted. Same goes for the sheep, goats, whatever. There's all different types of animals. But I'm using the product of my herb garden and my chicken farm to create health potions. And this is a field of cabbage, which I'm saving to make a mutton stew later on once I can, because that's a really popular end tier food. But like all these plots up here, I haven't built anything on yet, just because I'm not like good enough. I don't have enough money. But I am using all of the farming plots because that's mainly what I built the island for. And like these little barrels you see around the island, every part of the island is completely customizable with furniture that you can purchase or fish out of the water. And when I say purchase, I don't mean with microtransactions. I just mean with in-game gold. I mean silver. Gold is the microtransaction. If you do decide to play Albion and using my referral link,
I definitely will. No, if I do, I'll contact you for that. But I'll see how I go.
Anyone.
The Slayer logs really got me sucked in at the moment. When I start getting to the harder ones, like all the elite Slayer mobs and things, if I need a bit of a break, I won't disappear from RS. But I might sort of play a little less and sort of jump on that one a bit.
What's nice about this is it definitely, if you got multiple monitors, you can play both. It's not a super highly intensive game.
That's what I mean. That's because when if I'm just going to be doing smithing or wood cutting or whatever over here, well then I can just sit there, do that over here, and play that game.
Anyone who does decide to use my referral link can claim 100 gold from me if they would like. It's the premium currency in the game. You can then sell it for regular currency. That equals like 350,000 silver. Or you can hang on to it for premium if you want, because the gold prices, like RuneScape's bonds, seem to only go up. Not always, but see, you know how it is. So yeah, there's a little incentive if you need some early game cash. But anyway, I'm done pimping Albion. Let's talk RuneScape again. Holy crap! Someone.
Yes.
Anyway, sorry.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, the human kingdoms, which was sort of the last bit they talked about. The Asgarnia side of it sounded sort of the most interesting, as I said, with the Apasandra
oh
and
yeah,
all that type of things.
That whole,
I hope that comes soon.
The political thing that they were talking about there
Yeah.
in the lore section is actually an option that you can select in the survey. They were looking to see if people want quests based off of kingdom politics, and I was like, yep.
And because they've introduced it here, I think that has probably been a big hit.
Yeah.
As I said, I've had enough of real life politics. I don't need it in my game.
Right?
But,
distractions.
But,
the Orange King is saying rude things from atop his mountain.
But you know, the King Roald, who is a pretty weak king, and his wife Fella Maria, who I always thought was a bitch, but she could take, she could be sort of the head of the army type thing, which I thought would be an interesting turn because she, has got that sort of ballsy toughness about her. She'd be probably able to handle that.
I'm glad you remember all this stuff because I didn't know that. Is she the one who wanted you to steal the statue for her garden?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that's the one, the bitchy one.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. Like I'm all about that. Like,
yeah.
I want that.
And
make it mine.
And Charos, who is obviously the librarian Relda, is really Charos.
Right.
Hopefully, he's sort of, because he's like that king's advisor type thing. So hopefully we sort of start seeing a bit more of him getting involved as well. I'd love to see, because he was a really interesting character, and he's got some things that are sort of far-reaching in the lore of the game. So develop him a bit more would be really interesting for me to see.
Yeah, I'm super excited to possibly get a quest series that is solely based upon like dirty dealings done between kingdoms, where you're like the double agent or something. Like, I would love that, to be able to take part.
The humans decide, listen, we've had enough of the gnomes down here in Kandor, and can you come and help us? And the dwarves digging out, and maybe a part of Falador collapsing.
I want the option.
And it's like, okay, we want to get rid of the dwarves now from underneath and mining all through through that area.
I want there to be a humane option and like a brutal option. It's like, do you want to round the gnomes up and lead them out of the village, or do you want to like use chemical warfare and like poison them and like scar their
Donald. And then you sit there and tell me you don't like.
This is the problem. This is because it's different when you're in a fantasy game. The world is not fantasy. Anyway,
but it's the same option and the same solution.
Yeah, but see, we're playing Iron Man mode. When you die, you don't get to respawn here. And if I die, I don't end up at Boston Hospital where I was where I popped in. Shit, that's a recovery question.
See, I told you, I am slowly, after all these years, getting them all to steal your account.
Mm-hmm. God damn it, he's playing the ultra long con. Oh man, no. Speaking of, I mean, you heard me on my last show where my account was compromised completely.
Yes.
And like, I mean, my internal account wasn't compromised, but my password was compromised, which was scary. And I mean, I don't know why you'd try a password reset before trying to remove Authenticator, because even if you reset the password, you'd still have to deal with Authenticator. I guess maybe they were hoping I didn't have Authenticator, but whatever.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's the first thing you hope, isn't it?
I guess, if you're a hacker. I don't hope those types of things on the regular.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean, though. Those
back when I was a hacker, we didn't have to deal with two-factor.
Two-factor, yeah, two-factor on my Gmail, which is annoying sometimes because I'll do it and go, oh shit, I've left my phone out in the family room, so I've got to get up and go and get it.
Yeah, then I'm like, okay, I guess I'm not playing RuneScape today.
No, I get up and go and get it.
This is why I want a drone with like a claw arm that it hangs down.
I can't even text my kids to say, hey, bring it in because it's sitting out in the family room.
Is it sad? Yeah, right. Well, this is why you got to get a Samsung phone. You can text from your computer. You know, it's great.
No, I don't want to set my house on fire.
Is it sad? Hey, listen, that hasn't happened in like 2 years.
I know. I just don't like Samsung as a company. They just
they aren't a great company. But the Note 10 Plus has been a great phone.
Yeah, I mean, since other than that one that caught on fire, I believe since about the S5, S6 upward, they've been pretty good.
Didn't their CEO like get arrested for like?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, your daughter.
CEO. My daughter had 2 of their phones. Both broke down. You know, inside of the 12 months, and just the hassle to try and get them repaired and such.
Right. Well, that's one of the annoying things about the Samsung phone is like it's super stylish, super cool, curved screen. You need a new battery in that fucker. You're sending it back to Samsung. Or
exactly,
or trust a third-party shop is going to use a good quality battery in it, because I ain't opening that thing up when it's got a curved screen. I'll break it. Yeah. Big facts, though. Back in my day, hacking was much so. Back in my day, all you told somebody was it was picture.exe, and they'd fall for it because nobody knew what file extensions were. And yeah, it was much easier back in the Windows 95, 98 days. Back when I was 11 years old, trying to just be the cool kid in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Look at me. I've got Wing Commander 5.
Most of the hacks aren't actually malicious hacks. It's mostly just 13 and 14-year-old nerds just saying, "Can I do this?" No, they get arrested and then they're offered.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. Literally, there was a kid who was put on.
It's a job interview.
He was banned.
Hacking is a job interview.
It is, and that's the thing is when I read a story from like a year or so ago, but a kid who got arrested and banned from using computers and put on probation for like 5-6 years or some bullcrap for hacking his school's servers. And I don't even know what he did, but it wasn't like he shut them down or anything. He just like hacked them, and I'm like, that's what I did in middle school. And just to think, like, if I was in middle school in like 2020, I'd be a criminal. Like, we used to reward kids for being like ingenuitive and creative, and now we're like, nah, put them in jail. Critical thinking skills, no, get rid of them.
Come work for the CIA, or you going to jail for your life.
At least back then they gave us that option.
Yeah, it's it.
Back when I was hacked Gears of War, back when I hacked Gears of War in Call of Duty, yeah, back in the wares days when you were too poor to purchase games. Hey, Trade, how you doing? Glad to have you in the audience.
Go back to the old data set where if you wanted to hack a game or copy a game, you had yourself a twin cassette player and put the game in one side, a blank cassette in the other, and just hit record.
Ah, right. I forgot about cassettes.
Data set was awesome. Took 25 minutes to load a game. So you'd sit there, start the game, start loading, go and have dinner, do the washing up, have your shower, come back, and you're just about ready to sit down and play.
I completely forgot that some games came on freaking cassette tapes. They're back on the couch. Do you want to listen to them, or do you want to keep talking? Okay.
Yep, let's go back.
I was so ready to do an intro, but I'm so sorry. Let's do it again. Shh. Okay, ready? Wait. 5, 4, 3.
Typing class had a printout of how well you did on a test, but then you'd create your own tests and name it and anything. So just assign the test to be the same letter. That's awesome.
We're gonna do some old school. If you're watching RuneFest from home on Twitch,
every computer teacher I had no idea what they were doing.
Chris Archie with the content creators.
We don't need to listen to this. They're just talking to the old school people. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Back when I was in high school, we had 2 levels of regular computer classes you had to take: computer claptions, computer applications, and advanced computer applications. Now my Alexa's going to talk to me because I said the word computer. But that being said, both times the teacher was like, can you just basically teach the class for me since you know more than I do? She was an English teacher. Like, she was my English teacher, and she knew I knew computers. So, like, literally, she made me teach the class for her. It was ridiculous.
I was about 5 years too old for the big computers were just coming in when I was going through there, and it's like, yeah, nerdy people. We used to beat them up because, you know, who sits there and plays that type of stuff and wants to learn about that type of stuff? You know, typing, your girl type thing. That was
for secretaries.
When just exactly, yeah. That was basically it. Because if you did computer, you had to take typing. And yeah, sort of so regret that now.
Right. Yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, computers were like the cool thing. It was like, shut up, Alexa. I'm sorry. Yeah. The technology was like brand new, and the internet was like not quite a thing yet. Like, I had my first computer was a DOS computer, followed by a Windows 3.1 box. Then I had a 95. Like, I've had everything since basically DOS 6 up to, you know, Windows 10. But
VIC 20 and a Commodore 64. So
I never got to have any of like the old systems that were
fun.
I have like an 8080 or some bullcrap in my closet. It's a little more advanced, a little newer than an 8080. I don't even know if it works, but it is at least like 40 years old and hasn't been turned on in 30. And I would love to pull it out and try to restore it someday. It's in that nice protective, like, dust-proof plastic and whatnot.
Yeah, actually, I had my old Commodore 64 with the games. I kept the original box and everything. I had it all boxed up. I thought I'd brought it here to my house when I'd moved and everything. Because I'd had a whole lot of stuff stored at my parents' place. They sold their house and threw it out.
Oh, that's sad.
My VIC 20 was just in a plain box, but this had the original box, the original data set, everything packed back in the foam correctly. And it was still working. Well, when I packed it up, it was still working. It was just that, you know, bigger and better computers were out. But yeah, it was.
It's all right. I traded a $500 Pokemon card for a virtually worthless one. So,
yeah.
You know, we all do dumb things.
Sad when I was sure I had it in my store because I got an attic storage here. I was sure I had it up there, but no. I was, oh, that old computer. You know, I chucked all that stuff out. There was like boxes and boxes of all this stuff. Oh, don't do that to me.
Yeah, oh, that's the worst. Always check before you throw away old boxes with whoever owns the things inside said boxes. It's just the courteous thing to do.
Yes.
That's sad. That was my favorite thing, though, about working at the Salvation Army was getting unsuspecting, like, really old systems and computers like that people would just be like, oh, you know, X person died, time to get rid of all their stuff. And their stuff would be from, like, the 1950s, so it would be all, like, super cool and old. And I like vintage stuff, especially electronics. I still have a couple pictures of my old electronics cage back when I ran the electronics division which sounds so much cooler than it is, the electronics division for the Northeast of the Salvation Army. It's basically just me sitting in a cage sorting through fucking garbage and looking for tech that works. Those were not the days. They were days, just not the days. So, what's going on with you?
I am just AFKing some Calgarian demons.
That's what you were doing last time I was talking to you.
No, before I was... Oh, yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
So effectively, you've been doing that since yesterday, as far as I'm concerned.
I've been done my couple of Edimu tasks. Still want the pet down there. But yeah, just having fun, just doing the Slayer collection log, really, and trying to sort out my father-in-law.
Oh right, your father-in-law. I'm sorry to hear about that. Still haven't. I mean, that obviously doesn't get resolved in a day or even a weekend.
No.
What if we kissed in front of the electronics section at the Goodwill? First of all, I'm boycotting the Goodwill because they don't pay their workers enough money. Second of all, probably be all right. They probably wouldn't mind. If you did it in the Salvation Army, they'd probably take more offense to it. They're more prudish. Mage, did you keep all your Abyssal Demon heads? Yes, I still have all my Abyssal Demon heads. I refuse to elk them like Pyrnassius, the scrub lord over here.
No, mine are still there. I'm just once I've finished, I'm just going to chuck them all into the high elking machine.
That's a sin against nature. We've already learned that the abyssal creatures have had it hard enough. They're an accident to begin with. Slayer log has them accounted for. Well, here's the thing. I care more about, and I should petition Jagex for this. I want a hall of heads, where you could just have however many heads you want to hang up on the wall, and just connect multiple rooms. So if you have 2 Hall of Head rooms together, it forms into a longer Hall of Head rooms. It gets rid of that middle divider, and you can just have a long hall of heads, and that's what I want. So I can have literally like 30 Abyssal Demon heads just going in a row. And then
yeah, see, I just want one of each of the heads, especially since they're now on the Slayer log, and I've had to go and collect them all anyway.
Right.
Kurasks and all that type of stuff. So
Hall of Head.
I'm actually doing better on the old school quiz than I am on the RS3 quiz.
Yeah, I probably would too, because it's like older information.
They're all actually more lore. Yeah, they're all more lore stuff.
Right. As long as it's not from, as long as it's not from new content in old school, I probably would do better.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm just waiting for a new new.
Don't peek into the holes in the wall. Behind each head, you open it up, and there's a private VIP room behind it. Dare I travel to the next board now that I have higher level wood cutting?
So many things. How many hours does a magic tree take to grow? 8 hours. Simple.
Right. Me too. Magic trees are the last trees that you can grow in old school RuneScape, right? Is there anything above magic?
Well, they've got redwoods, but I don't think you can grow redwoods. I think they're just for cutting.
Gotcha. Just for cutting. Oh, I came up with a really stupid thing the other night when I was mildly impaired. Hang on, I want to pull it up here and see if anyone else... It has nothing to do with RuneScape, but I was just going to field my ideas with audiences. What? Not the Google folder, thank you. Samsung Notes. Oh, yeah. So how about a cookie company, right? A cookie bakery. They only make cookies called Crumbelievable. This is why the Samsung Note 10 is so important for me, so I can whip it out and write shit like that down before I forget it. She's looking way too sincerely at him.
Yeah, it's old school. She don't care about old school. She doesn't hide for old school. I hide for the real game.
Sorry, man. It's just bought that URL. Damn it.
I'm not. She says I'm not making enough. Yeah, you're not making enough MTX off that game to be paying me.
Right? She's just blank face, turned off. The freaking Northern Lion didn't own NorthernLion.com for the longest time, and he was just asking nicely for no one to reserve, like, to purchase it. And I'm like, if I was just a little meaner, I would have. Yeah, I would have bought it. Because he has
I would have bought it and then sold it to him.
Right, because he's got it. Like I could charge him like $1,000, and there's nothing he could do, and he would pay it.
He would pay it because he was probably making enough money to do that.
Oh, absolutely. She is a professional esports announcer. I don't know her name though. They should.
Okay. Well, yeah, she's very good and knows the questions, and she knows gaming. That's why I was sort of shocked at how good she was.
Yeah. They don't put her nameplate up enough, though, so it's kind of hard to identify.
But no, I am really impressed with how they're hosting it this year.
Yeah, me too. On mute. No. Just this section. How much longer does this go for? Is this a full hour?
Well, this was supposed to have finished at 12. We're supposed to be into this. You know what? This is going to stuff us up. You know that, don't you?
OLW for life.
We're supposed to be into Mythbusters right now, and then we can go over to the RuneScape survey on stage 2. So,
goddamn old school, ruining everything.
Exactly. This is what I mean. Just piss them off.
They should be on the old school RuneScape channel right now.
Yes.
Is it Rachel Gaskin? I don't know. Let me Google search her image and see if they line up. That's not helpful. I don't... Oh, wait. Oh, you mean that's our new head of esports, isn't it? Yeah. I don't think so. Because she doesn't work for Jagex, this lady. So this is going to delay us for a while. No big deal.
Well, it is, because it sort of eats into the survey. So we may have to
better
cut
not.
short Mythbusters and go over to the survey, because the survey, I think, is probably the most important thing.
Oh, definitely. I thought you meant they were going to cut the survey short. I was like,
no,
God.
no, because survey is on second stage. In an hour, or basically in half an hour now.
Gotcha. What are they running on second stage? The RuneScape channel?
Second stage right now is another old school. They had 2 old school ones on at the same time.
Gotcha.
And basically get through what's on. Well, what should be on now over there is So You Want to Be a Streamer, which I can't see going overtime.
Right.
Whereas this has gone half an hour over their time now, this one. So they've changed Mythbusters now at 15:30. They've just popped that up the top there. They've changed it, so in 3 minutes.
What does the Tuska mask do? It's required to complete a log, right?
Yeah, yes, and when you hand it in to any of the Slayer masters, you'll get an additional 20 Slayer points.
So it's like completing a task, basically.
But yeah, it's part of, I think you've got to do it for the completion, the comp cape. I think you've got to do it. I know you have to do it for the Master Quest cape.
Right.
And it's part of the, or just getting all, not actually putting it together, but collecting all the pieces is part of the Slayer.
That's what I was wondering, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Slayer log. Literally, you got a full year out of Pyrnassius because of that damn Slayer log.
Yep.
Me? Couldn't give a shit. You could delete the skill, and I wouldn't notice.
Just delete Albion.
I actually would notice because my rank would go up if you deleted Slayer from the game.
I'm getting so worried because I'm so close to 200 mil now.
Yeah, I've talked to people who were 200 mil Slayer. You know what they end up doing?
In old school, I ranked at 271st out of 10,319 players. I made the top 300.
In Slayer?
No, in the old school.
Oh, in the quiz. Okay, I was like, wow. You didn't tell me you were a legend in old school. Nice. So you did better on the old school quiz than the RuneScape 3 quiz.
Yeah.
By like a magnitude of...
I mean, they didn't have stupid questions like what day does the Waco bird appear?
Right.
I mean, you know.
What day is Second Chance Tuesday?
Yeah.
I'm with you, Oreo. I agree. But you want to call that content? Fine. Go for it. It makes Pyrnassius happy enough for an entire year. And it's got to be worth something, I guess.
Do I have to mute someone and let me log in and mute? Don't be trying to join my clan.
That's all right. You're welcome to join the Derpy Cakes Guild in Albion.
No, I mean, I hated Slayer so much in old school, but I really do. Because I get bored very easily doing the same thing hour after hour, and that's why I like Slayer, because I feel like doing a bit of PVM, but I don't have to kill the same monster over and over. And if I don't, what do I want to kill? Go there, just get a task. Okay, I'm going to go and do that.
Albion is our guild is the best guild because our logo is a giant orange cock.
Cock as in rooster cock?
Yes.
Cock as in...
It's a rooster cock,
okay.
but,
Yeah.
you can...
When you said cock, I was thinking...
Let your imagination run wild.
I was wondering, are you able to... Does it just look like that, or was it an actual... Yeah, okay. Well, it might have just been a funny-looking mushroom.
Nah. Just a rooster.
I love that volcano.
See, Oreo says, yeah, that volcano is like top tier. I'm gonna listen to it. It says, no, what was meme as fuck was they said no more dead content. No more. Then they released Slayer logs.
That's not dead content. There's so many people going for it.
It's dead
content is bosses. Because 4% of players fight them.
It's true. Only 4% of players fight high-end bosses, whereas almost everybody's skills, except for that 4% who's doing those high-end bosses.
I mean, seriously. I mean, if you really want to look at dead content, you look at the numbers of actual players who do play those, and there'd be
Are they a half an hour late for Mythbusters? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. There'd be a lot less players.
High-level bossing than there are doing anything else in the game.
Oh, definitely. That's because it's so intense, whereas skilling, you can literally be on your phone, and it's like not paying attention. Ah, rock creature.
Okay. They're walking up on stage, so...
Ah,
so welcome everyone to a new session, something a little bit different. This one's called Mythbusters. So you have some of the most experienced JMods at Jagger.
Is that Mark?
What, who?
That's not Mark, is it?
No. No. No.
No. No, they just got the close up.
Wanting some participation from you guys as much as us. We're going to be going
Sounds a little drunk, but he might just be out of breath. I need to grab some kombucha from the fridge.
Maybe get you guys involved as well. So let's get started. Let's see what comes up. Mythbusters first. Climbing boots was an inside job to make sense for an
I'll turn this up, hang on. There's buddy. There's your buddy. There's Dad.
Oh yeah, we should say there are buzzers on the here. This is true, false.
What a beard he's got this year.
I know. He's
He's repping that beard well.
He is.
But we did it for the right reasons. It's one of those weird items that the players had higher value than the system had decided. So we increased the value.
Timbo is looking fresh and emo as fuck.
Like maybe one or two that had a ridiculous amount of climbing boots in their banks at the time, and they made proper bank from it.
Anyone in the audience? Anyone in the audience want to claim that they made bank? No.
Right at the back. There we go.
Oh, yeah, one there. Okay, good.
I'll hold that question for next break, Oreo.
Yeah, he's lying. He's like, he doesn't even know what a climbing boot is.
He's too young.
Yes, but we learned a lot from it to make sure that something like that never happens again. There we go.
Thank you, Mark.
No clap. No clap. Nobody clap.
We'll make different mistakes, not the same mistake again.
All right, next myth.
Please clap.
We thought old school would die quickly.
Ooh.
God,
Alright.
I think that's
I hope so.
Gotta be me.
Well, we all thought that.
This one, it's true. Perhaps not very surprising.
Hear the audience? Aww.
But yeah, I understand the general feeling around the studio in the first 6 months of Old School's life was that it was just going to go away. And it was only about 6 months after launch, where just after launch of God Wars Dungeon, that the player numbers sort of stabilized and then started to grow.
Do you think he uses a hair straightener?
It worked out very differently.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. We are very happy though.
But also, they were never supposed to get updates. It survived because they started doing updates.
Yep.
It was never ever supposed to get any new up.
They conveniently leave that out.
Counts as lucky, and they
It's
get
true.
a higher chance
It's true.
to drop.
It's fucking true.
Is there anyone in the audience that feels
I have -4 luck.
flagged as lucky? Unlucky. Does anyone else feel they're not lucky? Yeah. Okay.
A friend used to
Steve,
have
maybe
that.
you can
It's streamer luck.
Right, this is false. So if you think
Man,
about it, when you
that
create
buzzer.
them, they're all equal. We don't know whether their account's going to be, you know, a pure or a main or a high combat level or a skiller. So, you know, if this was true, we'd have to have some sort of live system that
No,
as
you
the
wouldn't.
account progressed, interacted with it, recognized what it was doing, and then applied some kind of lucky mechanic. And
J-Mods watch you.
So I know when I was trying to get my Dragon Defender, I was the last one of my mates to get it, so I know it can feel a bit like
You
that.
piss off at Jmod on Twitter, they go in, they modify your account to -4 luck.
Thanks, mate. Okay. Next myth.
Really hear them. Okay, sorry.
Players are our QA team.
Thank you for letting me know.
That's a true one.
Got this one.
Sorry, mate.
Dave.
Ooh, right, I'll explain.
True, false.
True, false. Start go oohing now. This is why I've got the card. This one is the one I've got to be careful with. Okay, so this was the most asked question by all of you complete scallywags. So in industry terms, actually, RuneScape and Old School has a proportion of about 2 devs to every 1 tester. So actually, in industry terms, that's actually quite high. We've got a large number of testers. And for the more knotty projects, we actually have a group of outsourced QA that we bundle onto projects, things like bank rework and stuff like that. And I will argue blue in the face that my testing team right now is one of the best we've ever had. And we also get, you know, Mod Shogun, Mod Ramen are ex-testers who become fantastic developers too. But that's not to deny that there are issues on launch, particularly in the past few months. There have been some particular ones I think you could probably identify. But that's more kind of just like when you're 18 or 19 years old yourselves, you're an accumulation of bad habits and messy stuff. The game is also a bit like that. So the biggest culprit really is the legacy code in the game, having so many interrelated systems, and a few items and things like that that have unique designs that we have to keep kind of an eye on that can compound it. But what I really like is in the past like 3 months or so, we're really kind of taking this head on. We're creating something called the Core Experience team. We'll introduce them to you in a designer diary soon, and this team is really going head on the kind of the game feel, modernizing it, improving it from engine up. So for the first time in a long time, we're kicking its ass, which is good. But there is an element of truth to the myth. You guys are, there are thousands of you guys, and you do weird things that even automated systems and our own, you know, kind of QA botting systems cannot do. You do such strange things. And so really, for the big projects like Bank and stuff like that, we want to throw it up to beta testing. We've done the most beta testing this year, and we'll continue to do so. Cheers.
That was a good answer.
My dad has spoken.
And we also say there's a lot of players who are now working in our QA team in the office as well.
And if you would like to join our team, then there's a kind of Life of the J-Mod talk.
This could be Mark's brother.
Nice.
It could be. Nepotism.
Okay, let's move on.
When they had,
Let's
because I was
see
looking
what
from a distance and the voice, I'm thinking, you know.
I think it's just like 1 o'clock in the morning for you.
Increases your chances of success. What do you think?
That'd be awesome.
I thought that was.
I hope it's true. I don't think it is.
It's false, but it just feels that way.
It is false.
Yeah, it should be though. That would be really cool.
In RuneScape, it's a pretty simple game when you think about it. There's no line of sight things with your NPCs. We don't really know where you're from behind or not.
Then you haven't played
running after an NPC, you've been
that
pickpocketing,
stupid
they're,
quest.
like, running all over the place, and you're like trying to right click,
Yeah.
pickpocket on them. So like, yeah, that's the reason why you end up behind them rather than like anywhere else in front of them. But yeah, there's been nothing in the game ever since old school, classic, or anything like that to do with pickpocketing behind. So unlucky, I guess.
Thank you, Tim. Cool. Right, here we go. Oh, it's an ask the audience. Okay.
Oh.
Press the button. So, you have a ridiculous offer on the Grand Exchange for a high value item. These are ones that we think are myths about you guys, right? So, let's do stand up or arms in the air if that's true from your perspective. Sorry?
So an example, like 1 GP for a party hat. You know, you're sitting there waiting for that to come in. Obviously, that's extreme, but you got one.
I'm not doing that. No. I do have a Plague Walk token up for sale for 500 million.
Good. Okay. Well, then I would say that's probably.
So, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. I know a lot of people will keep a max cash stack on a party hat in their bank in their thing.
Right. Yeah. Give me more exchange slots, and I'll keep one up.
Sailing was never planned to go in game.
Oh,
Dave?
it hasn't. So.
This one's a little bit easier.
Oh.
So obviously old school. Yeah. I mean, they're not going to sabotage their own game. Obviously, the poll for sailing was intended to pass, but I think this is more intended for RuneScape. Well, we've certainly done spent more time joking about it than we have working on it. So when in April Fools, I think it was Gower Quest as well. Hello, Gowers. How you doing? But yeah.
Oh, they wagged them out again.
But then I think the closest we've come to having sailing
You
in
asked
game
Tolls,
was
you
about
ruined the
18
game by
months
selling
ago.
it.
So we kind of did a little.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday.
I was responsible for
skill
MTX.
ideas for what we could do, and we came up with 5
6
that we
years,
really
wow,
liked.
Oreo.
And we did some player test work. We actually expected to leak then, not later, as it's all been very much leaked what skill we're doing now. But the skills we had necromancy, we had archaeology, we had sailing, spellcrafting, trading. We're all up there up there as a possibility. And sailing came middle of the pack. Nobody was particularly enthused about it. I think people had different ideas for what sailing was, and when you've got the Ark, when you've got player-owned ports, it really didn't kind of kick off. But who knows? In the future, there might be a cracking design for it.
Good. Thank you, Dave. Okay, let's see what we've got. Player moderators
just make a
are
Stew
chosen
discovery.
from players who submit the most reports in game.
Well,
Do we have player
wrong.
moderators
Remember,
in the
you have to report
Shout out to
50
Team
people a day, according to the player moderator
Yeah.
guide.
Must have sent in so
That's
many
right.
reports, right? The only way you would have got it, right, Steve?
Well.
Was what leaked?
Oh. No, so everyone knows player
The new
moderators
skill
are
was
chosen
leaked.
from the players who use the most smiley faces in their game chat. No, seriously, we kind of look at game bias, so playing RuneScape or old school, and we try and work out we have an equal number of player moderators to the number of people playing those games. We look at time zones around the world as well, so we always try and have a good sort of healthy mix of player moderators on time around the clock. And in terms of accounts, what we do is we pull about 1,000 accounts a month, and we look at you must have authenticators set on your account. That's an absolute must to be a PMod. But we look at things like offense history and make sure you're not involved in serious rule breaking, and check linked accounts, things like that. And then we invite about 100 people a month to become PMods.
Wow, I
Only
really
about
must
30
suck.
people actually accept it. And I think that's mainly because people don't check their message centers. You think your message centers are full of billing messages, don't you? But yeah, so if you're looking for the
I get
silver
excited
crown,
every
check your
time there's a
message
billing
settings. That's the only
message.
place you'll get invited. But the answer to the question is false.
Thank you, Steve.
No, I get invited in game all the time.
Okay. Next.
I always have one of you mods always come into me and tell you how mature I am.
Chicken came or the egg. Well, I know the man is ready for this one.
Right. I love this question, and well, I took this one and ran with it, and I'm not afraid to say that I spent a good half a day trying to track down the answer on this, and then we came up with an answer, and then I had a chat with Paul and Ian this morning, and the answer was completely wrong. So I decided to write down the answer because it's quite complicated, and maybe you'll find it as amusing as me. So I'm going to read from this. After
the chicken
some
was
considerable research,
What?
I can confirm.
Okay.
What's the buzzer?
Hang on, hold on, see what it says.
I'm going to wait till the end.
Suspense. Suspense.
Also, that isn't a true-false question, is it? Oh no, it is. It's not. It does not say what came first, so that's no good. Right. I can confirm that the chicken appeared first. Ian Gower drew the chicken, and when Paul was designing Lumbridge and the cook's assistant quest, he knew that he could use some eggs. But there was no cow, so he drew one of those on Paint Shop Pro, because that's how we used to draw things back in the day.
Hell yeah.
But if we're thinking about when it actually came into existence, rather than when it was designed, then we can look at how the server generates things.
Get Photoshop 2020 for only $22 by clicking my humble bundle link below.
NPCs spawned first, so the chicken came first. But in Classic, which is the original game, objects spawned before NPCs. So the egg came before the chicken in RuneScape Classic. But
Makes sense.
your experience is client-side, not server-side. So on client-side, the NPC renders first. So the answer is the chicken.
That's what I figured.
Well,
close enough.
Thanks for clearing that up, mate. Yeah, I think that's fully understood.
I love Mod Mark.
Me too.
See him enough.
Next. Mod Reach intentionally developed and abused the corporeal beast invulnerability bug. Wow.
Ouch.
I haven't seen these myths, so that's, you know, salty.
So,
Salty.
I can't believe I got the approval for
Ouch.
this one. And it's spicy, but it is not true. The Court Beast invulnerability bug was just that. It's a bug. It was a very obscure one, and as the QA tester on that project, I'm sorry. But the timing of its discovery and Mod Reach departing the studio was just coincidental.
Wow.
And that's it.
The way he walked, the audience is silence.
Yeah, I know. Because that was a big thing on that old school.
Stealth nerfs to
They don't believe him, I
without
bet. Everyone's like,
anyone. Who thinks that?
think?
What does everyone think? Yeah. True. False.
Of course they don't do stuff.
No, you all think it's true.
Maybe
Brilliant.
they do an old school.
Tim?
It is actually true false.
Ooh.
So
Ooh.
we did used to do stealth nerfs, and it was mostly around things to do with the economy or to PVM or to bosses or to something like that, where we had don't swear, messed up things. So we messed up the drop rate of something, or we made something too easy, or something was too easy to get. Like we made stuff spawn on the floor and things like that. So we did do stealth nerfs. We didn't let you know about it. But also in the last 5 years or so, we tried not to do stealth nerfs, even things that would be damaging to the economy or like would mess things up. We've tried to let you know either via like tweets or updating the patch notes or hotfixes and things. So it was true, but it is no longer true. Maybe that is good enough.
That's good. I think.
Okay.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, good excuse. Good,
Okay.
good answer.
We enjoying this?
Yeah.
So far? Any surprises?
no.
Right, okay. Let's see what's next.
I didn't hear what that
What was
audience
this
said.
one?
Mod Reach is.
So
I
we
still don't
have a
believe him on
myth
Mod Reach.
You did Mornings and Part 2 with a guide.
You
Of course.
guys did Morning Zen Part 2 with a guide. So,
Not the
let's
first
see.
time.
Show of hands. Who's going to be honest? True.
100%.
They did it with a guide.
I still almost had a meltdown.
How dare you?
I did with my I did with my Iron Man, but not with my main account when I did that quest.
That's impressive.
Mod Shogun.
Oh, it took me. Took me 3.
Banned! He said Mod Shogun did it for him.
Did it for you, Mike?
No, he guided me.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, nice retcon.
Nice save.
He guided
Is
me.
there
He guided
anyone
me.
who, you know,
With his hands on the keyboard and mouse.
that they didn't
I was
do
in the
it
other
for?
chair.
Yeah?
Lies.
Lies.
You see me on my, no, I had my hand on the mouse. He was just there guiding me, sitting on my lap.
The 16 candle style.
So, Mod Dylan and I, dear friends, designed the light puzzle in that quest.
Fired. Get out of here.
And we designed it one evening while very
I loved it.
Very drunk. And the next day, came into work, and Dylan starts working on the puzzle, and he's looking at all these bits of scrap notepaper that we've kind of scrawled on, and he's like, I don't understand this. Like, what were we thinking when we did this? And we both looked at these bits of paper and were like, I can't remember what we were thinking about. So Dylan said, honestly, well, you better come back to my gaff tonight and we'll get super drunk again, and then we'll work out how it all works. And we did. So we went back to his house, we got very, very drunk again, and we wrote even more notes, and then the next day where he came in, he was like, right, I've got it, and he started writing the code. And that is 100% honest truth.
So, there you go. If you want to complete Morning's End Part 2 on your own.
I love
No
that.
wonder it was so easy for you while you were on painkillers.
No, when I was on the painkillers, that's when I used the guide. Because I knew my brain wasn't functioning properly.
Okay, next one. When you get a skill pet, you are put on a 2-week cooldown before you can receive another.
No.
Alright, true? False?
No.
It feels true.
I know that's not true.
Yeah, right, it's a month.
I've had 2 in a day.
Of course it's false.
I got 2 in a day once.
I mean,
I believe
no such
that.
thing as a cooldown when it comes to skill pets. You can get skill pets in the same tick if you're lucky enough to get them with same amount of experience. Like some people have got like a farming pet and a combat pet at the same time
Be
in
great.
RS3. So yeah, it's completely false. You're just really unlucky, I guess. So sorry, guys.
Okay, next myth. Original Jad was put into the game without a single J-mod being able to defeat it.
I think so.
I thought that was true, because I've heard that one before.
Defeat it? No.
They might have it on a playtester defeat it, but I don't think the J-mods could. Really?
False, I'm afraid. So that was Graham Bennett, right? Back in the day. I'm looking over there. So when we first started playing around with that piece of content, we did make it harder and harder and harder every time we tried to do it. But actually, there were a few in the QA team at the time who'd kind of got their heads around wall hugging and trapping the healer ads quite early on. So we were able to defeat it, but it kept getting harder and harder and harder and harder and harder all the time. And just before launch, Mod Bennett increased the difficulty of it again. So the final version of Jad that went into the game had a level of difficulty that nobody had ever experienced at that time, because he thought it was still just a little bit too easy. So we all perfectly managed to defeat Jad, but the final version that went in the game was a level of difficulty that we hadn't tried at that point in time.
So it's true then?
So you didn't?
Huh?
That's right. So no one's.
Yeah,
it's
sounds
true.
to me.
Well, no,
It's
it was
true.
Jad, right? I'm going to hit that one.
I can't change that.
Yeah, that's right. Because when it was released, no one had defeated the released version.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's because I'd heard that as well.
Okay, next one. RuneScape has hundreds more devs than old school.
Wow. I get all the fun ones, right?
Are you going to go together?
Not hundreds, but we do have more.
I mean, he's up here. There's no.
I can't answer that.
And also, remember,
So, I
old
get this
school,
one.
unless
I
they
know
got the
why you think it,
500,000
'cause the
volts, was
old
not
school
supposed to
team,
have
as you
any
know,
devs
is
other
like
than
20,
one after
25
it.
people.
So
But there are hundreds of people at the studio that do work across
Exactly, there's only
products,
supposed to be
RuneScape,
3
Old School,
at
and
most.
any other project that we're working on. You're talking marketing, analytics, publishing, creative services, player support, tech teams.
But can any of them kill
teams
1,000, tell
generating
us?
Content, yes, the RuneScape team is bigger, but not by hundreds. That's it.
How much?
Some.
Some. Okay. Next myth. We keep notes on specific players, particularly those deemed troublesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you should.
Absolutely.
Go on, Mod Stevu.
I mean, it's the main reason for gathering names for everyone that comes to RuneFest, right?
Genuinely, yeah. I mean, there's people in here that I don't even know how you got in. I mean,
Right, we reduced their luck on skill pets.
That is true. So obviously we do need to keep notes on accounts because we'll do things like move
Of course
bonds
you do.
between games where people have purchased bonds on the wrong game, for example. We need to keep an audit trail of where that's happened. We need to know people involved in serious rule breaking that are doing bug abuse and things like that. So we need to kind of do an audit trail, and so there are comments on accounts. And whenever you contact customer support, things like that, there might be some notes on your account about how we've helped you. But you know, we don't put personal comments. We don't say, I met this person at RuneFest and, you know, they were a bit rude to me or something like that. So it's nothing like that. But yeah, it's about the account, not the person behind the account. But
I used
yeah,
to keep
absolutely
notes on some of my customers like that, you know?
Yeah, we used to keep notes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, anyone who called.
When you find one strange rock in RuneScape, the second will be harder to find.
False.
What do we think? What do we think?
I thought it was just random.
Hands, true?
Yep.
True. False?
When I sometimes had them like two
That's a mix.
in a row, you know, bang bang, they just both popped up one after the other.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, boy, it's true. Yeah, completely true. I genuinely thought you all knew this. So when like 3 or 4 people asked it, this was like, oh, that's bedazzling. That's amazing. Yes, okay. So say you're doing rune crafting. You hate rune crafting. You get one strange rock. You're actually 50% less likely to get a second strange rock in rune crafting after that. So if that's your last skill,
I
you've
was
got
just rolling
so
two
if
instead
you
of
go
rolling
do
one.
another skill and get a strange rock in that, then it resets it. So if you go back to rune crafting again, you're back on 100%. Unfortunately, if rune crafting is your last skill to get a strange rock in, you are stumped. You have to play around with that reduced rate. There we go.
Yeah, today I learned.
Who learned something then?
Wow, did not know that.
Yeah, good. Okay. Crushing these myths. Okay, next one.
I haven't done
Oh,
strange
this is
rocks
one
in
for
about
us,
5
okay.
years. So.
I have to not. Okay, so none of
Ardoin.
you lot know really how to pronounce
Ardoin.
that word. That word.
Ardoin,
right?
yeah.
It took me years.
Let's hear some.
Ardoin.
Ardoin. Ardoin.
Ooh.
They can't hear you, Pern.
Well,
It's like the football match last week.
I
Yelling at the umpires.
I think.
Hold up.
So
Can we ask the Gower
I
brothers?
think that might be foul.
I want to know the Gower.
Maybe would one of the Gowers like to clarify this for us, guys? Yeah, Paul. Ardoin.
Yes.
Okay, Ardoin. Okay.
So how many people got it right?
So who knew that it was Ardoin? Who was the guy who said Ardoin?
Pyrnassius, that's all you need to worry about.
Yeah, okay, there he is with a straw hat.
Rhymes with annoying.
Okay. Good, okay, well there we are. So that one is pretty, some of you did know, so that was kind of not true. No. Okay, next one. Former US President George W. Bush plays RuneScape. Oh,
yes.
God, I don't want to know. I want to know this one.
Oh, please tell me that's yes.
It's true.
Steve?
Please tell me that's true.
So, how to answer this? No,
Did you not, he was in the cosplay earlier. He had the helmet on.
This is.
Where the hell am I?
So, I've looked into this.
We've looked into this.
If your former job is being leader of the free world and you're protected by the American Secret Service, you probably don't use your real name in your online game account. So, not going to find an account that way. So, I thought, well, what else can I do? So, all I really had to go on was that I was looking for an account with 99 attack.
I don't get it.
Because George W. Bush just attacked everyone.
Oh, okay.
Attacked the Kuwait and all that.
I mean,
the Iranian
it's
war.
False because we don't know. We
Iraqi
just
war.
don't know.
Yeah, he started a bunch of wars. That's
there
true.
is something interesting that came up, and that is when I was
Attack,
looking into this,
attack.
if you're interested in sort
That
of
was
well-known
actually
people
funny.
that might play the game. So we have a very regular player who logs in every day from a really unusual internet connection in the Vatican City. Now, I don't know who that is, but if you're watching, Your Holiness, I hope you're enjoying the stream.
That would be amazing.
Oh, that would be awesome.
And that is absolutely
You
true.
can pay your tithes in RuneScape Gold now.
The Twisted Bow and Max Cash Bugs were added maliciously to Old School.
Yeah, that's me again.
Here you go.
You guys really don't trust us, do you?
John, there seems to be a theme.
I know. All right, so what do you reckon?
Yeah, because they really
So you
wanted to
don't
shut
know.
their game down for 3 days.
Yeah, right.
It's false. So both of these bugs had a big impact on the game. We had to shut them down for a few hours, perform rollbacks, and deal with all the fun that comes with that. But they were just simple bugs and mistakes. The bow was just incorrectly mapped down.
Because
on
I
a tile,
really wanted that
and we
head
have
axe.
since improved our tools
I know,
to catch
right?
that from happening again. And the max cache issue was just a coding error in a really complex piece of code. Sorry, it's not more interesting.
There you go. Thank you, John.
You're very welcome.
And the next one,
And
please.
you said exactly how I would have thought it would
Storylines
happened.
are made up as they go along.
That's BS.
True? It's going to be
That's
another one of
impossible,
Mark's
really.
drunken
I mean,
nights.
well, it's not impossible, but
I remember. So, we have big plans for storylines. When we release a quest, it's sometimes we don't know how far that story's going to go. We want to make sure that we're, tracking what you like and what you don't like. So sometimes we might have a quest that we all really like in the office that doesn't really resonate with you. So storylines can suddenly sprawl out of control when you find a character that you've really latched onto, and we're inspired by what you guys like. So we'll suddenly start playing with those things as well. And quite often there'll be quite complex storylines that are written down where we know where we want to go in sort of 5, 6 quests in the future. But new developers will come in. People might leave the company foolishly. But then when that
But
happens,
that's just like any
other
writing.
developers
It's
will
just
come in,
rewrites.
and
That's
then
not that there's no
they'll
plan.
want to bring
Yeah.
their own ideas to it. It's really important to us that every single developer that
It's not made up as it goes along. It's still planned. It's just rewrites.
Their identity and their creativity.
I
on
agree.
it. So they change a lot. There are all sorts of things that we wrote back in the day that have morphed in very different ways, like the Dragonkin storyline, which they were some characters that we came up with a long time ago, but they've changed and gone in different directions that we didn't really expect. So yes, they are planned a long time in the future, but also yes, they're made up as we go along while things change.
Good, Mark. Any other examples, Dave, that you could think of?
No, it's just a
I
rewrite.
just make it up as I go along.
All of it?
Yeah,
sure. Okay, next one. We will never release
That I could
another
believe.
competitive game mode in RuneScape.
False.
True, false? Oh no, false. What?
What?
That's wrong. Okay, true, false.
What
This
happened?
is my argument. Okay, all right. So if you talk to anybody who worked on Dimension of the Damned, they've got a kind of post-traumatic stress of having worked on it. We will never, ever do that again. But yet, there's still a little kind of love.
See, but
within
that was a
RuneScape for
good
things like
thing.
Darkscape.
You just screwed up one little section.
Darkscape's seasonal. It's still something we poll occasionally, and there is a bit of love about it. But we have a new head of esports. And while she will be working a lot with old school, I think she might be kind of like leading us down some paths. I really like the idea of doing competitive stuff, not necessarily modes or esports, but competitive stuff we do.
Excuse me.
So RuneScape 3, skilling, clue scrolls, bossing. There's no reason we couldn't try out competitive stuff in those areas, but nothing to announce today, nothing in the keynote. It's just, something we like for the future.
Like a competitive agility course.
Oh, no.
No?
No.
Okay. Okay, next one. On release of a new boss, drop rates are slightly increased for a short time. Who thinks that's true? Show of hands. What do we got? No, false? Yeah, largely. Okay, Timbo, if you would, sir.
It's false. So the only other time this happens is when we mess up a drop rate. Well, we say we, I mean me. I mean, I still have stress.
Timbo's
about
younger
kind of
brother
liking
needs to go home.
Drop rates.
That's okay.
If anyone remembers that, oof, boy, that was something else. But yeah, we don't intentionally increase drop rates of things when we release them. It's mostly unintentional, and then we'll either nerf it like the next day, the next week, or whenever. But yeah, never intentional, always accidental. Most of the time, it's me. So yeah.
Well,
sorry.
we don't mind, right, Tim? Yeah, occasionally. No problem. Okay, next one. Oh, I never asked the audience. Okay, so we have a myth internally at Jagex.
I
that
stopped.
You all just spacebar through quests. Okay, so, okay, hang on. Lights up. Show of hands. Who is that true for?
Hands up, John.
Okay. And our hands down.
Security,
Who
can
would
we get
never
for the
do
hour?
such a thing? Has never spacebar through a quest. Okay. That was quite
That's
half and
50,
half.
50.
That was good, I think.
They're running behind
it
on the
shows,
other
you know,
channels
a
too.
mix there,
Oh,
but
good.
It was definitely half.
I've got it up
ever
in a
so
small
slightly
screen, just
more,
keeping my eye on
yeah,
it.
space through, but
Good.
yeah, that's 60
That's
points.
helpful,
But
'cause
good.
I'm not.
Thank you for that. I touched the middle one. Myth. Next myth. We regret the way the Slug series ended on RuneScape. Do you guys regret the way it ended?
It's not over.
Okay. You both come in. Oh, God.
We're both going to
stand in the middle here, like. Oh, you both. So you went true, and you went false.
Yeah.
So we got a true false. All right.
Right.
Yeah. No, sorry.
Okay.
You go first. You go first.
Like I said earlier, it's really important that we allow our developers to input their own creativity in everything that they do. And at that point in time, we'd done a lot of traditional boss fights, and we wanted to do something a little bit different. I brought an idea to the table. We thought we'd try it out. So I do not regret in any way giving a developer the opportunity to put their own creativity in the game. And I never regret trying new things and learning from those opportunities. So that's why I say false.
So that is utter
By the way,
rubbish.
Ryan's on the other stage. RS guy.
Oh, nice.
So, Sorting the Wound was my second design review gig, as it were, after the sagas. I am lucky to still be here, I guess. I honestly feel it's my shame. The Sorting the Wound. I feel like while there are good things, you know, I like evocation as a pun. Evocation as a character was quite good. But I learned a lot about agency that day, and if you're going to build up a big boss character over a number of quests, you probably shouldn't kill them with a pillar. So there we go.
Fair. Well, look, I mean, there is only one way to like really resolve this: is fight, right? So.
Where the dino suits.
Yeah, dino suits.
But it was a
okay,
slug.
Thank you, boys.
Killing it with a pillar, I thought
next
was
one.
quite unusual
At any
and
point
funny.
in time, killing mastics
Should have been salt, though.
engineering reduced your XP.
What?
Mastics.
Oh, I thought it was
dinosaurs
originally,
running around in
but
there.
it might have been a myth.
It is false.
Okay.
I thought it was.
This is one of my favorite player myths because
Yeah, it's
when
been
I
around
was a
since
play-
day
well, I am
one.
a player still, but when Dungeoneering came out, I wasn't in charge of balancing with RuneScape 3,
I got-
and I thought it was true. So I never killed any of them when I was doing Dungeoneering, and when AOC came out, I never whirlwinded anything.
Yeah.
I didn't want to kill them at all. And then when this myth came out, and I looked into the code, and I was like, oh, nothing actually ever happened. So yeah, don't. I mean, they're good dinos. Don't kill them anyway. But yeah, it's never been true. So yeah.
I was
shame.
told not to kill him because it
Next
not
one?
always.
Shawnee
Yeah, but-
leaked next gen as a publicity stunt. Where is he?
Oh.
Where is he?
Oh
He's
no.
not allowed anymore to come on that stage.
No, he was
Anyone want to
horrified.
take this one for him, Steve?
He was
So what do you think?
horrified. That's
He's not here,
that's
is he?
false.
I know, I could hear the terror in his voice. He's not that good an actor.
It's a publicity stunt. It's false. So, although it did actually look like quite a cool publicity stunt, it was a complete accident. So what happened is we have an internal
He
stream
was
at
terrified
Jagex sort
that
of
he
once a
lost his
month
job.
where we get updates
Yeah.
about company progress, things you need to know, and it's broadcast just within Jagex, but it comes from the same studio where we do the external broadcasts. And right at the end of that internal stream, the creative team wanted some feedback on that logo, so they put it up so everyone in Jagex could see it. It was the very last slide. And then later that day, Shawnee was doing his stream to the world, and when that finished, he wanted to do his outro, and he hit the button to do the outro slide, and it loaded the last slide from the internal Jagex stream. So that's how it happened. If you've ever watched it, it's really funny. You can hear Shawnee literally panicking and dying inside when he realised what's happened. He's got over it now, but if you do see him, do talk to him about it. He loves to be reminded about it. And you know, throughout the rest of the day, every time you see him, stop him and just ask him about it and remind him about it and see what he has to say about it. Okay.
There is no way if you hear
Don't.
it.
That's just
He's not that good an
cruel.
actor.
There's no way he's that good of an actor. He was genuinely
That's what I said. It was like,
No.
no, he was not that good an actor.
It's easy to
Yeah,
add
he was
content like
he was
Star
literally
Wars and
terrified.
stealing
He was
creation.
almost crying.
Yeah, I would be too.
Surely that is true. It's easy.
What do you think? Oh, I'll just
Yes,
press
it's
it.
a
It
lot
is
easier.
false. So sadly, it's whether it's recreating
Bullshit.
content or creating something from scratch, the technical process is the same. We have to write the code, create the assets, put it all together. It doesn't save us any time if it's been done before in RuneScape.
But
We
it's a
may
lot easier
occasionally
to
refer
create
their
assets and
code
things
base
for.
to understand
Right.
how certain things worked. But in general, if we're trying to actually recreate something, it's even harder for us because we have to make sure we get the right nuances right. All the little features have to work exactly as they did, and that takes us a lot more time than just creating something from scratch anyway. Sorry.
Thanks, John.
Hope stealer.
No, I call
Forward ask
bullshit
the
on that one.
audience. Okay, so we have a myth that we think you've previously chosen a display name that you would So, would anyone, okay, so it's definitely a show of hands, that's true. Anyone want to shout out something that's, remember, appropriate for a stream at 4 o'clock in the afternoon? Sorry?
Sloppy dog.
Dom?
Sloppy Dom.
Okay.
It's going
He's saying don't say it.
Dave, you had your hand up.
I like how Mod Wolf is the one who knows.
Well, it's my one that I've got at the moment. I'm going to be immediately hijacked. Should we do it? No, that won't happen. Mod Osborne, like,
yeah, that's true.
he wants to choose a name, their own name.
So the majority of you didn't put your hands up, so you're quite happy with the display names that you've chosen. Is that fair? Hands up. Who doesn't feel like they're all quite happy with the display names?
Oh, he's going to
Who's never
embarrass some
changed
names
their
here.
display name? Okay, you're always just stuck with it. Okay, well, I think that is a false.
Well, Iron Man's always had the same name. This I
one.
did, but
We
it was
always
only when
intended
I
for ranged
first started. I
fighters
didn't know what to
train
name it
by
as.
safe spotting. Mr.
False.
It's a difficult one, this. It's quite often the case that I can't remember what I said for this one.
Make it up as you go along.
It's like false mostly. Yeah, I did say false. Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite often we add things to the game and players will. Do you know, this is so much of a harder question with the Gower sat over there. Like, I feel like I should just get them up on the stage to answer that one. But the long story short, which I'm never good at, when we add content to the game, sometimes players use it in ways we weren't really expecting. So you get emergent gameplay, right? Players will do things with different tools and, you know, play the game in a different way than you thought. So in Classic, that was very much the case. But then when we were converting back over to to RuneScape 2, we had all sorts of clever things in there, I seem to remember at the time, with like route finding and things like that. And clever things that the NPCs could do, or appear to do, to kind of change the way that players trained their ranging. But while we tested those things, we realized that that wasn't the way that players wanted to do things, right? So we kind of removed some of the things that we could do to preserve the gameplay that existed. So that is the answer. Is that about right? Andrew's not sure.
That was a complicated answer.
Yeah.
That's a complicated.
I'm gonna go and ask him. I love it.
The answer is to that question, Andrew.
Shed, can you fill?
Give him your mic.
Right?
Show
Some
one out to me.
NPCs that we always intended you to safe spot. So like the rat on Tutorial Island. Indeed, because we had a gate there that you would shoot through the wall, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I love this.
Right?
Okay. Yes. Right.
Mumbling with the mods.
So I remember, for example, like the lesser demons and things like that.
You can tell this wasn't planned.
There were players hid behind
Wish
mushrooms
you ran out
and
there with
things
an
like that,
actual
right?
microphone.
I would love that Oreo.
So that's a deliberate one because he's in a cage. And there's that guy that used to live under the stairs in Varrock. Was a monk of Zamorak or something like that was trapped there, right? So those sorts of things were designed to be trained that way. NPCs that were in low-level areas, we wanted rangers to be able to build up their stats in those places. But other areas, harder NPCs, were not intended to be ranged by hiding behind the corner of a wall and things like that. Right. So that is the answer. So it was false. And also true at the same time. Big hands!
Big hands for
Andrew!
Gareth. Thank you. Thank you, boys.
That was a bonus.
That was a bonus.
That was a bonus. I'm glad the.
Why are you clapping them? They brought MTX to you guys.
Right?
Yeah.
You're literally clapping for your downfalls.
Okay, next one. JMods can force their own agendas into RuneScape and Old School. What do you think?
Man, I wish this was true.
True? Make it true.
Make it true.
Oh, wow, make it true.
Make it true.
Force your agenda in, Dave.
This will be one of those homophobes complaining about the.
I think one of the best things about RuneScape is that you
gay
can see the
pride
fingerprints
thing
here,
last
the
year.
voice of certain devs when they've made a piece of content. I think that's important. I think you just try to go to Mod Ash and get him to make a quest to a certain number of guidelines. I get cracked across the face with a red mug. But there's also kind of... there are still some steps in place that stop us forcing through things that we want that are bad. As much, well, backbidders
like killing
bring home
kids?
the bacon. They're not bad, sorry.
Remember that one that you want to
Bringing home the bacon quest. We needed bacon in the game. That was completely a personal agenda, and I regret nothing.
We have abused our powers in places.
Yeah. Bacon, I'm sure
In very
bacon
meaningless
based
places.
powers are perfectly acceptable.
But like,
Did my brain?
we have so many steps in place.
Oh,
We've got kind of
'cause-
green light steps and sprint reviews that people do have to kind of sign off on things. Old School's obviously got the pulse system that means that you protect the game from ideas and agendas. Yeah, we have steps. And to be honest, most of our game is so collaborative now, or games are so collaborative now. You'll have 7 or 8 people who have seen or touched an update, so it just can't happen. Not really. All right.
That's fair.
Liar. That's the Illuminati, the inner circle.
Next, please, is
The other one's
RuneScript
finished,
is hard
so
to develop
hopefully this will
on
finish
and
before we
leads
get
to
into the thing. But
Let me know.
prepared.
Let me know. What's the alt channel? Is it RuneScape?
The old channel's RuneFest,
Personally,
I
I'm not
think.
a technical developer at all, but I can say with experience that lots of the people that use RuneScript struggle to start with. It's something that's quite tricky to a lot of people, but it was fundamentally built to be easy to develop with. And so one thing that is really good about RuneScript is prototyping your ideas is a really quick thing to do. If you want to try something out, see how it works, using something like RuneScript is a really, really good thing. Would you agree with that? Right, yeah. Now, everything that I've just said does not include RS Classic.
Well, my response is yes. I agree with that.
Which was an absolute pain in the ass to code on. Yeah, and everyone would say that.
Including the goers, right? So
I honestly, I wouldn't have touched that with a barge pole. And like, pretty quickly, after we shifted over to RuneScape 2, everyone completely forgot how to write RuneScape Classic because it was so difficult to do. So when all the weird bugs started happening in Classic, we were all like, oh my god, I can't remember how to fix this.
to feed back into the hive mind,
Yeah.
work it out. Okay, well, I think that's probably a mixture there, exactly, right?
Livid Farm should be deleted.
Good to dispel that one. I think we've got not many left now. So we can see what we've got left. Oh, we've got to ask the audience, okay. So we have a myth in the office that, like, we see the playtimes that you guys sometimes kick on, and there's no way that
I
you
have actually
could
been guilty of this
called
one.
in
Same.
sick on a release day. That must have happened. Who has a good day? They didn't go to school or college.
I'll admit to this one.
Because they were desperate to play a release.
Hundo.
Quite a few. Okay, what release?
All.
Kebos Lowlands.
Most.
While Gothic sleeps. Well, yeah, obviously. That was.
While Gothic sleeps, I lied to my boss that I was sleeping.
Not that one. Never that one. So who's never taken a day off? Quite a few. Or you just, you know, find
Tryhards.
more appropriate- Well, you're very good.
Yeah.
Well
At
done.
life.
Very, very sensible of you. Okay. So that was kind of a middle as well, I would say.
Right, I should have eaten
I'm
something before the
interested in
stream.
the J-mods here that put up their hand. Are you saying that when you knew there was a release coming up for your piece of content that was coming out, that you pulled a sickie? Because that's the way I'm reading it.
Never.
I'd like to leave it mysterious.
Right.
Also, I'd like to put
I can hold my hands up, and it was
I like
released
when
old school, and
Timbo
I
went
wasn't
away
working
for
at
2
JX
weeks
at the
on the
time.
release of
Right,
one of his.
okay.
So,
I took a sick day on dungeoneering.
Did you?
was that out of
No,
fear?
sorry,
or-
holiday.
Oh, holiday.
I love it.
Okay.
I love a bit of dungeoneering.
Oh, wait, yeah, Gothic sleeps.
That's a good answer.
Had to get that one played quickly, right?
There you go.
I think that's it. I think that's the end of Mythbusters, guys. So hopefully you enjoyed that. Something a little bit different. If you enjoyed it, maybe we'll bring that back at future RuneFests. Thank you to everybody on the stage.
All right.
Thank you even more so to everybody.
Is it safe to switch
in the
over?
audience and at home that gave us the questions and asked these myths. I'm
Uh,
sure we've only scratched the
say
surface,
that's-
right?
yeah, it
There's
hasn't actually
probably
come up
a
yet,
ton
so-
more.
There was a lot of salty questions
There was
out
a lot
there.
of salty questions.
Yeah, spicy.
They're still on the
so
Be
we tried
Right
to
Back
answer
at
as
the
many as
moment,
possible. But
so...
look, thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see what's coming up next. Thank you, guys.
We are sisters.
That's nice. All right. Well, we break here real quick. I'm going to take a bathroom break real quick. I don't know about you.
Yes, I'll take another one while we're doing here.
All right. BRB. Okay. Stormsmith just lost 3,000 hides. Oh, sorry, buddy. I'm going to go AFK in a yellow zone. I'm back. A minor headache. Ask your friend that question I asked earlier. I gotta scroll up chat and find it. 1 second. See, I'm dumb. Let me see here. Here we go. Got it. Let me just wait for him to come back. Helps, right?
I am here.
Okay. So that question that I saved from earlier, it's directed at you. It says, tell me how an abyssal demon is different than a fire giant, and how a fire giant is different from a damn gargoyle, other than drops.
Well, their strength, their weaknesses, you know, how hard they are to hit. Abyssal demons obviously are a lot harder. They have the mechanic where they will bounce around. Now, obviously, once you are max stack, yeah, sort of.
Once you're max stacked,
yeah,
maxed and stacked. Good.
You you know, you're not really going to find that much of a difference between hitting them. But you know, abyssal demons will hit you a lot harder. They do have the mechanic where they jump around a lot. You know, so if say you do one of your abilities where you sort of hit them a couple of times, they bounce behind you. Well, you obviously you're not going to hit. Gargoyles, again, they have a different mechanic. You must have, again, in early days, you must have the maul to crush them at the end. Obviously, as you get up in the game, you'll buy that ability through Slayer points, where you never need to worry about that.
Right.
And Fire Giants are just a very basic. They're one of the sort of the starting point ones where you're starting to get something reasonable in drops in Slayer. But end game, I mean now, and this is why Slayer with these newer Slayer creatures they're bringing out that sort of a bit harder, that hit you different, that do a few different mechanics and things. Love the Lost Grove creatures for the different mechanics and things that they use. Camel Warriors I really enjoy. Hate Ripper Demons because of the one hit, and that's not so much the one hit. It's more based on the tick system. And things where you can just get that little bit of lag in the game for a split second, and you just don't move when you're supposed to when you click. That's why I think that that should be reduced to maybe a 75% hit rather than the full 100%.
So survey results are live right now. Is that true?
Not on mine.
I've
still got. Be right back.
Same.
Just reloading it?
Yeah, reload and let me know.
No, it still says be right back. Got coming up next, our survey reveal.
The official stage. What are they up to on the official stage? I'll pop that open.
Yeah, maybe they put about. No, they moved it to the official stage.
Yeah, I'm just double checking. The official stage is just the couch right now. Which we can play the couch if you want. Otherwise, or we can just keep chatting. Your choice.
Who's on the couch?
Mod Hat, Mod Tiara, Mod. I don't know.
This is.
Oh wait, here we are.
Survey results are up.
Q&A.
It's just starting now.
We thought you might be interested in knowing what the results were from the survey we posted about 30 days ago, and we have pretty much not stripped out anything. Going to see how that goes. Why not?
Could be bad or it could be...
Yeah, this could be terrible. We'll never do it again.
Nah.
We're going to be brazen about the information. We're just going to rattle through.
I like it.
So, first one we're going to start with, we kind of remixed it a little bit. How often should we launch various types of combat content? So we kind of split it up by all the different kinds of combat content we were going to do. And then the results are, bam, right, that's a lot of information, that's TMI. But the way it kind of works, I think, is that generally it spikes every 1 year for most things. So if you look at kind of easier solo bosses, oh, the colours are really hard to read. Who did that? Easy solo bosses, basically it was also combat dungeons, elite dungeons, hard solo bosses. Those really kind of over-index on 1 year. But actually Slayer mobs was more, that's the darker one, that was more kind of 3 to 6 months. Like maybe you're okay with it being off the back of a quest, you know, as a reward, or maybe independent, like Rune and Adamant Dragons we did with that. Like maybe that could be more frequently. And the only one that kind of bucks this trend is hard multiplayer bosses. So for RST, I think that makes sense. There's only, you know, there's a lot of people who like doing things solo. You've got more chance of playing something solo. You don't have to rely on teams. So relying on teams who are as good as you, or willing to drag you along if you're not very good, is harder.
Definitely.
So yeah, so made that quite infrequent. I will let other people talk in a minute, by the way. I just got confident. So we have planned to make, or considered planning, frequent changes to the combat
This was
meta.
ridiculous, I thought.
Like, how appealing do you find that?
Right?
Well, it turns out not very appealing at all. The idea of remixing, like maybe making one weapon the best weapon for a month or two, and then making something else the best.
Yeah, we interpreted this as, because the meta will change over
More
time,
than
just as new
50%
content
said
gets
no.
released. We interpreted this as, do you want us to intentionally change the meta very frequently, more frequently than content would
maybe
make
pull
happen?
things up and pull things down. Like
Yeah.
there's many ways of interpreting it, I think.
Yeah, but the result is very negative. So.
No, yeah.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because people don't want their banks devalued, or
Yeah.
they want their knowledge to be like scrubbed out very quickly. So yeah, I mean it's fairly makes sense now, but
That's why we ask these questions,
That's why
right?
we pull these things.
Yeah, exactly.
So
They're all yellow
So don't worry,
at
we
the
won't
moment.
do that.
It said survey.
All right. And at the end of the combat section, we threw lots of our combat and remaster updates on for you to rate out of 5. So this is really hard to visualize, by the way. So I apologize for how it is. The way we've done it is, yeah, there we go. So the coloration, if it's green, it got into our top 20 out of 80. If it's orange, it kind of came 20 to 60. And if it's 60 to 80, then it is red. That is the bottom.
When you say top 8, you mean across all?
Across all of the categories.
So,
So it just gives you
combats.
so this gives you comparative across all of the different categories, comparative appeal, as it were. So what we can see is that actually there were 3 combat updates.
Take a
that
little
hit in the top
screenshot of
20
that.
of all the updates we put out there. And I think some of them surprised us.
The skilling and combat.
This doesn't surprise me.
A lot, I think.
No.
Like forcing skilling inside of a boss arena, as well as doing combat as well. So.
It sounds like the kind of combat content that like pleases nobody.
Yeah.
But actually,
Because
your
your skills can work with your PVM friends.
Right.
It didn't mean that one was getting in the way of the other. They could both benefit each other, and I think that's part of why it has a little bit of appeal. Also, like, it's really, like, I'm really chuffed that more early game bosses and boss hub are so high. Like, people want other people to be playing bosses. That's very kind of altruistic of you, very noble of you. It's really good. I would love to see that content in there as well, because I've got I often don't have a great idea of where to start with bossing. What's the reading list of bosses? You know, that's how I imagine Boss Hub would go. I mean, there's other ideas with
yeah, absolutely, yeah. But also Slayer Tower Remastered. That'd be really cool. I'm excited to know what we do with the Slayer Tower Remaster.
We're very sad to see so little.
So was I.
But we think that's because people just don't know what that is.
That's it. Yeah, we announced Hostilius, or we talked about Hostilius, I think
yes,
2 RuneFests
certainly
ago.
Yeah, something
so
like
it's a kind of, if you were in the room, maybe you'd know.
And
so I think it
remember
shows the problems, even old school face, the problems with polling when something is quite complex.
And you don't
or
give enough information.
New idea, and that's why relying solely on a poll system can be problematic.
Because Hostilius was a brilliant idea.
I don't know are there any surprises in there for you at all? Anyone wants to whoop whoop for their update?
But still, even when you look at it, Hostilius still
right?
48.5% of people want it. That's still a pretty high number.
Mm-hmm.
That's nearly half the players want it.
Yeah.
And as I said, a lot of players probably didn't understand it.
Yeah. So for those
artwork is so good.
Yeah, exactly. It's sad. It doesn't necessarily mean the joy of things. It doesn't mean necessarily they won't work on it. It's just information. It goes in the pool of information we got.
It tells us that if we do it, we need to do a lot of work on like.
Yeah. He said do.
Promoting.
Sorry.
You've had a long day, haven't you?
So tired.
Oh, that was.
Okay, remastered. It's you, that boy.
Oh yeah, sure. So we're going to talk about remaster more in the keynote.
Yeah.
But the idea of remastering is taking in a piece of iconic content you know in the past, and then changing it up, refreshing its rewards, adding new gameplay. I mean, I keep using Resident Evil 2 Remastered as a good crux, but Resident Evil 2 Remastered was great.
Soften Player Dungeon, Curdle Dungeon are all kind of Slayer Tower remastered.
So
Yeah.
that's what we want to do with
In meta.
content. We sort of ask you, what is a remaster to you guys? Like, how important are these things to you? And we were pretty surprised, I think, by these. I really can't see that. I'm just looking at this one.
Fix this
So
functionality.
yeah, I think the
oh
most
my
important
goodness.
thing to you guys was
This
to
is
make
very
sure
hard to.
the content that we remaster is playable, right? That it's still playable. It's still worthwhile doing. There's rewards to go and get a hold of. But what was less important to you guys was like the new aspect. So not only the new stories, graphical improvements wasn't that important to you guys as well, which is quite interesting to me.
It's
so if
RuneScape,
we
for
did a
God's
remaster
sakes.
Of like, I don't know, if we did a Bork remaster, maybe reworking Bork and spending the time to graphically update him isn't as important as making him better rewarding.
But it does really skew towards the positive with remasters.
Yes.
I think like virtually every element is towards the positive.
Yeah, Karamja needs a freaking
think
life
from it is from a
injection.
remaster, it's the
I don't know
reworking
why.
bit that is most important.
Yes.
The adding new stuff comes secondary, but it's still liked.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was really cool. And then our next question remaster was, so yeah, how much do you like remastering?
An album.
And people
Of course.
seem to
It's
like
a good idea.
I think.
Of course.
So a positive result.
As a core direction, we want to take the
You
game
got
in, that's
40
nice.
and 30.
Yeah,
You got 75% of
seem
people
to
think
love
it's
remastering, which
important.
is great for me because that's my job.
That passes an old school
But
poll.
also, there's just so much content. There's like we all know there's like 19 years worth of content in this game, and like there's so much that we loved when we were kids, or still are kids, or like 15 years ago. Like so much content that we went down with. Me and Models want to
Interesting.
I work a lot on Type of 1i. I think that's like one of my favorite pieces of content. I'd love to do a remaster Type of 1i where it was like more like temple trekking or something. Like we actually go in
Got
the
some-
jungle and
I
stuff.
like that you led with Tyro 1i.
Got some work in progress pictures of archaeology
but
here.
It's a really good rework. It does make it genuinely good.
From Blade
I'll get
Com.
Type of 1 remastered in the game at some point. yeah, so yeah, I mean, it's really good for us that everyone wants to see remasters. Yeah, I'm really excited what we're gonna do for remasters.
By the way, we are going to do Q&A at the end. We just thought we'd kind of let us flow, and then you can so remember the things you want to ask, and then we're going to ask the audience as well.
Remember the specificator. So quests. Right, we're always asking about quests. What's the minimum number of quests you think should be released each year?
I'm curious to see this.
Kind of a controversial question for us in some ways. So yeah, there's big spikes here around 3, 6, and 12.
I love the people who did
30.
today.
Yeah, and then the really optimistic guys who are like, yeah,
that was the cap.
Like, 3 a month.
3 quests a month.
Three
That's
quests
minimum as well.
3 quests a month minimum. Yeah, we're not going to do that. Like, there's obviously people who are keen on 12. The more realistic number, I think, for us is 6. So we're like, we want to try harder to meet that number, I think, is all.
Yeah, I think 6 is realistic.
Kind of, I can already imagine the Twitch chat right now. It's like
what I also love about this, you see the 3, the 6, the 9, even and the 12.
Yeah.
Because if you looked at that graph, they had 3, 6, 9, 12 on the bottom, and they're all the ones that peaked. Maybe a lot of people didn't realize it was a sliding scale.
Ah, maybe.
I was wondering how this would work, this one. And it's basically showed exactly what I thought.
Next, so this is
very interesting. It's so interesting the way you present data. You'll get very different answers.
We can't possibly achieve 30. In this case, like this is very much like we can build quests that are short or long, which is more interesting. And so the very large result here. I mean, it's interesting because the way the question is worded, it's the minimum time for the quest, not the preferred time for the quest. So we're taking that into account. But there's clearly an acceptance here for shorter quests, I would say. I wouldn't interpret it as a preference.
But you said minimum.
But more like if quests were 30 minutes.
If you had 15 minutes, that would have come out as number 1.
And if you combine that with the previous bit of data,
it's just, it's basically just people saying they're desperate for quests.
I'm a quest should play. I would have said an hour then, but when you ask me minimum, I say 30 minutes minimum.
The planning, I think, to try to have a faster cadence of smaller quests, rather than I think sometimes we have thought that quests have to be these 2-hour epic.
Even I'll be honest, even internally, we have real trouble recalibrating because we keep going lavish. We want new models. We want making them involved 70-minute, 90 minutes.
We can't make this quest until we have 6 months of time to work on it.
So it's a bit of a shock to the system for us as well.
Yeah. And then this is also quite closely related to those points. How important is it to you that quests include brand new models, environments, etc.? Because we can make quests out of reused assets.
Yeah, reuse.
Craft all new material for them. And it's sort of
moderately.
The big spike in the middle of moderately important makes this a little hard, I think, to take a concrete takeaway from. But there's a clear preference for it being not as important to how it is important. And that's good because, again, if we combine that with the previous 2 pieces of information, it's sort of, again, it's almost like permission to spend less time working on new assets for quests. And
or it's them saying, come and get some flipping
No, it's sort of saying, do it if it's important, but it's not necessary if it's not important.
If the quest hasn't been released, it's because all the art assets are on a different project. We're feeling, we can't do that material because we can't do it justice without a new map and 20 new models.
But we can be really wise. There's no reason that we can't anticipate a big update with some of the models that is going to be planned for that update. Bring out stories around it. We've got a boss coming out. Let's do a quest before the launch. Got a song from the depths style that tells you a bit more about it.
Yeah, and that like taking that into account, like recalibrating a little bit. This is dear to my heart because I'm always trying to force story into everything. How important is story in non-quest updates, like dungeons, bosses, etc.? And the answer here was, so this graph kind of looks like the previous graph, but actually my interpretation of it is a little bit different because this is more like, is there a sufficient audience for this thing? And here we've got like more than 50% of players care at least a little bit, or care at least moderately. So that's almost like, we should definitely continue to do that.
And it doesn't have to be expensive to do that.
No, dropping a little bit of lore into non-lore updates is a good way to continue the story. And actually, to be honest, from my point of view, we always, as lore developers, have a very pessimistic perspective on like how many people actually care about what we do. You hear everyone cheering on the main stage for spacefaring through quests, right? And we're all going, oh. But actually, that's more than 50% of players at least moderately interested. So that's a fantastic result for me as a lore developer. That at least 50% of people care a little bit. Is fantastic. So that's permission to keep doing that and do that.
Yeah, we have to keep in mind the kind of people who might do a survey. We've always got to keep that in mind.
Yes,
but
that's
I still
absolutely
think
true.
It's still massively positive.
Right, and then did these get combined together?
They didn't get combined together, I'm afraid.
Right,
they
this
are
is
on
going to
separate-
get confusing. Right, so we have 2 identical questions because there are so many options here that it's just basically going to be the same thing twice in a row.
Do you mind if I give a little story of this?
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
actually what we did was we did this survey internally. So what we did was this batch is all the stuff that got voted highest by the staff. And then the second batch are the ones that we liked less. Not necessarily, you know, there was a lot that fell by the wayside. So these are the ones we think are the big hitters.
And as I've been clarifying on these, not everything on this list, some of these things on this list are things that we have prospective designs for, or that are part of a plan, or that are maybe part of a plan. Other things on this list is stuff you just made up off the top of your head while you were writing the survey in order to sort of gauge interest in it.
Yeah.
And we get some quite, and someone said, that's really impressive that you made all that stuff off the top of your head. They were really impressed with it.
Oh, right.
So you haven't lost it.
Oh, thank you.
Right,
feel really
so
old, weirdly old now.
as with the combat content, we've asked this stuff to be rated. Is it organised the same way? Yeah, right. Okay, so right at the top, Desert Treasure 2, Temple and Distant 2, and Dragon Slayer 2. And I think what stands out
Hell
about
yeah,
those 3
Dragon Slayer 2
is that you said that they would get rewards.
I know there was a lot of criticism of the survey for including rewards. The kind of my defense of this is that I almost wanted to try out this survey as if we took it all the way to how we would actually market it.
But again,
No, that's a
more, I
important
mean,
thing to do. How it would be
50% of
presented to the
people
players.
said
And Desert
somewhat
Treasure
or
2,
very
Temple and
appealing,
Distant 2, Dragon Slayer 2,
even on the
kind of
lowest
have
one.
To have a reward with them.
I know, yeah, that's really
people
good.
like quests.
Have an ancient something. Yeah. I'd be disappointed.
It's all RuneScape has.
Instead of leaving
I
it
mean,
at
you
yes,
allowed
so
people,
actually
your
make it
vocal minority say they spacebar quests, but a lot of people play because they love the quests.
Also, nothing here.
2 quest points.
Nothing here in the bottom. So there's 80 updates overall in the survey. None of these quests are in the bottom.
But as I
like
said,
25%.
these are ones we thought would do best, so I
Yeah.
think that's probably
Yeah.
self-selecting.
Yeah, that's true actually. Yeah, because there's more in the second half. Yeah.
But
Anything there that's surprising?
I guess I was surprised. What you can't see on this is how many people were in the kind of the mediocre ranges. The way we did this was because it's ranked out of 5, those who voted 4 or 5. So we're looking for real kind of love for these updates. Actually, if you kind of, I think if you include 3, the Slayer Master Trials shoots to the top. And I think this is because it's a crossover quest. I think if you couldn't care less about questing, a Slayer Master quest is quite interesting. I know Kuradel, you know, I want to find out more about it, that kind of thing.
And I think when we break down the data, we'll find that non-questers will have voted for the Slayer quest as well. And like we're going to take that kind of thing into account. So like if all non-questers vote for a
Hello guys, how are you doing?
Well, not vote, 'cause that implies
Hey,
you know what I mean.
hang on one second.
Like,
Let me just
we'll
adjust
take
your
that into account
volume. That
when we're
was
thinking about what we're
And
doing.
I think
Little
the
over
idea
the
that I have,
top.
the love that I have for the idea of a death of the old wise old
Hey, what's
man
up?
quest isn't necessarily translating to
Hey,
these
mate,
ways.
sorry.
I think
Yeah,
it's
I
solely
That one got a
me.
lot. That one got huge.
Yeah,
amount of
Mike,
Got
there,
a
can you
lot
see?
of dislikes.
Didn't
I think
wanna
it's because I
see
put
the-
inverted commas that he
Anyways.
dies, which immediately makes everybody think it didn't happen.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
They don't want him.
Brilliant, brilliant. So have you been watching the RuneScape streams that have been streaming for the
So recent
Yep,
updates like
we
that,
are
time
currently
and
going
Storm
through
is fine to go
the
to hear
survey
about
at the
the
moment.
storyline. Were you
Nice.
aware this
But am
was
I
happening?
interrupting? I just thought I'd pop on.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
Well, I had a chance. Is that right? Okay, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So, what have you
so
spotted
just
the
over
new
half
skill
people
that they're
noticed
about
there
to
was
talk
a
about,
storyline.
the archaeology?
That's ridiculous.
I haven't. I just got some stuff leaked about archaeology, so I'm just going through some of it right now. It's not too impressive for me personally, but I haven't had a chance to look at the stuff. So.
Yeah, well, I've not had a chance to have a shot of it yet. It's obviously, as you can guess, it's really busy here, and they've got a limited number of computers with the demo for the archaeology. But as far as I've got from it is basically it's kind of similar to Invention where you collect things and then you upgrade them and stuff like that. They've all got the reasons to be upgraded and fixed and stuff like that from what I can get the understanding of anyway. I've seen some people on the computers, it looks nice. I've seen people just digging away at things and yeah, so it looks alright, but I'm still skeptical until I see and hear more about it in the key.
Yeah, looking forward to the keynote. That's coming up in, what, an hour or so?
As far as I'm aware, I'm looking at my lanyard that's got all the times on them in 15 minutes, I thought it was.
Oh, you might be right.
Wrong.
No, it's probably...
Well, yeah.
They're running a little bit
5
behind.
p.m. RuneScape, yeah. They're running a bit behind, but yeah.
But not that much.
About 5 o'clock, 5:15 UK time, that should be the keynote, so yeah.
Does an ongoing story make you more or less interested in upcoming quests? That's the current question on the screen. So yeah, they're just plowing through the survey, and then we'll be over onto the keynote. How's the floor? Has they got any, did they have any interesting activities?
Yeah, so the skill chips came back this year. There was, off the top of my head, I think there was 8, and you had loads of different skills to do, like archery, mini golf. What else comes to mind? You had to draw your own boss. I'll put my one in a wee bit. It's not the best, I'll be honest with you. It's far from the best. It's a slightly upgraded version of the Stickman, to put it into words. But who knows? Might win something if people like my Stickman anyway.
Right.
So yeah, and then you got a skill chip for that. Puzzles, just the usual puzzles. There was an interesting bit where you had to voice a line. You could have either chose one of the lines that they said, or you could make up your own line, and it could end up on a new bit of content in game, and it was to do with archaeology, as I'm sure you can guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it'll be quite interesting to see for someone if their voice ends up in the game. So
Awesome. If you get a hold of archaeology firsthand, would super love to hear your impressions on it.
what I'll do is, depends on how busy and how the connection, the Wi-Fi, sometimes depending on where you are in the building, I'll try and get and speak to you live when I'm playing it, and I'll take some videos as well.
Yeah.
Of it. But I hope you don't mind. There is a lot of talking in the background, so feel free just to mute me if it does end up too loud, and you can let me know if it is. But yeah, I'll give you a live on hands-on thoughts of it anyway. So
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We're not hiding these threads or anything on Red. Okay, cool. So anything that gets leaked as far as archaeology seems to be okay. So cool. Yeah, we'll be talking about archaeology in the downtime before the keynote, I guess, a little bit.
yeah, sounds good.
I've got some images to go through. All right, shall I bring back audio on the stream, or is there anything else you wanted to go over?
Well, yeah. One last thing, sorry.
Yeah.
One thing I will mention is that I was with Mod Jack last night, and we were sitting, and there was a couple of other mods, Mod Timbo, and that we were sitting at the table for the awards.
Right.
And one of the things they spoke to me about was mining AFK. That's going to be getting nerfed.
Oh.
Quite extremely, in terms of if you're not doing too much, you don't. The current view on it is you don't deserve to get much resources out of it. You know, you still get resources, but nowhere near as much as if you're
good. That's
if
good.
you're actually going for it constantly, you know, so which is pretty decent. But when it comes to smithing, there's going to be boosts. So in terms of when you disassemble Elder Plus stuff, you'll get more and better
components,
items, basically.
right?
Components, that was the word I was looking for. Thank you. So yeah, you'll get more components, and yeah. So there's some people might not like that, but I think it's good. You know, if, you deserve more for doing more, kind of thing. You know.
Right. I agree, 100%.
So, and you know, it's still not too much to ask to do. You know, you're just having to go and follow the goal. What they explained to me is, you know how it comes up with that gold stardust stuff, it falls down on the odd one.
Yep.
Every few minutes. If you continue just with them, that update won't affect you, because by doing that, following the gold rush,
right,
it keeps you playing. You know,
you're engaging, yeah.
A good amount. Yeah, you're engaging. So
cool. That's good to know. So anyone who likes the current amount of items that you get from mining, you better get it in now, I guess, before they change that.
Exactly, yeah. So there'll be a blog post about that probably next week or the week after.
Oh, good. I like that they're working on like effort equals rewards. Like they did that with farming as well. It seems like they're going in the right direction there.
Exactly, yeah. I'd agree with you there. Yeah, for definite. The other things I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. Yeah, so no, just stuff like that. They've been really happy with how the betas have went. You know, they're looking to do that in future with like future updates, and it depends, because it does take up a lot of resources. So it won't be every single update, but the ones that are going to drastically change things. You know, bank free work, mining some ideas in the past. You know,
Right.
combat. You know, not necessarily everything will go into the game, but will be put into a beta, kind of like the combat. But it also gives them that idea.
Karamja number one.
If something. yeah, that's a good idea.
I'm happy the Darksiders Zenaris got up there too.
Yeah, we're looking at real quick areas and games. The top 3 are Karamja Varrock and the Dark Side of Zenaris, which is awesome. Just wanted to point that out real quick.
Yeah, that would all be lovely. Yeah, especially Kajama Hole.
Mm-hmm. Especially if archaeology lands a lot on Karamja, that would be nice to have a remake of it.
Well, it brings a good a good idea to update it. You know, that's a good reason on its own. You know,
Right.
Bring that and to add some new content, but keeping the old content alive as well, or bringing it back to life.
I'm just happy RuneScape Auto Chess is number 9. That was a horrible idea, in my humble opinion.
So how did that work? Like, is it like the other chess systems where things just automatically?
Auto Chess is a mod for friggin' what is it, Dota or something? No, or I don't know. It's a mod similar to. It's a weird. I don't know much about it, to be honest with you. I've only seen Northern Lion play it like once, and I was like, this is not for me. See you later. But what one of those games is it? StarCraft that you can make custom game modes in or something? Maybe it's a StarCraft game mode. It's just one of those. It's a fad, and it's not worth creating a whole game mode over. Anyway, anything else?
No, sorry, mate. No, that was it. Connection cut out there. So yeah, I'll probably join back on later on. What time are you doing? Will you be continuing with the stream after the keynote?
Yeah, for a little while.
And I'll try and well, I'll drop you a wee message. Just depending on how things work out, and like I say, if I can get into the archaeology testing bit, and if you're still streaming, I'll be in touch then. But regardless, I'll have videos and I'll do a wee record and let you know what my final thoughts are.
Awesome. Enjoy.
Right. Cheers. Thank you very much, guys, and sorry for just bumping in, but I just thought, well, I had the chance, I would pop in and.
Good to hear from you.
All right. Cheers, guys.
Have a good time.
Have a good time.
Take
Bye.
care.
Bye.
4 or 5 out.
Themed weekends.
That was really interesting to me because I wasn't sure.
I like how it doesn't.
And I'm still not
even the top
convinced
one's not above 68%.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Even the amount of no's to this was phenomenal.
Not just like rings, but also anything to do with drop tables and drop rates. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. Let's get in.
How are we doing time?
Yeah, don't worry about the time. This is the most interesting thing of the talk. Talk about it.
I don't remember this question. So yeah, how interesting are these types of things to you? Turns out everyone likes a lot of things, but there is a slight upturn in people wanting things to go to 120.
Hell yeah!
That's probably because of how we've done it in the past, rather than anything in the future. I mean, there's more on that in the Runescape keynote. But
in a good sense.
In a good sense, about how we're going to change 120s and things. But I think this is quite positive. I think it shows a desire from you guys that you want new skills, you want skill reworks, you want all these new things we want to get out there. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
I mean, the obvious one is the kind of controversy around 120s. There's a bit of a mixed bag there. It does skew to the positive, but then you've got that spike.
Yeah, they're just your wankers and your fighters.
And I think we're interpreting that as not interpreting, as not. We're assuming at least some of those players, it's not that they don't want 120s at all, but that they don't like the way we've handled 120s.
Yeah, exactly.
In the past.
No, they don't want them.
If we did a different job.
They're your PVMers who just don't like skilling.
Next up, we've got what is
raising the cap one.
Oh, right, okay. So this is raising the skill cap up 5 levels or 10 levels at a time. Instead of going from 99 to 120, how would you feel with a not a batch release, a staggered release of skills to 120? And this, I think, out of all the questions today, this is the one that surprised.
This blew us away.
Hugely surprising.
Yeah.
It seems that there
Filthy
are
casuals.
who wouldn't mind us going to 105, then to 110, then 110, sorry, then 115, and then finally to 120. And I don't know. Like, really, that still surprises me the most.
That was because when we were designing Slayer, that was one of the most controversial discussions internally.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
all because we take the opinions of hardcore player developers really seriously, and all of the hardcore player developers said you cannot batch Slayer. It has to go
it's
to
batching.
120
It's not around number per se, really.
We hate it. Players will hate it. Don't
I
do
said
it.
that, and we said that, right?
Yeah. Well, you're a hardcore player, Timbo.
Yeah.
You're more hardcore than I am.
So yeah, I think this definitely surprises the most, and might help inform future releases, I think.
Yes. Yeah. It's not come at the right time for certain things.
Certain ones,
but that's
Please
been really,
tell me it's gonna
really
be
informative.
construction.
Yeah, we might explore that a little bit
Definitely
further.
increases our options.
We construction and summoning. I mean, we already know that we're
Right,
going
yeah.
to
So,
summoning.
how would you like, essentially, how would you like to redress the balance with PVM in terms of making money? Turns out,
Stone spirits.
yeah. So yeah, this is the one that actually surprised me as well. Is that you don't want us to bring down combat. It's more about bringing skills up. So instead of like nerfing Talos and AOD down to where skilling is, it's instead of making skilling more profitable. So making sure that there are reasons to go and skill, and that you would make money from skilling rather than.
Am I mining now?
Nerfing
I mean,
Your
obviously, we've got
choice.
to temper that feedback a little bit because you could interpret the question of, do you want more gold?
It's not necessarily less XP.
We
Most people
get a
say
lot
yes.
of qualitative feedback, which is essentially, you guys need to nerf PVM. You've got to nerf PVM. It's out of control. But then statistically, when we ask that question, that isn't the result. We've got a very small minority of people expressing that opinion.
Another surprising one for us. And then, which of three skills? would
I'm
you
really
most
intrigued,
like
actually.
guess,
for a
yeah.
rework?
Go on, who thinks... Okay, well, let's take construction off the table, all right? That one's obvious. Go on, what's the curveball skill that you think's in there? Divination.
Surprisingly high up. Any other ones?
Runecrafting, I've heard a few
Runecrafting.
times. Agility, okay.
I think no one's guessed the number 2.
So there are. There
No, I was
they
wrong.
are.
Yes, you got it, guys. Well done.
So yeah.
Divination was very, very wrong. Sorry, dude.
It's rune crafting.
It's in the surprised Fletchings and crafting are down
Yeah,
so
the reason I
far.
say that is divination was one of the skills that surprised me. It's quite a recent skill. It does make money, but it is very high up in the terms of what we want to rework. Woodcutting would be an interesting rework.
Yeah, there's a couple of things like farming and hunter. I think if you asked a few years ago, would have been higher up, but they're actually lower than none of them now, which is really surprising.
But yeah, and of course construction agility. Rune crafting was a surprise one, I think.
Yeah.
For us, it was
Not for this
internally.
room.
We think that's probably because we want to turn it into the magic crafting skill rather than anything else. Obviously, it's kind of the magic crafting skill, but it's not really the magic crafting skill.
At some levels, randomly, yeah.
Yeah, for tectonic and some other random bits and bobs.
I kind of want to go back to my past self and tell them it's okay. Invention will be all right in the end.
Yeah.
I think past me would have liked that information.
And
Oh, well, based on that result.
Yeah, a little bit.
And Mod Jack did all right because smithing's quite low down.
Yeah. Still 2.5% of people want to see it reworked again.
Mining Smithing,
So-
Mining Smithing Rework remastered.
This time without stone spirits.
With more stone spirits.
Oh, with more stone spirits, yeah.
So yeah, so this is going to free to play to level 30, right? Instead of level 5. How much do you agree with this? Most people seem to want to give free to play more stuff.
Yeah, that's really good to hear, to be honest. Like, we thought that there would be a kind of, hey, wait a minute, they're not paying, what are you doing? Don't give them stuff, please. And that
No,
doesn't
because it attracts more
seem to be
players
there.
into the game.
No,
Not
no.
why would people
No,
think
yeah,
that?
there seems to be like a...
It's a very
give them
elitist
more control
attitude.
of the skill, let them play around with it. Maybe they help bring some of those resources from level up to level 30, bring into the economy. So yeah, I think that's...
Because you can't learn about skill in 5 levels.
No, yeah.
Except divination.
And then we've got some of the skilling updates with the same sort of deal. So if it's green, it's in the top 20. If it's orange, it's middling, and the red, it's a lot lower. And there are some cool ones in there.
Some real shockers in this one. Is it? Yeah.
So skilling does have a lot of updates in the top 20. I'm going to come down here again.
Big love for the mining and smithing rework is how I interpret that.
So yeah, there's big. So obviously people like the way that smithing was done for the mining and smithing rework. Skilling dungeons was up there. That was like a game jam update from last year. Is that skilling dungeons? Where you'd randomly find like a.
It's funny because they said they're going to announce the 120s at the keynote. Construction to 120, summoning to 120, and rework on both. You know which ones they're going to announce, don't you?
Construction to 120, I think, was #1. Was it last year? Sorry,
Range smithing rework.
#1. So that there is a drop of probably about 10% based on adding the 120. So obviously that tells us something.
And then surprises on this. Floor 61?
Floor 61, guys.
No one cares.
Not even 50% of people would like to see floor 61.
Did we slap an elite dungeon on that?
No.
I can't remember.
You let Samarak out of 61. No one cares anymore.
Right? You let the cat out of the bag.
Yeah, I think so. And then skilling abilities. So
yeah, that's really positive. I like that.
Evolution of skilling.
Evolution of skilling.
I can't believe you just mentioned that.
Evolution of skilling. Hell yeah. Bring it on.
Oh, yeah, this was me. Oh, clicker. Hello.
Cursed name.
Yeah. I think what we learned from the survey is that calling all of this player-owned updates was incorrect. This isn't player-owned updates. It's more just kind of mini-gamey things, few remasters in that area, like drop table reworks, that kind of thing. I think a lot of people saw this as the first question and went, why is it becoming player-owned RuneScape? It's not.
It is.
So this category did really well as well, really over-indexed on player-owned stuff. Oh, there, I've done it again. Now I see what happens. Yeah, like, wow, rare drop table booster. Just give us new rewards, please.
Big surprising results.
Yeah. Boss drop rework, please. Just give us more rewards, please. Golden Clue, just give us more rewards, please.
These are all the ones I voted low.
Yeah, I think one of the joys of this is a Golden Clue Scrolls is actually a stealth. We really, really, really want to do that one.
Town was the only one that was in my top there.
Manji Miscellanea remastered. Hell yeah.
Pet
Park. Pet Park.
Yeah, exactly. So that's probably very likely.
But the Pet
But there are some
Park.
surprises there. For me, like, I didn't quite anticipate how many people would connect World Army to mobilizing armies. I think I need to completely rework the branding of that one. That's not how I imagined it at all. I really like the idea that you were gathering, like, say I completed everything in Falador.
Does he listen to our
Falador is
podcast?
a force for me now. You know, I've completed everything for Varrock, so kind of all the quests that are there, all of the task sets that are there. I've gathered Varrock now as my army, and then you do army dungeons, you do army quests, and these are especially created stuff for you to take those armies. I'm selling it now.
Is this where you try and sell your Rune Labs idea? Is that what's happening?
Yes!
This is it. It's back
Please vote
all
for
over
my
again.
Rune Labs idea.
Yeah, right. Sorry. I'll stop.
No love for player-owned Bathyscapes, though.
Oh, I love that.
Although
So
you've spelled it wrong.
Is that not how it's spelled?
No, it's Scape.
Is that why people voted it down?
I think so, yeah.
My poor grammar
Yeah.
and spelling. Yeah,
That's just ports, but underwater.
That's ports underwater. I just quite like
That's
the
why I didn't
idea
vote
of
for it.
Exploring undersea and doing that in a ports environment.
Under the sea.
Got that wrong again. Ow! And move on. Oh, hello. Did I skip something? I did not. There you go. Now, you've seen all the data, so I just thought I'd put it in here. This is kind of slightly oddly done. So it works from the bottom of the screen is the lowest up to the top of the 80 to 61. This is really awkwardly done. I should have improved.
This is everything we've seen so far, but all laid out in one
This
table.
is it. We thought you'd like to see the context across all updates. So I'm sorry, RuneScape Card Battler, you are now dead.
And again, very sorry for
Finally.
I know, but
which we thought would do way better than
really the fourth worst update we pitched? Is it really?
It had a large
Let's
number
get
of
Pet
serious
Paddler,
users.
no.
Yeah. And obviously floor 61 is, again, for us, was a bit of a surprise.
So is this lowest to highest?
Move it in a bit.
Yeah.
Or have I skipped one? No, thank you. Such a dad with this.
No love for Camdazal. Well, I mean, it's in the...
Yeah.
Invention Golems did not do very well.
For a lot of people, Camdazal is a bit of a...
It didn't do
what
horrible.
now? Camdazal, you know, the city of the Imkando, this ruined city, and Elder God rising up and revealing this ruined city to explore and raid. I think that's quite fun. Maybe if it was a bit more familiar, it would have done better.
We need a bit of concept art for it.
All right, do it. I'll get on it. I'll get my crayons out.
If each idea came with concept art and a pitch.
Now we're starting to reach the top.
I mean, it's the stuff you'd expect, right?
Yeah, let's skip to the good stuff. So the best thing that we could do for the game right now is a rare drop table booster.
Guess I'll get on that.
My keynote is going to go so badly. All right.
I mean, that's worth talking about, right? Like this is a survey that we just ran.
Yes.
And the keynote is about all the stuff that we've been working on for quite a while now.
Oh my, yeah, I would like to spend a little bit of time, just 1 minute, we'll get to the Q&A in a minute, about how all the timings work. Like, we have just had your results on the 30th of October. Wait a minute, go back to September.
September.
Yeah, no, it was October. No,
It's
where
not.
are we? What is the time now? You're right, September. So we can't act on that. The keynote isn't going to be updated with this. So you're going to see some differences. Equally, we've also shifted the teams around in the past couple of months, and that hasn't impacted on the keynote as well.
The good news is that there are some updates in the keynote that did score very well in the survey.
Other good news, one update that
one
did really
thing on there
badly, we
that's in
took
the
out
keynote.
and are no longer doing. So thank you.
So they listen.
There's one thing on there that's in the keynote.
Sorry?
There's one thing on there that's in the keynote. Sort of.
Oh, okay, there you go. Pick and choose. It's going to
Guess
be
which one
revealed
it
in
is.
30 minutes.
Yeah,
So
yeah, that's why I said. That's why I said yes. It's good.
all right. Now, how much time do we have? More than 15 minutes.
Oh.
That's a long period of time.
We can take questions on anything.
So 70 minutes. We're going to do 70 minutes of questions. Does anybody... This is intended to be Q&A. I'm sorry we talked a lot, but we would love to have your thoughts and questions. Is that okay to run over and
Feel
give
free
them?
to ask questions just
hello.
about Dave as well.
Wait, what?
Why can't you keep your mouth shut, Dave?
Hello. Oh, it's working. Okay. So, skills to 120. The first thing that comes to mind is people don't want it because they're scared to lose their comp capes. However, they do like the idea
scared
of
to lose their max
Capes are a waste of time now. They're a
The only thing that comes
cosmetic.
to mind is
They're
people
scared
don't
to lose their
their
max
comp
cape.
capes if suddenly all skills go to 120 eventually. So
Why are you
I'm
dumb?
sure it's a way to go around
I
that
want to
instead
just
of
like grab him by the
forcing
shoulders
everyone to
and
go to 120
shake
and have their
him.
comp capes, but
Up to you.
I can take this.
Max
I mean,
capes.
with the comp cape rework, we do have things like grace periods now. So if skill does go to 120, it means we can. You still have.
You
your comp
don't
cape
need a
for
comp
little
cape.
bit
It
while.
is a waste of
Depends on
time.
how long we want to set
It's
that.
the
We can type
cosmetic.
any date in, basically.
People care more about the max
we can
cape,
set
I
that for the grace
swear.
period, and we'll find more about that at the keynote.
Because the stupid boss portal.
Yeah, I mean, I think the staggering. We ain't locked in now.
Unless they're just building an upper floor to the max guild.
There's just this one rebellious can that someone's put there. Whoever put that can there did not expect it to come up in this live stream.
The people watching the live stream have got no idea.
They don't know what's going on. Sorry, guys. But yeah, I think the staggering question, as we said earlier on, surprised us. I think maybe in future we might lean on that.
Yeah, I think there's so when it comes to 120s, obviously a few things to like keep in mind. One, when it's against the context of a new skill, like remember that question earlier, it was noticeably lower than say a new skill or a skill rework. But actually they were massively popular. If you put those into the appeal of the updates that we showed, they're massively.
What they
really
need to do
people really want new
is
skills.
start doing a Steve Jobs.
Yeah, people still want new skills. That people still want. So what am I trying to say? Effectively,
You mean people don't know what they want
if
until you make it?
top up all the
Exactly.
positive votes for one
Yeah.
vote,
Exactly
it's
right.
still really
Yeah.
positive. So if you total up all the votes,
Just
it's
do
still
it,
really
put it out
positive.
there and tell them this is
I
what
think we
you
need to do
really
is make
want.
sure we get
Right.
120s
I don't
right.
disagree
And
with
that
that.
means a checklist. That means we've got to make sure there's an unlock at every level. We've got to make sure that there's new ways to train, so it doesn't feel like all that stuff I just went through. It's got to have like milestones to hit. I feel like I'm just reading out a Reddit thread that was up about a week ago.
You're not supposed to mention the website.
All the Runescape keynote.
You've cursed. The crabs are going to come out.
We kind of learned that we've got to do things right and full. But I think for the future, it has
If I'm
told us
yelling,
that
let me know.
Maybe going to 105, 110 is feasible. And hey, yeah, the grace periods are there too.
Thank you.
thank you.
Good afternoon. I am a 120 all already.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you for letting us know.
But may I make a suggestion for other players? I can tell you one reason why your 61 floor plus failed, because you brought out Dungeoneering ED so late in the game that most of us already have 200 mil in it. And if you're going to bring out 105, 110, 1010, whichever way you said it, may I suggest that you look at the player base and the high scores, and if the majority of players have
He is
closer
a-
to 105
he is a
already,
fucking-
make that the first skill that you want to jack up, and then stair step it to give everybody a chance.
Thank you. I think
no. Do the skills that are most important because you're going to rework it at the same time.
We would the next one, the 120s we'd want to do are things that we are confident in the design and the content for. We wouldn't want to do 120 just for the sake of it, right? Just because a lot of people have 105 cooking doesn't mean we're going to raise cooking to 105. If we have a solid plan and a solid idea of what cooking would be to 120, with the different ways of cooking, with the new foods, with the new training methods, with the level unlocks and that sort of thing, like that's when we would do a cooking 120, not just because we feel like it.
Oh, I mean, another comment there is you were suggesting we should make sure we look at the player levels, right? And that we have that data open all the time. We have a graph that shows like how many people at 99. It doesn't actually. Our default view just lumps everyone at 99 and higher together, doesn't it?
We can see
we can split it down to an extent. I don't think some proportion of them being at 105 wouldn't hugely influence how we make a decision.
Yeah,
I don't think. From the point of view of it's definitely not. Stop me if I'm wrong, Timo, but it's definitely not the case for any skill that the majority of people are at 105 or higher.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, if people are at 120, why rework the skill? Because they're already all at 120.
No, but I mean, are there any skills where more than 50% of
players Constitution, I think, is close to that point.
Close to 90,
I think it's
close to
Constitution.
50% of active players have 99.
So there we go. That'll be the next one we do.
If you're a fairly hardcore player, you can get a slightly skewed perspective of how many players are at 99 or above 99. It's less than you would think.
Hello.
Is it?
So.
You promise?
I'm one of the players that love the Chronicles. And the reason I think why it failed because it wasn't actually
on the right platform
integrated in the main game. So I would think if you would guys integrate in main RuneScape with rewards or something like that, even the whole game in RuneScape, it would be much better.
I mean,
oh man,
it should have been on mobile.
Chronicle. Still proud of that. I would love to have done that. I think the player base would have bodily rejected that.
We've got the result for that, right?
I know that what you're saying is that that at the time of launch of Chronicle, if we did that with Chronicle, it would have been more successful. I don't think any of us would disagree with that.
Yeah, it makes perfect logical sense.
Okay, put it on.
But I think that
we have
fucking cocky version.
About people being
hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
People would feel like they were being cynical.
Yeah, he's free at the moment, or he's busy?
We're just listening to the Q&A. I don't even know what they're doing. They're taking player questions, and god damn it, are they pompous? What's up?
So I'm currently at the demo at the moment.
Okay.
Just literally came up with a big screen to focusing on the archaeology side, and it comes. It's got a nice video piece to it basically, and then so then it takes you in. I'm just trying to see where I'm at. Where am I right now? I'm at it's called the archaeology camp. So it's above,
where in the game is it?
It's above the mage training area.
Okay, in the desert.
Just above the desert.
Just above the desert, right?
There's the path. There's a path just above it. Do you see it? You know where the path
yes,
is?
Yep.
Just above the mage training. So just above that path, just beside the tree.
Gotcha.
Center, and then up from the archaeology camp.
Gotcha.
So I'm just going to see what the woman tells me. I'm just going to have a wee check with
Everybody
her.
wants that. We just assume.
Ancient elemental
Speak to the guild master.
Oh, what you're saying?
Okay. So it's telling me to speak to the guild master. There it is.
So there's an actual guild for it.
Yeah, there's a natural guild.
Good.
For it, yeah.
Glad to hear that. Bring back guilds. Make guilds great again, please. That was like my favorite thing of RuneScape Classic was getting into Champions and Heroes Guild and even love the Warriors Guild with the token system.
We took a lot of those things like Rite of Passage, Elemental Action 5.
Yes.
Things we've kept polling, kept surveying all the time, and we know what people.
There are some exceptions. You're probably sitting there thinking, wait, floor 61's been up there a few times. It was only because we had a new design approach, and it turns out that new design approach was rubbish. Yeah. No, I designed it. It's fine.
So I've been given a new type of hatchet. It's been added to my tool belt. I never a space bar, so I never actually got to see what it was. Looking at what it was. Right, so now it's telling me to uncover some soil. Right, so it's called soil. So you're digging away at it, how it works at the moment. I'll get some videos of this later, by the way.
Go, cool.
So yes.
Have they given any indication as to when this is supposed to enter like the game at all, or is this to say like work in progress or?
Right now on the screen it says work in progress does not represent the final product. So we'll probably find a wee bit more out on the keynote.
Yeah.
So right now I've dug on that soil, there's some remaining. And then you just start excavating it.
Okay, so
there's a wee blue bar similar to like mining.
Right. That was gonna.
Yeah, found the material, and it keeps working away at it until the bar goes quite slow. It's 2 XP per tick, 10 out of 25. We find some purple heart wood. I don't know what that is yet. Some imperial iron. So I'm now 20 out of 25 out of things that I've found.
Having a hard time hearing you. Just a heads up, you're cutting in and out.
Sorry, it might be with the connection.
Yeah, it might be. Oh, that was really loud.
So I found a damaged Centurion dress sword, it says.
Okay.
When excavating, you can make discoveries. These damaged artifacts you discover can be restored, but they require various materials. Left click to see the artifact information. So this is called a Centurion's dress sword. So if you inspect it, it tells you what it needs. So it brings up an interface kind of similar to Invention.
Okay.
In terms of it's telling you what you need. You know, what kind of like think of it as like components, but it's called materials.
Mhm.
So right now I need 5 imperial iron and 5 purple heart wood. So right now I've not got enough of that, but I've got the sword, which is what you need in the first place as well, obvious. But now it's just saying I need to get more of the parts, but I was collecting, but I don't have enough of just yet. So,
Well, you are talking about this. I'm going to bring up the stuff. Yep, knock my fucking medicine right into the trash while I do that. I'm gonna pull up the documents that I have as well. Just getting myself to a place where doing that won't get me ganked.
so you're now putting all the stuff into like a big
Into a what?
like a thing that gets rid of all the soil, basically.
Got you, a sifter. Okay, sorry, you broke up there.
Yeah.
You're fine.
No worries. Sorry.
Alright. Let me quickly pull this up here and change XSplit source. 1 second. Gonna get them.
If it's going to be similar to how they've done Invention, I wouldn't be against that, honestly. I like how Invention has worked. If it's going to give you better perks in the game or some sort of upgrade, you know,
Right.
it's going to be worthwhile. I don't mind it as a skill, you know. If it's going to be beneficial, you know.
As long as the stuff that it creates actually brings money into for skillers, I'm okay.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
I'm just concerned that
well, these items will need to be charged if you want to make money. Then you'll need to
Right.
make sure that you can get these things to charge. Hey, there's Ryan on stage again.
Right,
So
guys, I'm going to get going anyway just now because
Okay.
I'm scared in case that's a keynote. But did you have a quick question before I left?
As far as the little bit you did get to touch right there, does it feel intuitive, or did you have to follow?
Well, no, you had to follow the Guild Master in all honesty. I mean, there's some parts that you kind of get, you know, you kind of, it's common sense where, in terms of, you're going to be, you have to dig up stuff so it's a bit hit and miss. You don't know where you're going or where everything is, but you kind of, it makes sense once you start doing it. You know, you think of what you would be doing if you were doing it in real life. You know,
Yeah.
for the stuff, and then you're putting it in a big massive sieve to
Unrelated question.
take all the soil
Has RuneScape Mobile made any sort of appearance at RuneFest?
So all I'm going to say is I'm literally saying this because they've not given me information. But what I can say is watch the keynote.
Okay, cool. Looking forward to
Make
it.
sure you keep yourself in the keynote. Anyone that is listening or watching your stream right now, listen to the keynote. And I don't know what they're going to say, but yeah, just listen to it. I don't know if it's to do with iOS or Android or both.
I hope it's an open beta.
It could be more open. Yeah, it could be more open in spaces, or it could be a full open beta for Android and then maybe something with Apple.
I just hope that Apple gets something because it's been forever. But good.
It's a bit hard.
I bought a new phone.
Right, I know. iOS. Go ahead, Bern.
I was going to say, part of the reason I bought the Google Pixel 3 is because it was taking so long for them to do anything with iOS.
I don't blame you there, parent. I really don't. That's what I would have done. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I would have done the exact same. I was just fortunate and had an Android, so I was fortunate. So I had a shot on it when I used to have an iPhone when the beta first came out, but then that got taken off me. So, but it worked very well at the time when it was on Apple.
Well,
so
I mean, once they do
optimistic
get
about
it
the
out,
future.
I'll go back to Apple once it comes out. But yeah.
Yeah.
Righto.
You can keep the Android one so it doesn't waste your phone battery.
Yeah, right. There you go. This is my RuneScape phone, and this is my phone.
Exactly. Remember, it was my idea, right?
You heard it here first.
I'll try and once the keynote's finished, if
Yeah.
are still on, and I don't want to interrupt, but are you alright if I pop in after?
Absolutely, yeah. Would love to hear your take on the
Brilliant,
keynote.
brilliant. Alright, nice one. Right, look forward to it, guys. Enjoy the keynote and have your mobiles at the ready.
All right.
Thanks, mate.
Have a good one.
See you later, guys. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Okay.
Here they come.
They're just back on stage. Oh, Modern Mark's on the stage.
Welcome back to the studio.
So is Ryan. Look at him with his hair.
Go to that RuneScape keynote. I know you guys are very, very excited about that, but we thought we'd have a little bit
There's
of
Ryan.
chat
Like the pink hair, Ryan.
over to that stage because I want to know what you would like to hear from the keynote. Why don't we start at the end and work our way down? So hello, welcome to the studio.
So this is going to be really fun because we have to try and figure out what we're saying with loud music playing.
Okay, just talk it to the microphone.
What are you most looking forward to from the keynotes that are about to coming up?
So
What do you think you're going to hear about?
Future.
Yeah, go.
Okay. I would love to see mention of a new boss.
Okay.
Like that'd be amazing for me. And I guess the other thing is the 120 skills they're mentioning.
Yep.
Everyone's like, oh, it's construction and summoning.
Yep.
But I think just purely because of a tweet a while ago from Mod Orion, he mentions like if you got any ideas for herb lore, like potions.
Okay.
So I think 120 herb is one of them, and then maybe summoning as the other one.
I was thinking prayer.
Prayer?
Yeah. Prayer.
That's a hard skill to train.
It is, but the combat benefits of prayer, maybe they can. I don't know.
You're an idiot. They're not going to do prayer to 120. That's a combat skill. They've already said they're not doing combat skills to 120 at this stage.
What kind of loot would that boss drop?
Personally, I want like the next Solak essentially.
Right.
Of course you
do. 1, 2, or 3 man boss. So I think like.
Get him off the stage. Get him out of here.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Who is this kid?
Solo duo trio, that'd be perfect. Like Elite Dungeons, but like just like a really, really hard boss, like top.
I only do PVM, top end PVM, so that's just make content for me. Don't worry about the other night.
Okay, yeah, I would love to hear, kind of along the lines Wazzy was going on, I'd love to hear about a new boss. I don't mind if it's a solo boss, team boss, something with scalable difficulty would be fantastic, because that's content that can be played by everybody, where the sky is the limit for, you know, how good you want to get at it. So that's something I would love to see happen, but I'm also very excited for the rework skills, figuring out which ones they are. I still think there's a lot of room, you know, to take some skills to 120 and, you know, add some new things to it, so I'm excited for that too. It's going to be cool to see how everything comes together in, you know, the next 12 months of reveals.
So obviously we announced archaeology this morning, first of all, you guys checked it
You
out?
mean like 3 days ago?
I haven't. No, I need to do that.
You haven't been inside the volcano. Why wouldn't you have gone inside the volcano?
I have not seen the venue yet.
I went in the volcano and then became deaf.
Ah, I wonder about that because from here we were kind of deaf. We're like, what happens to everyone
inside? It is very loud because they're literally setting fireworks off above you.
I think it's kind of like on the hour. So like if you just maybe go in there, like
so
it's fine.
but it looks visually stunning. Like
Order of Dis? Order of Dis Dick. Sorry.
I know a little bit, but I don't want. I'm gonna wait until everything's.
Yeah,
well,
okay, okay, that's fair enough.
Hello?
So I mean, when it comes down.
What's going on?
Oh, okay, I thought there was like some
I
announcement.
wanted to see how you guys were doing.
My train of
Hopefully,
thought's
if
completely
that
gone.
info
Anyway,
was useful.
so when it comes down to archaeology itself,
I'm just scrolling through the thingamajigger, the document that you sent me, and making inappropriate jokes as usual.
Probably won't stick around for the keynotes, but I just want to check in for you guys.
Yeah, how's it going?
Been good, been busy, but we've been trying to update like the Reddit stuff for Rune.
Yeah, how did do you have to have extra people like ready for the shitstorm that's going to come from the keynote or anything?
I'm hoping to. That's kind of where I'm at right now. But I was kind of upset because I had a auto mod set to it was set to like make a like sticky for each stream that
Right.
came up, and it just didn't work. So
Aw.
I had to scramble this morning to fix or come up with something. So
This is proof OSRS is dead right now. They only have 6,000 viewers versus the 19,000 that we have right now. I don't think that's how that quite works, but I'll take it. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the memes that the keynote is going to spawn. Right now I'm just looking... Eye of Dagon. I'm looking through the possible... First of all, a Matic is just a pickaxe. Who are they trying to kid? Oops. Didn't grab it that time. So what are your thoughts as far as archaeology goes?
From all the information I know so far, like, it doesn't seem like it needs to be a new skill, but since it is, like, the benefits you get from it are, like, okay. Like, there's nothing...
Looks like you can make, like, miniature buildings elsewhere in the world? I'm very confused.
I think it has the same problem as, like, other problems, though, like, with their permanent bus. Like, you can have 3 at a time, but, like...
Right.
You ever, like, do X, X, X when XXX is much better, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, there's going to be a min-max combination, and then everyone's just going to have that one combination.
Yeah, so we're just, like, going to go to the wayside. Like, being able to teleport without runes, like, that's a cool idea. Sure, I like that, but...
Unless it's quick teleports to lodestones?
I don't know.
That's the thing. Who teleports anymore unless it's a lodestone teleport?
I mean, I can only say it's for clues. You're super into it.
Right, okay. I gotcha. I didn't think about clues. But... what else we got here? There's so much stuff. At least they really packed this skill full of actual content.
This is definitely better than last year. From, like, what I...
Right. Pern and I were saying that this definitely just looks more professional than last year, but I say that every year, and that's a good thing.
The only thing I don't like, and this is more for, like, the attendees, is, like, the seat positions they have for their main stage. Like, that stage is not as big as it, like... So, like, all the chairs and stuff like that is, like, an offer.
Right. They had a weird chair set up. It was like it looked like it was made for an amphitheater. And that's the end of the rewards. The last thing you can build is the makeshift pie oven. See, that just sounds... A lot of this stuff just sounds like it could be an invention. But I'll let that slide.
I made a huge, like, list of spaces and just say, here's a new skill to, like, unlock it. So there's something...
Right.
Instead of just being handed to you. That.
What's going on the couch here? What are they talking about?
Up a little bit, you know, had a bit of entertainment in between. Time to get a drink, come back.
Oh, yeah, I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant.
I'll be right.
Yeah, I thought last night was fantastic. I've been just, seeing everything, taking it all in. The venue is so fantastic.
Did they stream night one? I don't.
It's fantastic. I mean, there's literally a volcano in there.
I know, right?
I can't stop looking at it. There's a volcano.
It's literal peak.
And it
That's
is
so
actually
cool.
hot inside. I don't know whether that's
unreal.
on purpose, but it is actually hot inside.
I'm going to say it is on purpose.
On purpose. Calculated.
I just feel bad for the mods that are in there all day, trying to keep control of everyone on the computers, and they're like.
So, I mean, obviously, I've asked you guys.
But judging by that beta progress,
What's been the discussion?
it's probably going to be released this year.
You think so?
Yeah.
I hope so. Full release or Android?
No. The skill. I think it's going to be a full release.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it sounds like there's been tons of NDA playtesting.
You guys interact with your community is very, very different to how other game communities are. Like even to the point, I've said this 3 times, but for you this is the first time. But even to the fact, in the community, you wear the shirt with your names on the back. You're inviting people to come and talk to you. Yeah. That's not common. That doesn't happen in the rest of games. But it's not like that.
We're also a company that most of the time public comms are done from community managers and PR. That's it. Yeah. But we're a company where every single department in each team for Old School and RuneScape in some way talk to their players. Yeah. Our guys from Old School and RuneScape talk to their players, talk to the players. Content, obviously CM, we have marketing, we have PR, we have localization, like everyone, like we.
Alright, I gotta head out for a bit, but when you're done streaming, just let me know. I want talk to you about something.
Yeah, no worries. Enjoy the rest of the stream.
You as well. Take care.
And then, how do you as content creators, do you feel supported? Do you feel like, I mean, this is kind of like your main thing, but do you feel like you're supported by Jagged?
It's something that always fluctuates, and it's a constantly evolving situation.
I want him to just say no, throw the mic down, and leave. You fired Mod Lee!
Yeah, they hired her, so I forgive them.
God damn it, Pyrnassius.
She's actually been very good. She's been
yeah, no.
professional.
Yeah, no, she's doing great.
I like that professional feel it's got with her there.
I'll give you that. Did I just throw a stump at him?
Taken off for our creators in particular. Before it was just on our channel and that's it, but this year we've managed to get it for our content creators, and it's given them that extra thank you for what you do, and now we're giving you the opportunity to let your viewers get their own awards and stuff like that, and I absolutely love that, and I'm really proud of that from our side of things for sure, but especially for our content creators.
Who are you happy to catch up with when you come to RuneFest? Who's you want to hang out with? Me? No, not you. You quiet, Mark.
Who wants to know? So who do you really look forward to catching up with when you come to an event like this?
Content creators do come
you've got your super fans, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yourselves.
Yeah. So it's just a point to meet everyone else, because everyone's from obviously Brian's from America, Tonix is from Canada. No, you're Canada. He's America.
Oh, he's Canada too.
He's Canada.
Everyone's Canada.
They're both America.
Everyone's Canada apparently. But I really
everyone left America.
the old school streams as well.
America is a continent.
Really lovely in general. So and it's other people, and people just coming up to you and be like, "Oh, I'm blah 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 from your stream," and you're like, "Oh,
Yeah, just say he's from North America. That incorporates both America and Canada.
Yeah.
every day. Yeah. We don't know what they look like, so it's nice.
We're just the United States.
It's fantastic. I think the highlight, my favorite person so far. Sorry for exposing you.
We like to co-opt the whole word, though.
I love your streams. You got me so much for Rago kills. I was like, oh my god, that's I felt so warm and fuzzy inside. They were so happy about it, and I was like, I had like a smile for the rest of the evening. Like it was fantastic. I just love seeing everyone. Like, it's amazing. Like,
I've just
everyone's so
I've had the
friendly.
chance to meet so many awesome people, like whether it's the JMods that I have like a sort of working relationship with, or just everybody overall, putting a name to a face for, you know, people who've been, you know, watching my streams for a long time, and the people I actually play RuneScape with and hang out with, and all those friends, and getting to see them in real life is just, it's fantastic, and that's to me definitely the biggest thing.
Someday I'm gonna hug you, Ryan.
To meet them, pick their brains, see what, you know, they're going through, and, you know, how their game is developing, and, you know, there's a lot of support between the two of us as well, where, you know, I love hearing about the old school stuff, and they take an interest in RS3 as well, and I think genuinely from the top down, you know, they really want RS3 to succeed the same
Bullshit.
way, you know, we want
Damn you.
Come on, Ryan. Pull your
Pull your head out of your ass.
Stop lying now.
You're replaceable too, buddy.
Just the fun you guys have on stage together. It's a good laugh. It's been great. It's been great.
Man, so
Someday I'll RuneFest 2020.
No, how long have we got?
We're doing it.
Still waiting.
So to kind of
Maybe you and me, but we're also going to RuneFest.
probably wrangling of of microphones around people's heads, and
I really want to get to RuneFest 2020.
Making sure everyone's there also is a key factor.
And
If Americans are allowed to leave. Go ahead.
And Osborne had to go straight from the Q&A, the survey, to the keynote. So
Poor guy. No time to drink.
that's why he probably called out of the law Q&A.
I don't blame him.
That doesn't sound right when he said it like that. Does it? Nothing sounds right with the
so Matt, I mean, words. Have you guys checked out any of the panel stage stuff today at all?
I went to So You Want to Be a Streamer.
How was that? How was that? Did you learn something?
Was there anybody there?
Learn
What?
how to be a better streamer.
Really?
It was actually really interesting to just see what questions people have of how to be a streamer.
Any examples?
Yeah.
Like how to be confident on stream and stuff like that. So it's just, and not to put on like a fake persona. Like, and Ryan had a really good bit about that. So
yeah.
So like the whole confidence bit. So I've been doing streams for Jagex for basically almost 6 years.
Has it been that long?
So on and so forth. But like, there's a confidence thing, but also I think for me, if every stream you feel nervous before you go live, I think that's like your passion coming through there, because you don't want to have that moment of fear, but that moment of fear at the same time, it's like, okay,
the right amount of it's the right amount of adrenaline.
Yeah.
I think like a little bit shows that you care, but I think with anything, it's just you just do it and you do it and you do it again, and you
I care way too much then.
where it just becomes quite normal, and it's the same
I
thing with
mean,
presenting to camera. You just do it until you're like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, you know the routine, but you're always trying to do the very best you can. So there's always going to be that stress of like, I want to make sure I'm on my A game every single day, and I think that's always, even if you've done it 1,000 times, that's always going to be a constant, and it just shows that you care about it.
I think they are almost ready on the stage now, so I just want to say thank you to you guys for coming in there.
Basically, they were just waiting for Mod Mark to get up there.
Pretty much.
That's what it sounds like. Mod Mark said, "Oh, I better go." So, yeah, you better, Mark.
Get this. All right, all right.
Okay. So prediction. The skill of 120s?
No. They're not going to do anything good.
At 6:15,
Construction summoning my skills.
Construction rework is a possibility. I don't think they have the balls to do a summoning rework.
Well, because they were working on it already, though, remember?
They were working on a pet battler.
No, they were working on an actual summoning rework, and then they went back to the drawing table. I still reckon it's going to be that.
Okay.
We'll
not.
see. Anyway.
I don't know. I think the big announcement is going to be.
You got to name 2 skills. So obviously construction, everyone will choose construction. So you got to pick the other skill you reckon the 120 rework's going to be on, because they're taking 2 skills to 120 days.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Where was I?
They're going to announce it today.
Okay.
A couple of weeks ago.
Farming.
Nah. Okay. Oh, I'd love to see that, but I think they've.
They gave everyone all that XP. That's the conspiracy theory.
Hang on. I want to see this. This looks good. Ah, Shawnee.
Now we know where the mobile buzzer went.
A good take on Indiana. That was good. I enjoyed that.
So have you heard about the archaeology skill? Yes, you have. It has been the worst kept secret of 2019, but the joy is that there's so much more that you don't know, which is great. And that's because it's so much more than a skill. On one hand, it's a gathering skill, like your fishing and woodcutting, getting your knees dirty to gather puzzle pieces of our past from the God Wars or the Zerosian Empire and more. But on the other hand, archaeology is actually a manufacturing skill, like your fletchings and smithings, putting artifacts back together to create treasures that have so many uses. Okay, we're going to need more hands. Archaeology is also 5 new areas waiting for you to delve into, including subterranean Al-Kharid, the far-flung reaches of Mauritania, and below the wilderness. And archaeology is also swathes of rewards. We're talking about 3 new genres of reward that's going to mix up play, particularly for higher level players. Okay, let's get started. Let's jump in to the gathering side of the skill, excavating. Okay, so unless you're a Wikipedia whiz or an archaeology major, you don't know that this is a mattock, which is the humble pickaxe, if you will, of archaeology. You'll get that joy of progressing through the mattocks as you level, similar to mining. Note the crystal mattock, the incando mattock, and the mattock of space and time, so you're probably thinking about how you'll get these. It's with these that you gain your first archaeology XP. You'll find excavation hotspots at dig sites, uncover and keep materials from lost ages, and get those dusty gains. How will it feel? So there's a smidge of the mining rework to it. There's no competition, but you are all in the same place as each other. And occasionally excavation sites will become extra worthwhile, highlighted by time sprites in similar ways to Rocketunities, which is always a terrible name, and I'm sorry for calling it that. But while you're going to be spending a decent amount of time gathering, the real fun comes from these. This is the manufacturing side, artifacts. Occasionally, as you excavate, you will find damaged artifacts. And what you see here is 1/5 of what you'll be able to find. And these artifacts are the real treasures of the past, things of significance from lost ages. They'll be broken when you find them, and it's up to you to restore them. And this is where the materials from the gathering part of the skill really help. You'll require certain materials for each artifact, and they're tradable, which makes swapping with other players for that last material at a dig site a real highlight. But fixing an artifact is the lion's share of the XP. You'll get a gigantic chunk when you're done. But what do you do with them once they are done? Well, welcome to the newly refurbished dig site in Varrock for the 2nd time this year. Well, they'll make that choice regularly. And this is part of the skill I really love. I really love the sorting element, where you're trying to decide whether or not to keep something or contribute it to something else. Because you can hand it to a collector, perhaps, including some of the most famous characters in the game, Wise Old Man, Bentnose and Wartface, for some of the best rewards in the skill. Or does it belong in a museum, where they'll give you chronotes, which are a new currency for archaeology that can be exchanged for kick-ass rewards? Or do you keep the item for yourself, particularly if it may have a future benefit for you? And that's not even scratching the surface of what you can do here. You can build a research team, again from some well-known characters who will discover new ways for you to train. You can also start getting your qualifications in archaeology, completing feats from across the skill to give you access to even more stuff. And as you master each of the dig sites in the game, they will come with a central mystery to be resolved. So there's a huge story component to archaeology. Dig site. So this is where the skill really starts showing its teeth. As much as you might want to be scrubbing up bones, finding a series of small walls with tiny brushes, sometimes you just want to raid a tomb, explore the uncharted, or go on a last crusade. So to talk about these dig sites, I'd like to bring onto the stage someone who has been working on this for about 18 months, who's been pitching it closer to 3 years, a part-time tour guide, Mod Timbo.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Timbo's Tours. And this afternoon, I'll be your guide on a tour of archaeology. Today, you'll get the chance to see some of the awesome sites and a taster of what you'll be able to get your hands on. let's head first to the Caridian Desert for our first stop of Caradet. Found near to the Jewel Arena, this ancient fortress and stronghold once housed Zaros' armies and fell to the ongoing onslaught of Zamorakian forces during the God Wars. Previously thought lost to all Zarosian allies, this excavation site's manager, a certain Dr. Nabinek, knows different. Unlocked at level 5 archaeology after completion of your first qualification, this is where your journey begins through the skill. Do not fret, however, this is not an excavation site just for interns. Hidden in the deep vaults, you'll excavate Zarosian weapons, opulent religious pieces relating to Zaros himself, and unearthed scrolls relating to ancient magics. Our next stop takes us to the eastern coast of Mauritania, where some of our more eagle-eyed tourists have already seen this in the volcano. We now know modern Mauritania to be dark and full of blood-sucking terrors, but this was once a Saurodominus stronghold, and the jewel of that was the Iceni settlement of Everlight. Thank you. At its heart was Everlight itself, a towering lighthouse which illuminated the coast and provided much-needed light to the Iceni who once lived here. In recent times, the light has dimmed since the settlement was sacked, and Venescula, the excavation site manager, has tasked the player to extinguish it so that she can get some more much-needed beauty sleep. This is one of the sites which unlocks at level 20, and here you'll be excavating Icenic cultural items, discovering more about the Dominion games, and learning about how this once great landmass fell into the islands we now know. Next up, deep below the wilderness, under the scar left by the Sword of Edicts thrust into the ground by Guthix, lies the Infernal Source. Not much is known about the fiery rings of brimstone other than they will have a demonic connection to Zamorak, and it deserved to be struck by Guthix in order to shut it down. Here, also starting at level 20 archaeology, you'll be excavating Zamorakian cult relics, delving deeper into Zamorak's cult connection with demons, and learning more about how demons were brought to Gillinor. Now, we've had a tour of 3 excavation sites of Caradet, Everlight, and the Infernal Source. It's time to talk about 2 more sites for which Timbo Tours haven't quite sent out expeditions to quite yet. We can't take a look and see what's going on there right now, but I can give you some quick teasers and their names. Stormguard Citadel and the Warforge. Now, it's time to ditch the binoculars for sightseeing and head down to the real meat of the tour, and what you all want to hear about, the rewards. What treats lie in store for intrepid archaeologists who excavate and restore artifacts from the past, you might ask? Well, let's get started talking about ancient summoning. Deep in the heart of the Infernal Source, after discovering the secrets and unearthing its treasures, you will learn how to bind the will of powerful demons to you through the summoning skill. Using a binding contract forged with new materials found in the Infernal Source, with your usual charms of course, you'll be able to bind existing demonic slayer creatures and summon them with all of their own unique effects. I don't have the full itinerary written down here for the tour, but I do have a few sneak peeks. First up, we have the Ripper Demon. The Ripper Demon's passive effect will be to deal more damage to its target for how much health it has. And its scroll effect will be to replicate the Ripper Demon's death jump attack.
There's your summoning rework.
We have the Abyssal Demon. The Abyssal Demon will automatically teleport to its target to deal damage, and its active scroll effect will be to tether block and bind your current target. Lastly, we have the Calgarian Demon. The Calgarian Demon will be the most powerful summoning familiar in terms of combat stats up to date, and its active scroll effect will be to provide you, itself, and nearby friendly players a critical strike buff temporarily. Now, we often look back to our history and often think they're not as technologically advanced as we are right now. However, that is not the case in Gillinor. By discovering the teachings and blueprints of Gillinor's own Da Vinci, you will be able to create brand new devices and perks using materials found disassembling artifacts and materials excavating during archaeology. First up, we have the Ancient Gizmo. Covering all 3 different types of gizmos such as weapon, tool, and armor, you will need to use ancient gizmos in order to obtain the new perks from archaeology materials. That's not all, however. All 9 slots in the ancient gizmo will be unlocked, allowing you to experiment further and find perk combinations and ranks previously undiscovered. Next up, we have the XP capacitor. If you've ever wanted to level up your augmented items faster, to either siphon them or to get those juicy level 20 benefits, then this is the device for you. An empty XP capacitor takes some of the item XP you would normally earn from your augmented items and instead siphons it into the capacitor. Once the device is full, it can be traded to other players and they will earn double item experience until the capacitor runs dry. It's like bonus XP, but for your invention items. Another device
right, more bonus XP.
That will sell for good money, hopefully.
Guthix juice to power up your invention needs. The kinetic dynamo will be able to create divine charges by simply running around or surging. Once you've done enough running around with the kinetic dynamo, it will charge up, spit out divine charges, and then break. The final thing to talk about for ancient inventions today is the ability to further enhance invention-created tools like the Fishermatic, Hammertron, and Pyromatic. Using the materials found from the past, you've discovered ways to make the tools more efficient and act like level 80 tools instead of level 72 tools they act right now. Let's move on to the real jewel of our tour today and what we are calling relics. Powerful items from RuneScape history have been rediscovered, and it's up to you to find and harness their powers. In doing so, you will earn permanent, powerful, passive effects which are always active. You'll be able to choose up to 3 of these relic powers and pay Chronos in order to change and choose between them. These relic powers are incredible, and here are just 2 of the 20+ effects we will have at release for you to get your hands on. First up, we have what we are calling the Abyssal Link, which allows you to cast teleportation spells without casting runes. However, the spells no longer give XP. And the second one to talk about is what we are calling Slayer Introspection. When you are assigned a Slayer task, you'll be able to choose between either the maximum or minimum amount of creatures you want to kill. One last thing. During your time excavating the once lost wonders of the world, you'll come across some powerful artifact weapons, which you can restore even further to become exceptional weapons. If you look now behind me, you can spot one of them, which we are calling the Spear of Annihilation. Alas, my section of the tour is over. Thank you for traveling on Timbo Tours today, but now it is time to hand back to our expedition leader, Mod Osborne.
He looks so young.
I know.
He looks like he's still in high school.
Bless you, Timbo Face. Okay, this is the bit where I get to completely steal all of the mic drops from the archaeology team and do them myself. So first off the bat, is this an elite skill? Does it go up to 120? Okay, this is not an elite skill. This is a skill that everyone can play as soon as it drops. And I can reveal that archaeology will be going up to 120 on launch. As you can see from everything we've talked about, we've spent a large amount of time, love, sweaty buttocks and dirty mattocks, and packing this skill to the rafters. And more content will be dropping into the skill over the year and beyond. It's worth noting there will be an embargo on all lamps, stars, bonus XP, double XP, and other skill boosts until 6 months after the skill launches.
Only
We
6?
also wanted to remove the barriers from
Yeah,
experiencing it.
I could do
So we'll
12
be raising
myself.
the skill cap from 5 to 20 for free to play, giving everyone the Caridet dig site to rummage around in. And if this goes well, then we'll look to do that with other skills. Oh, and I wanted you all to meet the skill pet.
Oh,
Okay,
a new pet for me to
RuneFest,
chase.
I would like you to meet.
Yes. Oh,
you're ready
he's
to meet
cool.
Archie. It's a child mummy, which is odd to say, but he can be rude and impatient. Of course, he will act as an override for your familiars, which is when you really get to see.
I like how that's the first thing that gets applause.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, I forgot about that. I got a new pet
Now,
to chase.
for many of you, this will be the ultimate prize. Or perhaps you'll be shooting for the Master Skill Cape beyond this. We'll keep the perks under wraps for now, mainly because you won't have the context of whether or not they're good. But the skill icon may well change up to launch, so please do give us feedback. But there's something about that black and white that I find pretty slick. Okay, and I think it will look great with one of these, which is the Archaeology Elite Skilling Outfit. Now, this is coming out on launch of the skill, and it's
Ooh.
entirely gained from archaeology.
Nice.
This will use something other than the fragment system for you to that you may be used to, so you'll have to do some very specific things to gain it. I won't tell you now, but do get the archaeology team drunk later to find out. Okay, now for the doozy, the release date. Okay.
Monday.
You can see the development is hugely progressed. You'll have played the demo in the volcano, at least if you're here, not watching on the stream. You'll be playing archaeology and all 5 of its dig sites, ancient
January.
invention, ancient summoning, relics and more in January 2020.
Nice.
I called it.
Okay.
Yeah, the big ones were Jan.
Yeah, it wasn't hard to call.
Thank you very much.
That. I forgot about having a new pet to chase. That's going to be good for me.
Oh yeah, anything to take your Master of All title away. I love thunder, so you had me at thunderstorms.
Oh, Shawnee. Oh no, is that Mark?
It's Mark.
That's Mark.
I just want
He's
this.
sad.
I want this stage for my room.
Some storytelling.
I know.
Now, all stories have villains and heroes, and sometimes it's hard to know who's who. But
I
that's
should make
the
a
joy
set.
in stories. Like Sliske, promising the world and capturing enemies, defying gods, but then the ultimate act of villainy, throwing the world into chaos for a climactic prize. All a smokescreen, of course. He sought the artifacts, left by the mothers of this world, that turned him from near mortal to near god. But they weren't enough.
Yeah, what if that was a hint at a weather system?
You, the World Guardian, with a million faces, voices and choices, drove the siphon through Sliske. But there are those beyond the veil of hero or villain. When one has achieved everything, what is there left to do? To create, perhaps, and achieve perfection through that creation. Like Jas, rudely woken by her greatest work, Gillenor. Like some sort of epic second account with a horrible virus. And that virus is life. Because for the Elder Gods, life is but a whimsy. An unexpected twist in the thread, in a tapestry, eons in the making. One that's easily unraveled. So she appeared and scolded her children. Perhaps, though, she was hasty. Perhaps the fleas on the back of her child were worth more than her sisters had thought. So she gave them a chance to prove themselves more than just a parasite. But how could a maggot prove its worth to a lion? Such things are not impossible. Seren knew the beauty of life. She would stand against the tide, because she could not do so alone. And nor did she want to, for she knew that gods should not define the path of mortals. So she assembled a council.
Yet she did.
Each demanded to be heard. Each grew louder as they outbid each other, as if trying to shatter the hands that drew them together. Children can never agree. Even the words of the World Guardian only fueled the fire. So she failed. But out of the chaos, a new hero stepped forward,
Zaros.
drawing the crowd to a silence. Kerapak, the Dragonkin, thought foe by many, had a plan to extend the slumber of the mothers. After all, what mother doesn't want more sleep? And so a team was built. Karos, the World Guardian, Kerapak, and Thok. Kerapak's plan to corrupt the needle, to tune it to the will of mortals, was a strong plan. But time plays tricks on all of us. The needle exposed Kerapak's true purpose, destruction, maddened with vengeance. But it was too late. He drew the needle's power into himself, a bright blaze of blue with wings beating. The air tore around them, and he was gone. He didn't want them appeased. He didn't want them asleep. He wanted them dead, no matter the cost. And he flew east to an island of many, many names, and he threw it into an impassable storm. But that's the problem with storms. It's a real bugger to keep fires lit. Now, we need stories to remind us of our past, where we've come from and where we must go. But the greatest stories are yet to be told. Orthan, the first home of the Dragonkin on Gielinor. Many ages ago, great scientists they were, both with runes and with metal. Huge devices they built. Some found new life, not creating it, but twisting it into their image. Some were built to attack the mothers themselves, using forces they could not understand. But machines cannot live forever, rusted and seized by the rigors of time. But for one that can control time, it is but a trifle to overcome. Hannibus, master of dragons, one who can speak to the reptiles, the lizards, even the ancient dinosaurs of this land. He'll be needed to navigate this island, to scout it out, to discover its secrets. Now our future. Now, I started by talking about heroes and villains and the thin line between them. Take the King Black Dragon, for example. Is he a hero or a villain? What do you guys think? Both? Well, it depends, right, on whose eyes you've got. Villainous, no doubt, to those of us who went after a dragon medium helmet back in the day. Man, he kicked my ass so many times. But a hero to Hannibus, no doubt, taking him through the skies, turning his enemies to a crisp. Perhaps these dinosaurs can be heroes too. To look through their eyes, oh, what sights they must have seen. But they're untamed. Their motivations are primal, territorial. And I'm sure they're not that happy about their home being invaded, hunted and slayed for the past few months. They're bound to be trouble. And all the while, Kerapak laughing deep in his volcano lair. I mean, if he had a fluffy cat to stroke, he'd basically be a Bond villain. Plotting with his contraptions, the ones that you helped to get him back. Time to crack some eggs, he thinks. Time to crack some elder eggs. And if the mothers find out what's going on, they will try and stop him, to strike first. And oh, what a strike that would be, to see those majestic arms rise up and shatter the land. But mothers are not known for their subtlety. Their artifacts were the tools to sculpt, to carve the mountains, to shape the sky. No, without those, her strike would be clumsy. 1,000 lights would blink out in an instant. Seas would boil with blood. Catastrophe. You must be her tools. Now, having a time-traveling device on Gielinor isn't a new thing. If you go back to 2005, we made history, and in 2008, we met history with Enchanted Key. But both of those, kicking about in some random outpost outside of Ardoin, and even that cool volcano lair that Karapak's got, well, it's unlikely to be top of your ancient places I'd most like to explore list. So what would that be? Where would you guys want to go? Any ideas? Huh? Or classic? That would be brave. Well, how about somewhere talked about in the history books? Explored by the first player archaeologists, unearthing an ancient talisman back in 2003. How about Centerston itself? The greatest city in Gielinor. The jewel in Zaros's crown. A village before his arrival with 1,000 demons at his call. They could do little to resist him. He conquered all, his city growing in power, its towering statues and golden streets teeming with life, from infernal imp to dazzling dragon. Such a magnificent sight would attract attention, though. Many, many gods would seek that prize, like Zamorak, the betrayer, who moved in like a serpent. Or Saradomin, whose ambitions were so great, he flattened the city and rebuilt it, and moved in with his unlikely allies of Bandos the Warmonger and Armadil the Lord of Justice, until all the gods were cast out. And when they came back, well, it was hardly a duel anymore. They had other things to worry about than where to nest. Well, not quite all of them. Now, we started this tale with heroes, villains, and family, about our children being our greatest treasure. But children are ambitious. Mars' children more than most. And all threads in that tapestry eventually lead back to him, to Zaros. His ambitions are the greatest, to become an elder god himself, because he sees it as his birthright. But sometimes a good parent must just say no. Now, I'm not really sure I've ever met a child who accepted that, though. Most children will sneak behind their parents' back, sticking to the shadows. Fun at the time, but a nightmare if you're caught, because playing with shadows will always come back to haunt you. But imagine, if you will, creeping through those layers of Centerston, layers of a delicious historical sandwich, unearthing the bounty from each age of occupation. Imagine the secrets that lie within and the terrors that were left there to rot. And with no risk, there's no reward. Worth a shot, heroes? I expect so. I think now my time is coming to an end. It sounds like the dinos are back, so I better make my exit. I really wanted to tell you about the big finale, the dungeon, but maybe next time you'll tell me, maybe I'll tell you. Bye.
Hello, my delicious sweet potatoes.
Granny Potterington.
Here to tell you about a marvelous new development opportunity that's come my way. See, the boffins over the museum have discovered this enormous bloody great island filled with lots and lots of fertile land that needs a granny's touch.
You might be right.
That's
What about farming?
Right, my dears. It's time for the Potterington brand to expand into new real estate. Which means, my dears, you and I are going to build a farm on this great big island. Yes. We've got this lovely little island just off the coast of Anachronia. You've probably seen it. It's a beautiful spot for us to build some paddocks on it. So between us, by which I mean mostly you, bad back, you know, we are going to add 5 entirely new pens, 2 large, 1 medium, 1 small, and 1 carefully reinforced breeding pen. But we're not just raising sheep and cows anymore. Oh, no, dears, no.
You're right. Farming 120.
We're going to expand our agricultural ambitions, and we're going to focus our attention on raising great big reptiles.
That is awesome. I'm excited.
With 14 entirely new species to raise on the farm. We've got frogs. These poisonous blighters should be quite useful. And we've got salamanders, because who doesn't love a lizard that can spit fire? And we've got Jadinkos.
Stick to RuneScape Weekly for the hot takes.
Ranching.
And we've got Apoterasaurs. Fortunately, these ones are quite dumb, and they've not realized they can just fly away. Don't tell them. We've got these absolute units. Look at the muscles on them. And we've got enormous bloody great death dinosaurs. You'll be able to raise each of these in the new pens on Dinosaur Island. Only those pens, mind, they shouldn't be left around the sheep. You can raise them, feed them, breed them, harvest them. All the features of the farm, but now with scales! They'll have some truly unique harvestable resources from these beauties. But wait, there's more! I obviously can't be in two places at once, so I've sent over someone to help you out. My own great-granny, or prehistoric Potterington, will be there to help you out. And she'll be joined by these adorable baby dinosaurs that are so cute, you'll barely remember that they'll happily disembowel you and eat your flesh. Oh, how sweet. You'll need to build this farm yourself using the resources you've already been gathering on the island.
Yes.
And you'll have to find the animals by hunting down the great big lizards, catching them in traps, and generally mass murdering their parents. You know, the usual. All your boosts, such as multiple traits and improved shiny chances, will carry over from the existing farm. It's going to be quite an opportunity, dears. Why, with this new farm and all these lovely ingredients, you could make some very special stuff. I mean, the possibilities. Whatever will you be able to do with all of these things?
Oh, for God's sake. What is it with you and this bloody LARPing? Mod Raven, everybody. Hi. So, a little while ago, we mentioned that we would be expanding 2 existing skills to level 120. Well, now that Mod Raven, technically Granny Potterington, has introduced the Ranch Out of Time, we can probably assume that one of those skills is farming.
Yes.
However,
You're welcome.
we're also happy to reveal that alongside appropriately powerful rewards, we'll be raising the Herblore skill. So
oh no!
Wow.
Don't worry, we'll talk about that in a little while because farming is definitely not
Wow.
So
I didn't see that coming.
We'll
No.
be converting Manor Farm into the official farming guild. That will be released alongside reputation and rewards
Farming
and stuff,
guild,
as you can
awesome.
probably imagine.
They
And
must have heard
we're
I was
adding an
quitting.
entirely new training method in which you can help out noob farmers with their own small startup farms by giving them all of the supplies that they need. They will come and visit you at the farming guild and ask all of you master farmers for your help. And because it's the farming hub, you're going to be able to build a new invention machine that lets you view all of your patches from the guild without having to use the remote farming spell each time.
Nice.
For something a little weird, a little strange, but still extremely helpful, we're going to be adding an unlockable Bloodwood tree patch as well.
Ooh.
This will be at the guild and a much safer, convenient place than the other Bloodwood tree patches. Also, as a bonus, we've also added a 4th
Herblore actually killed myself.
as well, just to enhance that teleport network. Okay, we think it's time for some new crops. Something to grow other than dragons and dinosaurs. So we've added dragon fruit.
Obviously for the new
Cactus, by the way. So
this will be
we've also
for
added an
Herblore,
additional
obviously.
third,
Yeah.
craftable, constructable cactus patch on the island of Anna.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to lift farming, you sort of have to lift Herblore, don't you? It makes sense to do them together.
Right, it does.
New produce to grow. For example, these high-level mushrooms. We're adding carambola, chiku, and guarania fruit trees. We're adding mangoes, avocados, and lychee fruit bushes as well. And if that wasn't enough, you'll be able to plant a money tree in the farming guild. That's if you're lucky enough to find the seeds, by the way. All right, obviously we're adding a new emote.
Shit got weird towards the end there.
Master farming perks. These help you with growing crops and help you raise the animals and dinosaurs on your farm. All of this means that we're adding a ton of farming produce, as well as having
Dragon
recently
Fruit's old
added
school
the
RuneScape
Arbok herb
apparently
in a
already.
update. So let's talk Herblore.
Passives, you're always going to be super compost. How's that?
Base ingredient called primal extract. This opens the door to some of Gillenor's
I'll give you some of my primal extract.
potent potion recipes. Let's take a quick look at them. Obviously, we've added a new tier of weapon poison.
Plus.
We've combined prayer and summoning pots into one. There we go. And this next one is a player suggestion after we reached out on Twitter a little while ago. It's called the Charming Potion. While active, you can gather summoning charms at double the rate that you normally would through both combat and skilling. Okay, next. Let's introduce you to the Potion of Harvest. This is a weird one, this. While under the effects of this potion, your regular allotment produce will mutate into mega awesome crops. We're talking golden watermelons, rainbow sweet corn, and cannonball cabbages. These mega crops, alongside all of the meat from Big Game Hunter that you probably have quite a lot of now, can be used as ingredients to make the new ultimate best-in-slot food, the Primal Feast. This can be unpacked into multiple portions in your inventory whenever you wish, which means that its healing potential per inventory slot is absolutely huge.
But please make it hard to make.
Now that we've covered food,
Right.
how about prayer? Well, obviously we're going to be making extreme prayer potions.
I want it to be like 2 or 3 minutes
However,
per
there's also
food, so
this little
skillers,
thing,
the
blessed
PVMers will just buy it off you.
This flask is quite time consuming to make, think masterwork, but once you have one, you'll be able to charge it with tons of extreme prayer potions. Bring it with you and you'll have prayer points for days.
Wow.
Okay, a quick curve.
Literal days?
Is an adrenaline crystal. This isn't new. Right, it's not. But we'll be adding
He's like, okay, no one
to
left.
PVM and Slayer drop tables, which you can convert into adrenaline crystals if you have a high enough herb lore level. I can tell a few of you will be happy about that. Okay, so far I hope this hasn't been information overload.
Yeah. What are you gonna say about overloads?
Elder overloads.
Make base overloads tradable.
Elder overload.
Yep.
This boosts your
Got
combat
it.
stats by 17% plus 5, as you probably expected. And finally, we have 2 entirely new genres of potion. First up, we have power bursts. They can double your health pool. They can make you extremely fast with unlimited surge charges. Basically, they give you crazy powerful effects for a short burst of time. And something we're particularly excited about, craftable bombs. Okay. These are an entirely new content, combat mechanic. You'll be able to launch poison bombs, sticky bombs, and vulnerability bombs at whichever unfortunate victims and areas you choose. These area effects linger for a short while, so any unfortunate enemies that fall prey to them will be affected by the effect while they're active.
Affected by the effect, you say?
Here's the Master Herb Lore perk, which directly assists the production of overloads. Right.
200 mil herb, wow. I just got 120 herb.
You might be thinking. Both skills have a significant amount of content from 1 to 99, and Herb Lore is in fact completely stacked at the higher levels. But also farming is one of our most popular skills, especially with the introduction of player-owned farm last year. But more importantly,
So all you
skills
complainers about the nerf, this is the reason why.
Right.
Which means that it's much smoother for us to design fulfilling.
If anything.
It wasn't for selling lamps, it was because of this.
We feel that a number of criteria really needed to be met before that we were comfortable updating those 2 skills to 120. So let me just reel these off. We think it's important to have valuable content and unlocks at every new level. We also want worthwhile goals and milestones to aim for, obviously. We want the journey to not feel like a complete grind, which means fair XP rates and a variety of training methods and mechanics. And finally, it's extremely important to add a complete chonker of a grace period for comp and trim players.
No,
something like
you don't
6 or
need
9
to.
months. What's all this smoke? What? Oh god. Okay, I need to get off the stage.
You don't need grace periods for cosmetic cape.
Your anger is bleeding onto the stage, Pyrnassius.
Good.
The creators.
I don't care as long as I'm getting 120 skills. Sucks that it's 2 skills I'm already 120 in though, but anyway.
What are the odds?
But they are not. You may think they speak with one voice.
Yeah.
But they do
I'm
not.
glad that I just got 120 herb.
At the dawn of this universe, there was no life save for them. But there was still conflict. That conflict will come again.
Elder Godward's dungeon.
Yeah! Like I give a shit, but that's still really cool.
Alas.
I like he squared a bingo shirt, nice.
The end. Hopefully there's been something revealed so far that has wet your whistle a wee bit, but let's have a quick recap so you can have a bit of context. Have a quick context of when things are coming out and what to expect. Previously.
Grace periods for time gated things are fine, but everything else is unnecessary. Oh, I agree with that.
Coming in January 2020, which gives us a nice little point for all the
I hate
other
time
updates
gated things to begin with, though.
Okay. Next, we can put the mega trinity of updates that are all coming on the same day in November. Ranch Out of Time, Farming to 120, and Herblore to 120. These are 3 large updates that all feed each other.
I hope he already has the disappointment post written.
Primal Extract, a resource essential for all the new potions, bombs, power burst, and more that fill up Herblore to 120. In summer 2020,
See, a lot of those things though were a good
God Wars dungeon.
get the recipe to unlock through quests and things like that.
Right?
We've already had design meetings and we're all getting a little bit excited. Okay, what next? Well, we have the storyline that will be building up towards the Elder God Wars dungeon. There'll be a number of quests next year, but you can be sure of desperate measures featuring Anachronia and Kerapak, and a City of Sentistan quest, delivering on expectations of what an of Sentistan quest would be like. You can probably guess some. Okay, let's chuck on some more. Let's leak some more. Let's announce some more. We don't want archaeology to be launched and for us to not update it further, particularly as people approach the upper reaches of the skill. We also don't want to forget about Anachronia. So expect Orphan, a dig site on our charming land out of time focused on the top end of archaeology. You can expect to reveal some lost knowledge about the art of ancient potion making here, which will contribute further to Herblore to 120. We're also very aware that recently we haven't been giving you content at the rate that you would like. So to address this, the episodic content team are doing 3 things that we feel will go a long way, and we'll be talking about them more in the coming weeks. First, we're going to be expanding the team temporarily to take on a couple of updates that will allow us to get ahead of ourselves and add contingency if other updates change. So among other updates, this team will be working on a new pets project. In the same vein as combat and skilling pets, we'll be finishing the set with pets of ports, farm, minigames, clue scrolls, and more.
All right.
Like we did with combat pets, we want to get you involved. So expect a competition to design the look of these pets in the next month.
Not minigame one, not two, but hey.
Bring on the pets. I love pets. Who's rest?
Yeah. And protect 2 sub-teams. We have 1 sub-team dedicated to making quests regularly. And another sub-team... And we have another sub-team dedicated to working on remasters to content that you love, reworking existing stuff that is in the game. The teams will begin to spin up in the coming months, but we can state that the quest team will be working on an Azanadra quest after Desperate Measures.
Nice.
And the remastery sub-team will be kicking off with a remaster of Managing Miscellanea, making it worth doing.
Hell yeah.
And further ways to improve your kingdom and more.
This was a good RuneFest.
And thirdly, we have a game jam kicking off on the 9th of October, where we're all aiming to make stuff you want over a 2-week period. Okay. We're approaching the end, but before we go, there is the small matter of RuneScape Mobile.
Here it is.
As part of the members beta, you'll know that we launched a fantastic new build for mobile last month. And if you weren't part of the members beta,
I didn't
we'd
check it
like
out.
to announce
I'm sorry.
that later this year, any member with an Android phone will be able to play it without restrictions.
Yes!
There you
That's
go.
right, we can announce RuneScape Mobile Early Access for everyone will be coming very soon. And those of you on iOS can expect to play it later next year.
Later next year.
There you have it. Let's bring on Mod Timbo, Mod Mark, Mod Orion, and
So
Mod
I'm
Raven.
really glad I
Please
bought,
do give them all
even
a round
though
of applause.
I prefer my Apple.
Right.
I'm very happy I bought my Google.
Right. Man, Apple's taking forever. I know it's hard to test things on iOS, but man.
Yeah.
We have several JMods waiting on the sofa for us all to flip and finish, so they can talk about these
Well,
updates,
because
while a few of
Apple
us will be
won't allow you to put betas out.
Right, that's
to test
that's the
players.
yeah.
It's stupid. So they have to do all the testing. So that's why it takes so long.
Yeah, it's lame.
Also, I'd like to take a moment for the PvP art battle. The best time of the day was 1:08:15. Third place is XJMod. Second place is Silver Squad. First place was Mates Rates. If you're in those groups, please go to the art hall now to collect your rewards. Okay, but while this may seem like an ending from all of us, it's by no means the end. We've got something rather special. A tech showcase hosted by Mod Pips. I really think
I was hoping it was bacon
Everybody, please
cheesecake.
give him a hand.
Thank you, guys. I wanted to hijack the last part of this year's RuneScape reveals to
Who are you?
share with you some
That I'm trying to
developments,
break down
in
RS3
RuneScape.
and get you all over to OSRS.
In recent months, we formed a new group within the RuneScape development team. They're called Core Experience, and they are focused on improving.
It's the core microtransaction team.
Especially the feel of the gameplay. Now, their main project at the moment is RuneScape Mobile, but they've been exploring a bunch of things that we think can improve the game for all players on all platforms. Now, as a byproduct of RuneScape Mobile, as a byproduct of the NXT client being the basis for RuneScape Mobile, the optimizations we need to perform to run on all these different mobile devices, those improvements go into the core client. So let's watch an example of that. This is game load up before and after those optimizations. You can see there's a really big difference. If you look closely, you'll see that these are captured on mobile devices, but these optimizations are going to be coming into the PC build very soon. Now, loading speed is just one aspect of the optimizations that we've been doing. In fact, we're pretty happy with how the NXT client has matured by now. And what we want to do now is really push it forward and advance it with new features.
So we're shutting down and
So at the development team, we've been very lucky to just receive a new material rendering system. This allows our graphics teams to do 3D art with more detail and more depth, and it allows us to do more with surfaces and lighting. So as you can see here, there's some new metal effects. We think this is going to be really cool for weapons and armor in the game. And we've also seen a selection of items from the general game world that are going through an upgrade to use this system as well.
Oh, nice.
Next, let's see how we're using some visual effects.
This is why Java needs to die.
that's what I mean. That's what I was wondering if they're going to announce where it's going to stop Java.
Tree canopies are faded out if they block the view of your player character.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Look, it's the first thing that's gotten claps. So.
Running around forests, more convenient, and means you don't have to manipulate the camera as you're moving around as much.
Love
Next,
that.
Me too. Priftinus, cough, cough.
Which is, as your character view is blocked by scenery, you can see the silhouette, so you always know where you are, even in a really densely populated area. Also means you can turn roofs back on. This tech in the next video also shows that we're experimenting with different types of character highlights. So what we're trying here is, as you put your mouse over different objects or characters, they kind of indicate what your click will do. So if it's green, it's friendly, like talking to an NPC. Then obviously red is dangerous, combat for monsters, and blue, more utility things like picking up objects. We think this will help new players as they're learning the game, but when we've been trying it, we've also found that it's great if you play with a really zoomed out camera, or also if you're playing with a small screen. Next, we've also been looking at ways to improve the feel of the game, especially your movement around the game.
Oh, thank God.
This is a prototype with improved pathfinding. It has the player's movement being smoothed out. It's quite subtle, so in the next video, we're going to look closer.
Take it to,
what's
it called?
It is now, before these changes. You can see the player character moving around corners. The motion can be a bit jagged, the turns a bit sharp. It's what we've all got used to. So if we have the version with smoothing on, you'll be able to see the turning is more gentle, more fluid. It looks more natural.
How is it going to work at Big Game Hunter?
Yeah, that's not a large enough area to really demo the actual pathing.
These are going to be very early experimental prototypes. Unlike the great content we saw earlier in the keynote, for these, not only do we not have release dates, we do not know if they will ever have release dates.
Good.
Okay, so just bear that in mind.
I like what they say, that experimental.
You've told us one of the biggest things we can do to improve gameplay is to make it a lot more responsive. So we are taking up that challenge. We are exploring ways to eliminate lag from RuneScape. So this prototype here, the instant you click on the ground, your character starts to move. There is no delay. There's no waiting for a message to go from your game client to the server and back. And that's because this system is predicting your path, moving you instantly, and the server and client synchronizing as they go. Now, if you look at the debug on the screen, you can see these green boxes. The one that's under the player character represents where the client has your position. The one that's trailing is where the server says you are. And the gap between these two green boxes represents the lag that comes from your internet connection and the speed of the game server tick. And that is the gap that systems like this are aiming to close. So the last prototype...
That will be amazing if they can get it. Oh, I've lost audio. Are you still there?
No, I've lost audio too.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just a thing. They're talking about a faster tick rate though. Good time to lose audio on.
Right. Seriously.
Faster tick rate, but we take away your audio.
Yeah, you win some, you lose some. What do you think the tick rate's supposed to go down to? 100 ms? Is that what it says? Yeah. Wow. From 600 to 100. That's a 5 times improvement.
I thought they... Yeah,
or 6 times improvement?
Trying to just halve it. I thought it'd go down to maybe 3.
Right. That's definitely something. I would love, like, if these things actually happened, it would be marvelous. But again, they say... I'm glad they're trying. Yeah. We've been asking for it forever, so I'm glad that they are really like trying to research and not just being.
Well, you ignore all the important stuff, but they don't. It's they've got to be able to work on it. It's got to be viable and such for them. So
yeah, that technology.
Good things. Yeah, I mean, we have to wait for technology to catch up with what we want, and it looks like they may actually have that technology there now.
Indeed.
Oh God, I'm getting tired. It's 4:38 a.m.
We've been streaming for almost.
I'm so tired.
We've been streaming for almost 6 hours, so that's fair. And even before that, the pre-show actually wasn't very long today, but hell, if we've been live for a long time, for sure.
We've got some good things coming out though.
Definitely, honestly,
exciting things.
I'm almost more excited about the quality of life improvements than anything else.
I'm excited. I mean, some new quests look really good. They've actually, I mean, the farming.
If they can keep 6 quests up a year, yeah, that would be good.
Yeah. But that, I mean, because I was just so expecting construction and summoning because construction. They mentioned both of those to 120 in the.
Excuse me. If they can get the tick rate down to 100 milliseconds, that would be amazing. That's almost...
I'll have to learn combat all over again.
I'll have to try to learn combat.
I'm just so used to doing it the
Well, even if they change the
Yeah.
pathing system to like be predictive like that, people will have to slightly relearn combat because things will happen instantly. It's interesting. They've definitely got some interesting ideas here. And now we are in pretty much the end zone here, I would assume. What's after the keynote?
Just the question. I think there was a Q&A on them, so we'll just get a bunch of stupid questions from idiots in the audience.
A bunch of stupid questions from idiots in the audience.
I'm sorry, but there's been very few good questions come out of the audience.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why I far prefer your idea. Everyone puts in their questions while they're doing it. Someone's out there going through them and say, yeah, this is a good one, and, you know, do it that way. So we get some proper questions.
Yeah. So.
But, farming and herb law, both in November 2020. That is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, new things on Anachronia. I mean, great. Glad they've sort of, maybe they're taking, you know, their, was it Adderall for ADHD? Maybe they're taking their Adderall and they're actually being able to concentrate and focus on one thing and keep going.
We'll see. They've announced a lot of stuff.
They have. And again, you know, what I really love, they did give us some, okay, this is the next level. This is stuff we are working on, but it's purely experimental. So if it gets in, it gets in. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We're not going to make apologies, but, you know, we're trying it out. And, you know, what did you think of the little Lost Raiders, the Lost Ark at the start?
That was pretty good.
Poor Shawnee getting crushed. Yeah, that was really well.
Now we know where the freaking mobile budget went instead of into iOS.
I think they really well done. I enjoyed that.
It was funny. Yeah, it was cute.
Poor Shawnee getting squashed at the end.
That was I liked the green screen spike pit. That was nice. That was fun.
Yes.
Pardon me. I'm ready to go to bed. And
Yep, me too.
it's only 1:45 in the afternoon. So, do we want to listen to these couch people?
Yeah, just see what they're going to talk about.
To kind of dive right in with some of their reactions. Shawnee, you want to take it and do a little bit of an update on something?
Yeah, so we were told and have been informed that we had a slight audio blip on Phil's last bit, Mod Pips' last bit
we did.
Of that presentation, which was kind of important. You saw the visual, but to get across what he said very quickly, again, it was a prototype. There's no guarantee it'll ever release, but we are looking into improving the server tick system, and what you saw was core combat running at a tick of 6 times the current rate in game. Of course, that doesn't account for the other 99% of the game, which is broken as a result of that said fast tick. So just to reiterate that in audio, that was what was covered, and hopefully that summarizes it.
Okay, cool. All right. So you guys watched the presentation. Well, I hope you did. Otherwise, it's really awkward that you're here. What were kind of some of your favourite things that came out of it?
I like her.
I'll be interested to see like more of the archaeology. What I worry about with a new skill is if it's actually going to like fit into the game. But from watching that, it does look like it'll feel like it should have been a part of the game anyway, and that's what I want from a new skill. So I'll be quite interested to try it.
Yeah, going into that, I heard talks of a new skill and everything. I didn't actually know it was archaeology until I got here. Unlike, I guess there wasn't.
Unlike everyone else.
Yeah.
Unlike everyone
Really
else.
exciting things being announced this year, but Mod Pips really dropped the bombshell in the very end there. The biggest announcement yet. And for me as a player, I like the core experience of the game, right? I want to have a good experience. I want my friends to try the game for the first time to have a good experience. And I think that's a really good step in that direction. So I'm really excited for that, to see how good it's going to be.
For your Machinima videos, the animations are going to look so
my
much smoother
videos, that's
now.
going to be absolutely amazing. That is going to be so smooth. It's going to be like butter for the
It
game.
is.
I'm
That's
very
that.
excited about that.
What's
We
his
all want a
name?
bit of butter for the game there.
I knew that voice.
I think so.
All right,
That voice?
let's do this then.
No, his voice. That
Archaeology, we've
the
dived
guy with the
into all the
accent.
stuff.
He's
We
the guy who
have
does all
Rally
those
alongside us, a part of,
videos.
Fate, who was a part of that. You have a microphone. Let's go.
Oh,
So,
I've
no,
forgotten
wait,
his
just
name.
before you jump in, can I just say, can we
He
just
does.
get a big
They did
round
that
of
little mini
applause for
movie and all
your
that
amazing
stuff.
Oh,
acting
okay.
chops at the start of that. That was amazing. Full Indiana Jones.
We'll miss it.
Honestly, it was
We'll miss
amazing
it. That's the
watching
one.
it back. The reaction
Thank you, Asa.
we were hoping for is what we got, and that's the important
I think
thing.
the boulder was the MVP there.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay.
That's lovely.
Sorry, we'll get back to the actual real facts here. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just thought before we get into
Morale,
it.
obviously, you've been on low Q&A already. Had a little bit of a talk of archaeology, but not obviously the full deep dive that we just had. Part of the team, how's it feel now, having all the details out?
It's a relief, really. We've been busting at the seams to talk about this skill for ages. We've been working on this for over a year. We're really excited as a team. We're really happy with how things are shaping up. And so far, it seems that the reaction is bearing that out. So, yeah, great.
Well, they've actually
But
made me
you said,
interested in it now.
Deep dive. That's not everything yet.
Well, yeah, I mean,
obviously.
Yeah, of course, you're right. That's
Plenty more to
completely-
see.
I mean, obviously, we saw 2 blurred images, of course, of 2 sites. There's more to come as the months go on by. January 2020, the release. What do you guys think as players watching that?
So I was lucky enough to try it in the volcano, and maybe you guys did the same thing.
Did you try it?
You haven't been a You should definitely check it out.
I mean, watch it on the air because it is very loud. Is the feedback we've heard from like when it erupts
Yeah, I
when
thought
you're
it
in
was
there.
a plane going over. It was like rumbling the whole thing. I was like...
But it looks very promising, this skill, actually. It's a lot of information in it. It has some, what's it called, initiative worries about it, that it wouldn't like fill out the skill and whatever stuff there would be. But you definitely work on that. There's been so much content in it already, and it looks very nice so far.
Yeah, it was going in. We've definitely learned from our past mistakes with the way the invention felt on release. As a team, we just, right at the start, we said, you know, what's our ethos for the skill? And we just stuck to it all the way through, and it's kind of borne out in what you see. Loads of stuff in there.
I'm very excited about that.
One of the awesome things that I've noticed on socials recently is that everyone seems to think that the rewards are appropriately or even more powerful than they expected, which is fantastic. Really
Why?
glad to see that. Yeah. Well, I just think a lot of them are either super useful or big numbers. Simple as that.
So I do want to mention, actually, obviously we are on a limited time, as it were. We're not going to get through everything, but we have, of course, our post-RuneFest Reveals Q&A on Tuesday, where we will try and get through everything there as well. So I'm going to try and go into sections, as it were, because we're kind of like being told.
Let's
we have
go
to speed up.
systematically.
Yeah,
go
okay.
for it.
So, and then we moved on with Mark's storytelling segments, as it were. And of course, we saw Desperate Measures, the new quest as well. Riley, I'm going to come to you very quickly, because it's another quest. I'm not involved in it from a team perspective, but excited?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, following up to Desperate Times, we got to see how that ends, right?
What about
and
you guys?
also
Oh,
just
sorry.
a quest.
Yeah,
Great.
quests, right? Quests are awesome. What about you guys?
As someone I started my account for the goal to get Questscape, to see these amazing quests start to come out, and I'll like, especially continuing into like the Elder God sort of conversation and the whole Stone of Jas like storyline, it's really exciting to see that kind of progress and go even further with this this new quest line. It's been really fun so far.
I'm really behind on quests. I was trying not to get spoilers. I was like, oh, should I listen? Should I not? Yeah, but I can't really say much on it because I've still got a long way to go with my quest.
That's fair enough. I do want to give, we're going to come on to the rant out of time, but obviously, personally, what a Modraven, as per usual, in his full granny costume, sorry, Horrington on stage.
Amazing. He lives for this, absolutely. I would say he's like the Matt Berry, right? You know, Matt Berry, Toast of London, but like RuneScape. Do you know what I mean? And welcome. It's always like so over the top. It's amazing.
He is incredible.
Yeah.
So we have Model Ryan with us. He is representing the team responsible for 120 farming and Herblore, now confirmed as the 2 skills going to 120. Should we talk about farming and the ranch out of time very quickly?
Right.
Absolutely. We've had a little help from some
Once
other
they announced
JMods,
farming, I mean,
Days
herb law
and
sort of
Rama
made
been helping
sense.
us as well. So little shout out to those
Because
guys. Thank
I was
you.
just so excited about farming at 120, I wasn't even
yeah,
thinking.
As I said,
and they
at
go,
the,
wow.
at the end of my section, I really wanted to talk about what we as a development team thought was necessary to update these skills to 120, and I hope that came across quite well. We were not comfortable doing it unless we felt that it was fully fleshed out and an appropriate size update.
All right, so let's go through. I'm going to try and give you 3 quick.
Granny needs her own
segments that we
quest
covered,
series.
And then we'll try and go through them, what you guys think very quickly. So, Elder God Wars Dungeon. Thoughts? Quick thoughts?
I'm really looking forward to that because God Wars 2 for me was like my first taste of like bossing and stuff, and I'll be interested to see what they do with it and how they like up it and stuff.
Yeah, I'm so excited. After learning and going through, I actually recently went through and killed all the God Wars 2 bosses blindfolded. So I'm really excited to see what happens with God of War's, with the third God of War's dungeon.
I would come to you, Will, but I know you're a.
I don't do combat.
Yeah, you don't do combat, so I have to skip you on
I hope
that
it
one.
looks pretty though.
Right, and then we'll go for the final bit, and that was, of course, Pips' presentation, the tech improvements. What do you guys think of essentially the end of that bit there, everything we showed?
Well, that was the tick pod, right?
So the tick, the occlusion, the canopy X-ray.
Okay. So I'm actually very excited about that for two reasons. But first of all, it looks very pretty. But I'm also very worried, kind of, about how that's going to evolve with the rest of the game. Because obviously it's been a lot of criticism about the artwork maybe not being the most leveled out. So I'm excited how that's going to bring us a new aspect to the game. But time will tell. I know you have a new team working on that now, so hopefully that's going to fix it.
And then, as a final note, of course, as a quick reminder, we now have on 2 teams dedicated to specific bits of content. One team works on quests, and another on remastery of content.
What kind of PVM is
A dedicated quest team now.
Finally.
I think we had like pages.
Well, they
of
used to
stuff.
have
We're never
that.
going to get through it all. It's like we're kind of sort of at the behest of the stage. So I think that's everything.
Who's that?
From you guys, you can kind of like head off because I think we're going to bring on our next wave of individuals.
Thank you, everyone.
So go enjoy, have a beer, get into that volcano.
Cheers for having us.
Get
Thank you.
digging
I'll
up.
go check it out.
Yeah. Do. Right. Next batch in. Go. Yeah, that's okay. Leave it there. There we go.
Okay, they're just now getting.
This is how it works these days. Here we go. Come on in.
Right, so we're about to be joined.
Come on in. Here we are.
In the segment, well, not a segment. You're about to see potentially 3 people, unless you read press reports, who you may have never seen before here at Jagex. So
We read press reports.
It's a great honor to introduce, first of all, from left to right, we have Mob Bolton. What do you do, Mob Bolton?
So I am just started literally a week and a half ago.
Oh,
I
wow.
am the new head of influencer working with community. So I'm really excited to, it's been a great opportunity to meet all the influencers and just see
If you listen to RuneScape Weekly, you'll know these people. Maybe.
Hi, I'm Maud Rogue. I'm the head of esports here at Jagex. I'm the new addition, American as well.
Yes.
Hey guys, I'm Ryan. I'm also going to be known as Mod Warden, and I'm the new EP for RuneScape. I've only been here for a few weeks now.
So, in essence,
everyone's super green. Yeah.
The big dog for RuneScape, correct?
Yes.
So, first of all, thank you guys so much for joining us.
Yeah.
How has RuneFest been for you guys?
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
spectacular. You know, to see the scenery and to see the community and people, seeing people that they've talked to for years and now just meeting in person for the first time, it's always an incredible experience.
I mean, it's the attention to detail as well. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like there's like a kind of an acceptable level, and then there's.
I almost had to run out of the building when the volcano started to erupt. I was very worried that there was a health and safety violation.
We're right by an airport. I was like, that distinctly sounds like a plane crashing. What do we do? But yeah, so it's been. I mean, it must be kind of quite. You know, being thrown in at the deep end a little bit, right into RuneFest. How's your day been?
Sorry.
How's your day been? Sorry, it's very loud
God.
here.
My day has been absolutely nuts. It's been amazing. Like, it's so crazy being here after being a player for about 15 years and playing since I was a little kid and always wanting to come and never getting the opportunity. And now I'm here helping kind of shape the future of the game and the esports side of things. And I'm so excited. It's been absolutely magical and almost surreal to be here, really.
Yeah.
Right, let's do this. Roll to roll. Let's go with you, Mob Bolton. So, head of influencer management. What does that involve?
So that involves a lot of things right
Buying
now.
the drinks? Buying the drinks?
Well, that's a part of it. That's a very small part of it. But, you know, we're right now, I'm initially in the scoping phases, trying to figure out what the vision's going to be, but it's a mix of supporting the existing creators that Jagex fans know and love, and reaching out to creators from other games and from other entire genres, and seeing, you know, hey, would they like to share the RuneScape love, right?
Interesting.
How about you, Mod Rogue?
Esports all day, every day. Definitely making something for RuneScape, and then
So
also
there's stuff
for
in the
old
works
school.
already?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
We've got things brewing. Definitely.
Can you tell us anything or not?
I can't tell you anything yet. What I can say is that it is absolutely amazing, and I think everybody will be blown away by what we've been working on.
I love a bit of a tease.
I would call you Mod Warner, but I'm going to call you Ryan, because I want to be a bit more personal in that scenario. So, you know, massive shoes to step into, right? Executive producer of RuneScape, you have a lot of responsibility.
That's right.
So
No
I would
pressure
love
or
to
anything.
give you the opportunity to kind of just like essentially sell yourself sounds bad, but you know what I'm
The
trying to
vision.
get at.
What's your plan?
Thank you.
Vision.
For what you want
I'll take a
RuneScape to be.
little step back. I'm joining from Blizzard. I think that's pretty cool. But I got a very colorful background. You know, got my start in the Mass Effect franchise.
Oh wow!
Over time, got to work with MMOs, so I got to learn the MMO space, CCP, EVE Online, and over time, got to work on other great titles, Fortnite. I worked on a Star Wars Battlefront that
Wait,
never.
what games
never
haven't
shipped.
you worked on? There are not very many left.
No, but this is all cool, right? Because you know, you got to bring those experiences in some way, but also respect what we have currently.
Sure.
But you know, maybe we figure out the new ways of doing things. But
So keep that in
for
mind.
me, right
Current
now, it's about
executive
getting to know the
producer,
team, getting to
former
know the
EA
product
staff.
as much as possible. I'm a RuneScape noob. You know, this is brand new to me. But
sometimes you need that kind of like almost like totally fresh eyes. It means you can come in with all your previous experience,
right.
and sometimes you can think about things in a totally different way that no one has
that's the
before.
advantage, right?
Yeah.
Fresh eyes, get to look at everything new and holistically. So I want to transition into starting to figure out where we're going to go from here, and help define more of the vision, and start building out the roadmap and products that are going to be there to support that vision.
All right. So why did you guys come to work for Jagex? So what made you guys all respectively go for these roles that you now joined us in?
Well, so in my past roles, I used to work at CCP as well, and I spent 5 years at Riot. But I worked primarily on the UK market, so I got the sense of knowing the devs, knowing the players, and really the way the company works. And I felt like it was a great opportunity for my skill set and a skill set that I felt like I could level up Jagex in, for me to join the team and help. I would be happiest if the way we do influencers is the top of the line in the whole industry, and you know, if we can make that happen, I'd be ecstatic.
It's an untapped resource for us, I think, and there's a real big opportunity for that, and that's the exciting part.
And these are people that, you know, the players care about, and they have very real difficulties, right? You know, how can we help smooth some of those over, make their lives a little bit easier, so that they can continue producing the content that players love?
Cool. Okay, so we just
Pay
really
them with
quickly
money.
spin through your answers.
Where's my money?
Casting especially.
Oh, nice timing.
I know.
Why'd you come to work for Jagex, my bro?
Yeah.
Just being a fan of the game
Money.
for 15 years.
Come on. I want someone to say the money. Be honest.
You don't work at Jagex for the money. They don't pay very well.
And yeah, and
Not to the women anyway.
Not to anybody.
Giant.
Ooh,
and
love it.
I want to get it in the hands of more players than we've ever seen before. And I want to satisfy the needs of the existing players. Putting smiles on faces at the end of the day is what I care about. And that's going to be the lens that we develop the game through. And we start there.
It's almost 19 years old as an MMO, which is insane,
Wow.
right?
Yeah,
So
that's crazy.
This is the thing that stands out above everything else.
So as a final heads up, you can contact, I believe, these two guys on Twitter. I believe they are on Twitter. Do you want to plug your Twitters very quickly?
I'm not on Twitter just yet.
Oh, sorry,
There'll be a Jagex Bolt on Twitter very soon.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And I guess, yeah, I mean, go for it.
Yeah, Jagex Rogue.
There you go.
Not yet.
Not yet. All right. Well, look, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the family. Like I'm welcoming you. I'm new as well. Welcome to the family. And it's so great. And I'm so excited for everything that you guys are going to bring to RuneScape. It's really, really cool. We've got one more section. We're going to have to swap you guys out again. It's like this massive revolving door of guests today. Right. We're so close to actually having this this final presentation. It's getting crazy. Come on in next bunch of people. They've got like shimmy under a jib.
We're good.
Camera.
Come on.
Come on in. Get in. Get in.
Timings have been crazy, but
Quick. Come and
old schools.
Oh God, there's so many of everybody.
They're all the old
So
school people, so we
many
don't
of
really need to listen to that one, do we?
All right, no.
Welcome.
No. And that's the last one is just the old school talks up. So we've reached the end of RS3.
All right.
RuneFest. So what did you give us your thoughts?
Well, I'm surprised, I'll give you that. I did not expect 2 skill reworks to be announced, even though that was probably like something I should have known going into this.
Yeah, they did mention that a few weeks ago on one of the live streams. So I knew they were having 2, and I was Yeah. Well, that sort of, yes, it is on you, but it's also with what's been happening in real life. It's always hard to keep up with that stuff sometimes.
So, the fact that they're bringing farming to 120, it feels right. It just, yes.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, obviously, everyone wants construction. Construction really does need done, but it's, it's going to be a lot of work. What I loved about the two skills that they've chosen, they're two useful skills. They are two skills you can make money in.
Right.
And, obviously with all new creatures and such, I love the idea that it's at a little island off the coast of Anachronia, so it's a little smaller island. So you're not you've got to take your little creatures over there and grow them. I thought that was actually a nice little twist, just having a little separate island off it, so the bigger dinosaurs can't come rampaging through and destroy your island.
Yeah,
destroy your farm. So I thought that was actually a good twist. Sort of fits nicely in with story. Because if you're trying to build an actual farm on Anachronia, I mean, there's nothing stopping these giant dinosaurs just walking through and destroying everything. So being that it's off coast, I thought that was really well done for them.
Yeah, that's a smart idea. Excuse me.
Yeah. And as we said, a whole new... And it sounds like they have fleshed it right out. I mean, I never expected when they took Slayer to 120 that it would be fully fleshed out, because when they sort of spoke about it, that we'll be adding more creatures as time goes on type thing. But they didn't. They sort of said that type of thing once and then never sort of really talked about it again. So, if you didn't hear it, or, again, with a lot of things, there's so much going on, you don't always retain information. And I think that's what hurt that skill for a lot of people, by having these fully fleshed out through to 120. As I said, 14 new potions. So you're doing 21 levels and you've got 14 new potions coming in, plus as I said, more coming later on as we do quests and things. So there will be rewards. As a lot of those, I said, a lot of these should be unlocked through quest rewards. There are going to be more potions coming through quest rewards as well, and other ox to do them. So I think it's I think we're every year we just sort of, about this time, we just sort of start getting a bit jaded with the game, and then they come out with something that does sort of surprise.
It's almost like RuneFest was positioned strategically.
Yeah, exactly. And I did like that movie where they were running through.
That was funny.
See on the floor the shelled ideas, and they had the
bank bidders,
and I had a good pull over there.
That was funny.
So yes.
Okay.
And the extra information we got out of about the archaeology, does it make you feel a bit better about it now?
Yeah, a bit.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be its own thing. It's more than just fishing, digging things up, and calling it a day, at least.
Yes.
Which is kind of how I envisioned it. That was going to be just
Me too.
A lazy way to add more, basically just more perks to the game, when you could have just done it via invention.
Yeah.
But
no, I thought exactly the same thing. So yeah.
Holy crap. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing a recap show on everything once we have full notes to break it all down. That was a lot to digest in one sitting.
That's why I was making notes myself, but it's like
there's
so much information, and we can't really sit there and, in that little sort of half-hour break between, go right through it fully. So yeah, and hopefully we can get Hannah people on,
yes,
and really break it down properly and get everyone's opinions. So
it sounds like archaeology will be somewhat buyable as well. So that's a good thing for people who don't want to train the skill.
Yeah, that's what I love. If it's a buyable skill, it means it's a money-making skill for skilling.
Yeah. So hopefully, it sounds like that they've learned from mistakes, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to more information. I'm looking forward to Android going public beta. That's great. Doesn't
Yes.
impact me personally, but I'm just happy to see that they're making big progress on it. That's important.
Definitely.
But now I just kind of want to go to bed.
And yes, I am now going to bed because I am absolutely
I need a nap.
exhausted.
I got up at 5:30 for this. But it was worth it. I think that we will definitely need at least half a show. I think at least half of Friday's show is probably going to be dedicated to a recap.
Yeah, I think we just make it the recap show.
Yeah.
Really, because I want to talk fully. I don't want to sit there and sort of say, oh, well, we're going to go on to this other stuff. If we just do the recap,
Right.
yeah, it'll be better all round.
I'll see if I can convince Hannah to show up for the show. So
Definitely.
Anyway.
She's always got some good insights and things on different things. Because, I mean, you know, obviously looking at it from different views than what I do. I'd love to get, if we can, try and get David on as well.
Yeah,
sort of
I PM'd him.
Back off. Yeah.
One of the first things I did was PM him and go, archaeology will be viable.
Yeah. So, yeah, it'd be great to get him on and get his sort of views on things.
Yeah.
So you just get that. So, you know, see what they think. But anyway,
yeah,
I am going to bed. It is just hit 5:05 a.m. here, so
I
will go
will
and get a couple of hours sleep.
Nice.
You take it easy.
You as well. Thank you for your time.
I will. No worries at all. It's fun. I'm glad. I wasn't expecting a good RuneScape this year.
Yeah.
And they really exceeded my expectations. So kudos to them.
I was preparing myself for an exit stage left after the announcement of archaeology, but it doesn't sound as horrible as it does in my head. So you know, that's good.
Exactly. Yep. That's right.
All right. We'll have a full recap on Friday. Thanks for your time.
We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
And for anyone who wants to recap literally that, I will play a rerun. Be in mind that it is going to be a 6-hour rerun, but it is worth it. There's a lot of good information, good reveals. Got some information from the floor by R.A. Echo. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed that, and we'll be back on Friday to recap it. Take care, and happy scaping. Appreciate everyone who came out and watched it with us. Oreo, Wolves, ISO. Appreciate y'all. Take care. Da 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 da.